to the CRUSADE Radio Network's live coverage. Oh, that's right. Well, the folks, the beauty of a green screen is that I can be many different places at many different times. So, welcome back to the CRUSADE Radio Network's live continuing coverage of the 2024 election. I am Rick Barrett, guest host, fill-in host for the Mike Church Show. When he is out, also every once in a while, I kind of do a radio program on here, depending on how things are working. But I am happy to be here, folks, with you live, covering the afternoon period, what you could call the calm before the storm. And it is okay. Thank you, Dr. Torres, in our chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. I'm happy everybody's in there. If you have anything you want to add to what's going on, if you've seen anything out there, let me know in the Crusader Stadium at crusadechannel.com/chat. It's great to see everybody out there. And so what we're doing right now is we are just kind of waiting at this point. And there's some things that you can think about as far as what's going on and just some recaps. First of all, Trump did, well, I didn't really beat Harris, but the first poll or the first election of the day up in Dixie Notch, New Hampshire, ended in a 3-3 tie. Now, is that a big deal? No, it's not a big deal because it's one place. It's not really any place that to look at. But in the same regard, Trump didn't win any of them back in. I think he won 2 in 2016. He didn't win any in 2020, and now we came out with a tie. Yeah, Biden won all 5 votes. The results in New Hampshire should come in early. Some people don't think New Hampshire is in play. I think it is. Of course, I think there's a lot of places that are in play that nobody else thinks about because I think there is a general enthusiasm for Trump, and there has been, and as opposed to 2020, where Trump kind of told everybody to swamp the vote early and kind of get there early and do all these other kinds of things. People have been very good this election cycle coming around and actually getting out and voting and actually taking advantage of the early voting. Now, do I think early voting should happen? No, I don't think it should at all. I think it's absolutely pathetic and it shouldn't happen at all. Should be one day. If you can get there, you can get there. If you can't, you can't. That's about it. It's pretty much because of what the U.S. Constitution says on that one day. Outside of that, if you can't make it, you can't make it. It's not really that much of a big deal. But we have election month, or at least the first couple weeks leading up to it, especially since it starts in October and goes into November. Now, we've seen a lot of polling and the data from, and all they're doing when they take this data is they're just pulling, oh, okay, Republicans registered, and how many Republican ballots, how many Democratic ballots, and then you have the other. And so we're seeing a lot of positive data, things called the Democratic firewall. And the reason they call it a Democratic firewall is traditionally, and of course, traditionally, I have to say traditionally with quotes because we traditionally used to get the results of the election the same day, and now we don't. We have to wait weeks and months, even though like the country of Waziristan can figure out how to get their elections done in a day. The most powerful country on earth with a sea of iPhones, we can't figure out how to get an election done unless we hand count digital ballots. I'll let you actually think about that there. But the fact is, we have some good data here saying to this statement: Democrats usually win the early vote, Republicans win election day. That's what most people say. If you think it sounds smart, I came up with it. If you don't think it sounds smart, some pollster somewhere came up with it, and I didn't come up with it at all. But the fact of the matter is, we have a lot more turnout. And like I was saying with Mike in the previous segment, a lot of people thought that it was a bad sign because women were turning out. It was like 56-44, depending on what state. But that was what we were looking for. Men were turning out in about 40%, women turning out in about the 50%, which is traditionally what happens. Women tend to come out early and vote. Men tend to vote on election day, whatever the case may be. I don't know what the psychology is behind that, but it is. So the fact is we're seeing more positive turnout from returns on the early voting side. And that's what they call that Democratic firewall. If you see that from anywhere else, or if you see people posting that on X or on anything else, That's what it is. The EVs, the early voting, that's where the Democrats have their traditional firewall that's been broken in many places. And of course, X is at one point going to play a major factor because before we didn't have access to something like X in previous election cycles. John Roberts from Fox right now is reporting that Kamala Harris, based on the numbers that are coming out, she needs about 700,000 votes in Philadelphia in order to win the state of Pennsylvania. Do you take that? I wouldn't take any of these numbers with anything but a pinch of salt. But just in that idea, because we're going to be talking about numbers, Clinton got 560,000 in 2016. Biden got 603,000 in 2020. And so the early estimation, because somebody like Scott Presler, regardless of his personal life, the man, if Trump does win the state of Pennsylvania, it will be on the shoulders of somebody like Scott Presler, getting people to vote, getting the Amish to come out and vote. I think there's about 100,000 Amish in the state of Pennsylvania. If I'm wrong, please let me know in the Crusader Stadium chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. I'll drop that tweet in the chat room so y'all can take a look at that as well. But the fact is, we're going to get a lot of numbers tossed out. We're going to get a lot of numbers thrown back and forth. Now, when I said something earlier to the idea that Trump may be, we're looking at maybe a historic blowout. A lot of people will say, well, Rick, shadow campaign. Well, Rick, the rigging, you're seeing the fact that they're calling in bomb threats to different ones, which I already caught the soy beta dude in Georgia. And, we're seeing other things where there was a man in Michigan who is threatening violence against Christians if Trump wins. Guys, I feel like, is this your first time dealing with this kind of stuff? Yeah, in Detroit, Isaac Sissel, 25, of Ann Arbor, was charged with a federal crime, sending threatening communications. He was going to attack Christian conservatives in the event of a Trump victory. And so people are going to go, oh, it's a psyop to try and get people not to come in and this, that, and the other thing. And yes, do I have a little bit of a little bit of PTSD, which I don't think I can get PTSD, but am I a little nervous because of what I've seen in 2020 and in 2022 and the fact that everything seemed to be normal until the left decided to just pull the goalie and have everything be cheating? Sure, I absolutely am worried in that regard, simply because nothing's over, right? Let's use the old sports cliche, if you will. And until the clock strikes zero, um, you can't say anything else. Now, of course, there's additional things that we can talk about, and I'll work on my lighting in the next segment. There's additional things we can talk about, and that is, I'm going to throw this out to you guys now. And you may not like it, but I just want to throw this thought experiment out there. And that is, well, first of all, there will be, regardless, I think, of who wins, I think there will be domestic incidences that take place. I think there will be violence regardless of who wins, because people, and I'm not saying there will be violence from the right. I think there'll still be violence from the left, because there's a lot of people on the left, especially the far left, that don't like Kamala, and that's why she didn't pick Josh Shapiro. Let's at least look at it this way. I know I'm kind of bouncing all over this place. No, I'm not saying there'll be large. It'll be kind of stuck to city spots, pockets of violence, Democratic areas. That's why, ironically enough, they're activating the National Guard in Democratic areas, because they're afraid of Democratic violence. And if Trump wins, yeah, I could see something. I could see some places happening, or some places deciding to make things a little bit more violent, but I don't think it's going to be widespread, and I don't think it's going to be anything to be concerned about in that regard. But be prepared for it. The shenanigans don't end on election night, and I know everybody's concentrating on today. I get it. We still have to wait for inauguration day. We still have to wait and see what the Democrats can do for the next 2 months. We have the rest of November and we have December. What do I mean? I mean, there could be a possibility that Kamala could still be a president for 2 months to enact agendas. But that's obviously a different talk for a different time. But the first thing, and I just want to kind of float that out there just to kind of get some people thinking. because they never stop. The idea here is that Trump winning is something that is in absolute need because of the place that we are at. That's a lot of word salad, right? That's a Kamala answer. The place we are is the place we're going to be if the place we don't answer to. And I know we should never think this way, but it's been drummed into our heads. And fortunately, it's because we've ceded so much power to the federal government at this point that we have to worry about the elected king that could be put into place post their agenda. One hand, you have somebody like Trump where you get a soft landing on the economy, right? Because there will be some kind of harsh landing. You can't spend the amount of money that has been spent. Um, and you can't have all of these things. Now, listening to Trump on Rogan, which I could only listen to about an hour and 45 minutes of that 3-hour interview, but listening to Trump talk about tariffs, it actually does sound pretty amazing. And having a softer landing on the economy versus if Kamala, and it's let's just agree, we're none of us here listening online or hanging out in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. None of us are actually worried about Kamala, are we? We're actually not. We're worried about the cronies and the people that are staffed by Kamala running that White House because she's going to be a weak leader. She's going to be a weak figurehead. That's all she's going to be. I mean, if you thought Joe was bad, wait until you see somebody like Kamala being put in there with the fact that she can't handle an interview with somebody like Brett Barrett. She's not going to be able to handle it. And I've said it before, time and time again. She's just a person that's not built for this. And it's not because she's a woman. I mean, look at Hillary Clinton. She was a battle axe and she had trained for this moment her entire life. Kamala has never. She's always kind of been a person that's kind of just failed into the direction that people have told her to go. And so she would not be in any way, shape, or form running this. I mean, at least with Biden, you have his manic Jezebel wife who has a lot of influence on what's going on. With Kamala, she's just going to sit there and people are going to tell her what to do. People are going to tell her what to do, and it's going to be the staff of Obama's and Joe Biden's staff just running that White House. You're also going to see the fact that so that's the economic plan. It's going to be absolutely awful if Kamala wins. With Trump, you get a soft landing, and that's what we're hoping for. On the issue of foreign policy, you're going to see something to the effect of Trump. I mean, you already have Putin. Putin came out today and said he's ready for peace talks. I guess the Russian interference is so good that he already knows it's going to happen. I'm kidding, by the way. We do not, there is no Russian interference. That's a bunch of lies. But he's already signaling like, hey, if a certain person gets in, I'm ready for peace talks. Because we all know the famous story of Trump saying, I'll bomb the snot out of your house if you don't, if you invade Ukraine. The thing that scares me with Kamala, and it would scare anybody else with Kamala, is the fact that she is, and this is not because she's a woman, it's because she's just not very smart. And she's not very principled. She's weak. And it's not, oh, she's a woman. Women are more empathetic, they're more compromising, and so forth and so forth. But could you imagine if she's pushed by somebody like a Putin or somebody like a Xi of China? She will react in a way, she will start wars to prove her quote unquote strength because they won't believe her. When Trump says he'll bomb the snot out of your house, he's like, okay, yeah, no, like he's just crazy enough that it may happen. With somebody like Harris, you would say she would have to actually do it. So we're kind of worried about that in that regard. So you're wondering, and that's why people have been led to this. Now it shouldn't be this way, but it is, unfortunately. So that's what we're looking at as far as this. Also, the fact that 80 million people, at least when the morning started, when the day started, when the dawn came upon the 5th of November, ironically enough, Guy Fawkes Day, Catholics have to chuckle at God's sense of humor at the way these things work, that the quote unquote most consequential election of our lifetime happens to be on Guy Fawkes Day. Okay, I'll take them all together. But the fact that you had 80 million people already voting, shows that this is going to be a high turnout election, but there's also enthusiasm on that way, in that way. And you have, excuse me, states like Florida, which, by the way, I think it's great. Florida is absolutely destroying it vote-wise. The numbers that we're seeing coming out of Florida right now, as far as voting and patterns of voting, are great. But I'm not really concerned about Florida. Are you? Is anybody in our chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat? Anybody listening on YouTube? Anybody really worried about Florida? It's not like Florida or Ohio are swing states anymore. We're not worried about, these are not the bellwether counties that we have been told that they are. Oh, well, Florida and Ohio, that's going to be the election. We're way past that, man. We're way past that. And it's kind of ironic that the two states that have Republican control now, Florida, Ohio, they're no longer swing states. The blue wall is the swing states. Now, am I worried about Arizona? The numbers I'm seeing out of Arizona and some of the other things, I'm not really too concerned. Nevada looks like it could be a surprise, even though it's a swing state as well. I think we're all worried about the blue wall. If we just want to, we want to talk about it, right? Because there is the doomsday scenario. The doomsday scenario where Trump swings the South. He sweeps the South, and then I'm including the West as well. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. Gets all of them. Loses the blue wall and loses by 2. It's my pleasure, Ms. Maggie O'Connor. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Just drop it in the chat room. So if you want to say hi to her, she's in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. So the doomsday scenario, and it's actually kind of funny because the 2020 census was wrong. I don't know. Has anybody heard of this story where the 2020 census actually gave more, and they have actually come out and corrected this. They said that they were incorrect based on the population. So there are states that are supposedly blue states that have more electoral votes than their population should be. And that's where Trump's really going to have this problem. And I'll get that story for you on the other side. We'll talk about the census and how that will be the problem. Somebody asked on YouTube, do you think Michigan will go red? I don't know. All I know is that there are stories. I know supposedly the Democratic mayor of Wisconsin. No, the Democratic mayor of Milwaukee in Wisconsin, by the way, just in case you didn't know that. Said that they won't be counting the votes tonight, which is ridiculous. But again, what are you going to do? Michigan, I don't know. I know there's lower urban turnout in many cities right now. There's lower urban turnout than there was in 2020. Now, of course, that's because the mail-in ballot situation has been cleaned up in many places. But also at the same time, the urban voter is not as much of a rock solid, is not as much of a solid vote as it was before. You could say because of the economy, absolutely. You could also say migration. We've seen in big cities, Black populations, Hispanic populations are really not happy with the fact that they're pretty much being given the cold shoulder to the new hotness of the left, which is immigrants. And so you may see them stay home because they don't want to vote for Trump, but they're not going to vote for the Indian. And that's not me. That's Black Americans in urban saying, we're not going to vote for the Indian lady. I don't know what you expect of me, but she's not Black. And that's not me saying it, even though I believe it. But the whole trying to run a person of color who is a woman and trying to browbeat Black men into doing it, I think will fail spectacularly. The only group of men, the only group of men that is being browbeaten into voting for Kamala because their wives are white men. Let's just be completely honest. I'm sure you guys have seen, or if not, we'll get the clip for you in the next segment. The guy, I don't know where he was, but he started crying in the middle of his interview with a reporter. She was like, "Who did you vote for?" He's like, "I voted for Harris because I want my daughter to be able my body." I was like, "All right, buddy, we got it. You're gonna be on the couch if you don't vote for Kamala. I get it. Okay, homie, that's fine." Right? So it's up to you. You do what you got to do. Even though voting is private, you could just lie to your wife. But if you're at that point in your if politics is dominating your your marriage, you may have a problem, especially nowadays. But white men are the only ones that are really being browbeaten into voting for Kamala by their wives. Black men are either not going to vote, or they may just vote for Trump out of spite, and so forth. And yes, you have Somalis in Minnesota saying that they're gonna vote for Trump. It's like, too late. We're still sending you back. You're going back anyway. The Muslims in Michigan is going to be something very interesting, because the left kowtows to them, and they're going to demand that their vote is counted. I do believe that. And so that's going to be a very interesting thing. How does the left, if there are shenanigans in Michigan and it involves the Muslim population, do you think that the left is going to be able to get through that as much as they were able to before? Because I've said it on programs and times when I filled in for Mike, when Muslims talk, the left listens. So they may not be able to get away with as many of the shenanigans that they were able to get away with before, just because that population is going to demand the accountability that the left will give them. So that's going to be something interesting to see. Does that mean Michigan will go red? I don't know. I have no idea. Wisconsin is going to have every single vote outside of Madison go red in order to flip it. Right. And then Pennsylvania, everybody's looking at Pennsylvania. Now, CNN, ironically enough, this morning said that Pennsylvania expected swift voting. This was much earlier in the day. Philadelphia City Commissioner Seth Blumenstein told CNN that he believes ballot counting will go much faster in the 2024 election cycle. Now, of course, there have been issues where the machines don't work in some counties. They only have one person staffed at a voting polling place, and it's kind of ridiculous how much of a third world banana republic we really are in that regard. But they were saying, hey, we don't expect it to go well. It's Maricopa County in Arizona, which is saying it's going to take 10 days to count while we file some ballots from the Mexican border. The mayor of Milwaukee saying, well, we're not counting any ballots tonight, which that entire county should be thrown out, because the Constitution says that the votes need to be counted on election day. And, is there a federal solution to this? Let me know if you think in the chat, at CrusadeChannel.com/chat. Is there a federal solution to this? Because the states are supposed to be able to control their own elections. That's one thing. States are supposed to operate as many countries. But when you have a constitution that says within the federal election system, the votes need to be counted on election day, and then you have the mayor, some 2-bit mayor, saying, well, I'm not counting the ballots till tomorrow. Sorry, guys, you can all go to bed. That just doesn't work. It doesn't work, especially in a country that is as supposedly as technologically advanced as we are, right? So it's very interesting in that regard. But these are the things that we're looking at as people are voting. And I also think people are doing themselves a disservice, because you're having Republican pollsters and conservative pollsters saying, oh my gosh, Virginia, there's such low turnout in Loudoun County right now. It's unbelievable. There's one person every 3 minutes. And I'm thinking to myself, it's 1:00 in the afternoon. People are going to get off work and they're going to go vote, and they're going to keep those voting lines open until everybody's there. So can we just not do that? Can we not try to give people false hope in regards to, there's not enough voting right now, so who knows what's going to happen in this regard? This could be a turning point. Now, of course, I think Virginia is in play. I've said that I think Virginia is in play for a while, only because the move made by Governor Youngkin to have the ballots be printed paper ballots and then having those ballots have a chain of custody on them. Now, other places tried to do this, obviously, but they were kind of shut down in their tracks because of Democratic Supreme Courts, right? And local state Supreme Courts that are just absolutely nuts. So we'll see where it is. Now, of course, if we did have nothing but paper ballots, I think it would be a much more red wave that you would see. I think you would see a much the thing would be called much sooner, like it used to be. And B, you would have the point of more Republicans voting, or at least this chain of custody issue with IDs and so forth and all over the place. So it is what it is in that regard. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to talk about that census story in the next segment of the program in case you missed it. Something that we should keep in mind going into tonight is that the census was messed up in 2020. Of course, it was done under the Trump administration. Never forget that. And how that could impact tonight's election. Also, I'll give you some updates. I'll take a look and see what we have as far as, data coming from certain pollsters and try to give you an update on that as we wait for the big night to begin. I think most polls close around 8 o'clock Eastern time, depending on the state. We already know states like Indiana are going to get called immediately as soon as the thing's done. But we'll keep our eye on that as well here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, your home for live coverage, unique live coverage here, live talk radio, the way it should be.
Dude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well, then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now, I use Learny, and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/King Dude. That's
live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Pretty much the day that everybody's been waiting for, at least on the Republican side, since, November of 2020. So we're here. My name is Rick Barrett. I am a fill-in host for my church. Every once in a while, I like to do a radio show on the weekends, just in case. I'm also the author of the book right here, which I can't find, The Armed Catholic, The Catholic Case for Guns and Self-Defense, which you can actually find in Mike Church's store at shop.mikechurch.com, shop.mikechurch.com. And we are looking at the questions that are coming up in the as we get to the end of this night, kind of keeping our eye out for any potential shenanigans that may be taking place. There's been some stuff so far, bomb threats that have been called in. Some guy is talking about, there was some guy that was arrested that was threatening violence. In Pennsylvania, you've had a bunch of different counties where they didn't have enough people, or the flash drives didn't work at the same time, or any of these other ones. Especially there was this one in Cambria. I'm not going to say it right, but Cambria County, Pennsylvania, where they had all kinds of things that were going wrong. But now all that stuff seems to be cleared up, at least in that way. So what we're looking at is a lot of early voting data. A lot of early voting data. That is really what these guys are trying to do. And I think it's actually kind of funny. Guys like Nate Silver and all of these other pollers, they give out these election forecasts and they give out all this other stuff. And then the day of, they just kind of start firing off all this information that they can to try and get as many people to go there. But yeah, we are seeing record turnouts in places in rural areas, and that's sort of a narrative that people are going to keep their eye on today, is the rural vote and how much the rural vote is getting out versus the urban, right? Because that's usually what we have. Rural is more conservative, urban's more democratic, yada yada yada, in case that is the case in that regard. But it is interesting to look at these early voting numbers. I said earlier in the previous hour that I was on that there are scenarios. I'm not going to call these things locked in, but there are scenarios that are looking at right now where Hillary, right? Kamala, Hillary, whatever, same thing. But Kamala would need 700,000 or 7,000, not 700. I mean, at this point, a huge amount of votes to actually overtake the lead. I was right. 700,000 votes in Philadelphia. I'm sorry. Yeah, in Philadelphia, out of the state of Pennsylvania right now to win. That's what they're saying there. And right now, all we can do is base these things off of exit polls, what people are being interviewed on, and how they react to it, and what the momentum seems to be like, right? The key here is momentum. If conservatives feel like they have a chance, they'll come out and actually go to the polls. If they don't feel like they have a chance, then they're not going to be coming out, and they're not going to be voting. They feel like it's almost suppressed, kind of what Trump was talking about when we were talking about, or when he was talking about that Iowa poll, right? I don't know who the Seltzer poll coming out of Iowa that said, well, Kamala might win it, which is nuts because he won by 8 in 2020. But the fact is, they're always trying to hedge bets. And I think this is interesting. And I asked this question to everybody listening, everybody on YouTube and in the chat room. When losers, when the home team is losing, whatever you want to call it, whenever the outcome that is looked for is not happening, they're going to say it's anybody's ball game, right? If Kamala was really leading, if the internal polls that they obviously leaked to CNN and all these other places had her up in such a way that they could just say, this thing looks like it's going to be a blowout. This thing looks like it's going to be a blowout. We're very confident Kamala's going to win. They wouldn't be going around saying, well, guys, it's a tie. It's a tie. I'm telling you, man, it's anybody's ball game. It's a coin flip. Who knows? Because the internal polling says it that way. Now, what can we say from that? What can we reflect from that? Not much. we're in this holding pattern. Now, if you just went out to vote, let me know in the Crusader Stadium at crusadechannel.com/chat. Or if you did and you're on YouTube, let me know on youtube.com if you are there, so we can actually figure this out, or at least extrapolate some things there. I can tell you this much. Texas is voting in record numbers. When I went on Monday of last week to early vote, it took me about 15 minutes. Now, that doesn't seem like a long time, but Monday of early voting, it's usually 3 minutes because there's nobody there. And so it's going to be interesting to see how others are reacting to that type of stuff. And so, as we see on Twitter, and so on one thing, X is great. X is so Scott Pressler is saying there's 4 hours left in Pennsylvania. It's 5 p.m. Eastern time, so it sounds like their polls will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 Central here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. And we're also seeing things that there is a city in Michigan. What is the city? Warren, for my Michigan listeners. There's a city in the state of Michigan, Warren. The city of Warren says they don't expect to be done counting by 2 a.m. And Warren is in McCobb County. McCobb County Clerk Anthony Forlini said that they didn't take advantage of early vote processing. So now they don't expect to be done until about 2 a.m., which is just fantastic for all of us who thought this would be an early night. Doesn't seem like it's going to be an early night. In the end, I would prefer to stay up to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. To get an actual decisive vote done, as opposed to stretching this thing out to Wednesday, stretching this thing out to Thursday. The longer, and you can disagree with me if you want, I absolutely love it. The longer this thing stretches out, the worse it is, the more likely the steal is the fix is in for Kamala, right? That's what we're looking at. So somebody's asking the question, when the votes are down so much from 2020 in raw numbers, will 2020 be questioned even more? I think 2020 is in the rearview mirror in the first part, but the second part, if you think there was a problem in 2020 with the ballots, then I think that's that you're either going to think 2020 was fine or 2020 was fixed. I don't think there's any she should have run. I don't think there's anything in addition to that. But the fact of the matter is we're kind of just looking at this. Now, we just have something coming into us from the Epoch Times. Georgia Secretary of State says bomb threat closed the Fulton polling site. So, of course, it did. Really, at this point, it's just how many shenanigans the left is going to attempt to do throughout the night and how well we know the shenanigans are going to take place. It is how quickly can the GOP and the Trump team respond to these things and stay on top of it, because the last time they weren't prepared at all last time, but now they're saying that it'll be a little different because they have poll watchers and they have lawyers and they have all these other things that are ready to go at the drop of a hat. I don't know how you get around this. I don't know how. First of all, I don't know how Brad Roethlisberger was able to keep his job after 2020. That just tells me one thing. But the fact of the matter is that they're claiming that there was and they had to shut down the polling sites. Now, I hope that means those polling sites will be opened back up after the threat is cleared. But the fact of the matter is we're seeing all of that start to really bubble up, which is why the right was correct when they said, hey, man, don't wait for election day. Try to just get out and get there now. I think the fact is, which is a weird way to put it, but we have to operate in future elections under this idea. Well, you need to get out there and vote before election day. Don't count on being able to get to the polls on election day, and don't count on being able to cast your vote on election day, and don't even count on the fact that it would be properly processed on election day. We're seeing people where they're like, oh, the flash drives didn't work, And so the people at our school, they say, hey, can I get a paper ballot? And they're like, oh, we don't have any paper ballots. It's your job. You had 4 years to figure this out. Now, of course, the problem is that most of the people that are running the polling places are heavily, heavily Democrat. And yet, anytime Republicans try to get in there, they kind of get pushed back because it's a government agency. And the fact of the matter is, it only exists to keep itself going. And so that's something that's really difficult to watch as this unfolds, because people still think that there's something that there's a shred of decency left, and that's where Republicans always fail. And I use the word fail in this regard because they're not aggressive. They're like, oh, we're going to vote this time. We're going to vote the problem out. First of all, even if Trump gets in, which we hope he does, it's going to be an entire swamp that he's got to fight. And secondly, the fact is they're not going to give up that easily. Yeah, Kamala looks like a terrible candidate, but that's why they're keeping the polls at a tie. So that way they can say, oh, well, there was a silent Harris voter, because you already have, it's from CNN. I'm using CNN because they're obviously the worst case, and you can see the propaganda coming out from them. Harris aides are expecting and planning for Trump to claim victory before a winner is projected. Vice President Harris's aides expect to have been preparing for the possibility Trump will attempt to declare victory, quote unquote, prematurely. And the fact is, they did this last time in 2020. Remember the red mirage? Hey, man, there's going to be a red mirage. It's going to look like Trump is winning, but then we're going to get the mail-in ballot. And after that, after we get those mail-in ballots, woohoo, you're going to see Joe Biden just absolutely, everybody loved the old man, and they just voted their tiny little brains out. And that's how he was able to get over this. So it is very interesting, well, in that they're already prepping this. Now, we've said that. CNN exit poll, about 3/4 of voters hold views of way things are going in the U.S. I'm surprised it's that low. I'm very surprised that it's that low in that regard, considering food, considering just the general tone, right? The fact is they call the Democrats, and we've talked about this at least when I've been on, the fact that it is tolerance, that the fact that it is the party of love and all these other kinds of things. It's really not. It's really not, because what it is, it's the party of dominance and making sure that you fall in line, or they're going to make you pay for it. Now, speaking of which, I'm gonna transition here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. My name is Rick Barrett. I'm filling in and doing some live coverage here in case we have some breaking news, like we just did out of Georgia, where they said the Fulton polling station has been the voting station has been closed while a bomb threat has been put on or been detected there or announced there. So now they're trying to wait to see how that works in that regard. So we're seeing how that works. But I mentioned this, I teased this in the bottom of the last hour. And what was that? I teased the fact that something interesting that took place in 2020 that is happening now is that, and this is from, and I'll put this in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat, census.gov. And the title of it should give all of us some kind of pause, or at least something to be a little nervous about going into the night. 2020 census undercounts 6 states and overcounted in 8 states. So the U.S. Census Bureau released more results from its post-survey showing population undercounts and overcounts by states and the District of Columbia. Now, you can read that whole article for yourself if you want to fall asleep, but let me just give you this. The PES, which is their post-enumerated survey, for those of you who want to know what the acronym means. The post-enumerated survey, you want to know the states that were undercounted? I'm sure you're going to know the states that are undercounted. Arkansas, Florida, Illinois, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas. Majority of those states undercounted. Arkansas was undercounted by 5, Florida by 3, Mississippi by 4, Tennessee by 4, and Texas by 1.2. So They estimated an undercount in the southern region and overestimated an overcount in the northern region. Delaware, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island. I don't know how you figure that out. There's like 10 people in Rhode Island. I don't know how they overcount that. Of course, Hawaii, Utah, and Ohio were overcounted. Essentially, what that means is the okay, so somebody's just telling me that the Raffensperger said the source of the threat, and it was Russian. Okay, so that looks like that was clear. Cool. I'm just looking at that's whatever the Epoch Times said. So good. I'm glad that's why we had the chat room at CrusadeChannel.com/chat. Thank you very much for that. Fantastic. But think about that. Think about the fact that this happened under Trump. Happened under the Trump administration. They didn't fix this. They overcounted New York. They overcounted Rhode Island. They overcounted Hawaii, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Delaware, and electoral votes were apportioned to states that don't accurately represent them. In the meantime, Tennessee, Arkansas, Florida, Mississippi, Texas do not have the electoral votes that actually reflect them. It's very interesting how that whole thing from 2 years ago is going to have an impact now. Is there any recourse to it? No, because Trump should have figured it out, or his team should have been able to figure that out before he left office. But yeah, you could say he was probably dealing with some other stuff at the time. Let's see. Mike Church in the Crusader Stadium is saying, watching exit polls straight from the DNC HQ, majority of Americans want all illegals here now to have a path to citizenship. Only 43 want deportation. 100% lies. 100% lies. Because leading up to it, they were shocked at the amount of people that actually wanted deportations, and how they were actually shocked at how high immigration was, and how many people are actually in favor of deportation. And of course, that's going to be an entire battle in and of its own that'll take place when that starts, because we saw it in during Trump's first administration, that states colluded with illegals to hide them from the federal government. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that works in that regard. Let's see what else we have. What other kind of updates do we have? Trump team hopes efforts to drive Arab American voters to Jill Stein pays off. Well, we'll see. We'll see how many people decide when they didn't want to vote for Kamala, where else they went. Did they go to Jill Stein? Did they go to anybody else? And so it'll be interesting to see that vote count. Of course, in a place like Michigan, we're already starting to see, we don't know when the vote's going to come out. I mean, it may come out over other things as well. It's like, okay, that's exactly what we're trying to see here as far. So according to the Associated Press, more important than in 2020, the economy at 39%, immigration comes in at second at 20%. So the DNC may be saying that, well, everybody wants, their new neighbors from Haiti or Somalia to live right next door to them and to go to school with their children and, be introduced to their pets. So you have the economy at 39%, immigration at 20%, abortion, unfortunately, is the third highest one at 11%. Then you have healthcare, climate, and then racism doesn't even have a percentage. But these things have all moved to more important than they were in 2020, with none of these things actually going less. There's actually nothing that is less. All these things have moved in the direction of Trump. The economy is the most important thing, and that's why the left has worked so hard to try and make it Trump to be Hitler 2.0, Hitler, Darth Vader, Nazi. And so it's very interesting looking at this stuff. It's very much up in the air as far as what is going on with these things. Now, of course, these exit polls can be manipulated. These exit polls obviously can be, targeted to certain areas to try and reflect the rest of the country. So we're seeing that. And the AP vote actually doesn't say much else besides that. So the only place that Harris has any kind of lead and or hope would be abortion. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's the case. That we have a majority of people, and we've seen this at the state level, pretty much every state, and we're going to see this tonight as well. I think there's 9 states that have some kind of abortion measure on the ballot. The most I don't want to say famous, but the most well-known is in Florida, right? Amendment 4 states with, and I'll find that out in the next segment when we come back. And we'll talk about that because Harris does lead on abortion, right? Trump leads on the economy. Trump leads on immigration. These are things that are a slam dunk for him. Harris looks like a fool. And anytime she's asked about the economy, trying to get away with this thing calling, she wants an opportunity economy. Yeah, great. An opportunity for what? And she can't answer that because it's one past the actual talking points that are there. So Trump wins on the economy, especially when he talks about tariffs and getting rid of income tax and all these other kind of crazy things that are great, just because of the fact that he can do that, or it's his second term. He doesn't care. He wins in the economy. Immigration is an absolute slam dunk, and we know this simply because it's a virtue signal issue. It's a virtue signal issue. Anybody, what do you think about immigrants? Oh, America should welcome them all with open arms. They should all come here, and we should all just love and be so happy. And it's like, hey, I got a bus full of them here. Do you want me to drop them off at your house? And they go, oh, no, not here. You take them down to the inner city. You drop them off there where they belong. NIMBY, right? Not my backyard. That's what happens there. Immigration is a fantastic virtue signal question, but every single person, even Susie the soccer mom, deep down in her heart, when she's thinking about this, when she's sitting there and she's hearing about the stories from Springfield, Ohio, and she's hearing about stories not just from Springfield. You're hearing about how Aurora, Colorado. Yeah, we all thought the gang story was done. No, the gangs are actually expanding their footprint in the state of Colorado. They've taken over hotels in Texas, El Paso, and San Antonio. Okay. When these people actually think to themselves in the voting booth and they have nobody else around, they're probably like, ooh, maybe I should vote for Trump because, I don't really want them here. But then the only thing that takes them back to voting for Harris is abortion, which the left was ready for and the right was never ready for post Roe. The right has been working to get Roe overturned for 70 years or however long. Once it happened, they got caught with their pants down. They've been that way ever since. And so the left has been able to shape it as, I don't know if you saw any of these. There was an awful video by the Harris campaign talking about a man's wife was on the floor bleeding, and the stupid white guy, need I say more, called his physician instead of 911. And then the Republican steps out and grabs the phone and says, no abortions for your wife needs to die. Just the whole fear tactic. Everything's wrapped up in the fact that they want to murder children. And the crazy thing is, the absolutely psychotic thing, and the thing that just baffles me, and it probably baffles you too, is that the majority of women who are voting for quote unquote reproductive rights, i.e. the ability to kill your child, are past the age of childbearing. I don't know if you saw this. There was a march down DC yesterday by a bunch of old fat, past the age of childbirth women celebrating abortion rights or celebrating the right to murder your child. And it's absolutely sadistic that these people are allowed to vote on this, that they're allowed to have a voice on it. And yet, why are they allowed to talk about that? Why are they allowed to indoctrinate younger generations of women into thinking that's the only thing that matters? They have just been so brainwashed because most of these women are at college nowadays. And so, they're at the college age women that are there. it's an absolute turnaround before. And these are obviously the consequences of the sexual revolution. We're getting ready to wrap up this segment anyway. I'm trying to fit a lot into the last minute and a half. So these are consequences of the sexual revolution in its purest form. Women went from, I don't want to get pregnant because, I hope that man marries me and I hope I'm able to have a family. And this is the most precious thing is to be able to bear a child, to be like, I don't care. I'm going to hook up with 4 guys tonight. And if I have a kid, I'm just going to murder him. I'm going to murder the child. I don't care. It's birth control. And they try to make it as a zero-sum game. But and we see that, and we'll talk about the abortion issue in the next segment of the program when we talk about I think it's either 7 or 9 states that have abortion in some way, shape, or form on the ballot tonight, and how that will show how far conservatives and Catholics and Christians need to work to win back that issue, because we're getting beat to death on the cultural side as far as trying to convince people that you shouldn't murder babies. We're getting the doors beaten off of us on this idea of not murdering children. And we'll talk about that in the states that have that on the ballot as we wait for this whole thing to start on election night 2024 here on the Crusade Radio Network, live talk radio, the way it should be.
On most social media and join the laid-back live talk and chat room radio that is the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Weekdays, 11 noon Central on the Crusade Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull up Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast in Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Just when you thought it was safe to turn the radio on, Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the Crusade Radio Network. Live talk radio.
It is today. I am your host, Rick Barrett, this afternoon as I'm bridging Mike Church between his show this morning, and then he will be anchoring the coverage tonight along with myself and I believe, I don't want to say the other people, but I know I'll be there. I don't want to give it away too much. But we're here and we're talking kind of about.
But I want to jump in for a second if I could.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, you got a CNN exit poll that says the exact opposite of a Fox exit poll.
Of course.
The CNN exit poll, the Clinton Communist News Network exit poll, says 73% of people are either very angry or completely dissatisfied with the economy. Look, there it is right there. There it is right there. 37% right there say, oh, look, getting ahead, 13%, holding steady, 56%. That's 70% of Americans supposedly are either getting ahead or, no, I'm doing okay. I'm just kind of treading water. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anyone that's treading water?
No, most people are drowned at this
Okay,
point.
so I guess they went to a Starbucks somewhere and did an exit poll. This is you know what this is? Okay, it had it worked. It worked because it pissed me off. I was content to sit here and eat wings and stuff my face with pizza until I saw that and I went, nope, not gonna do that. Can't stand on the sidelines. Wouldn't be prudent. This is, you know what, this is just fodder. This is panem et circenses. This is bread and circuses. This means absolutely nothing. And then I hear you, and then I almost threw something across the room, that the Shapes people are telling her to get prepared, that she's going to be installed. What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is she, a washer?
We've heard of before.
Dishwashers and garbage disposals are installed. Presidents are elected. So...
Well, Mike, this is also the point. These exit polls and that kind of stuff, which I was trying to say, I kind of made a mention before. This is just to fill airtime. This is literally the 7-hour, pre-show of the Super Bowl where they're talking about every single player's family and their dogs and their cats and everything else just to fill time. And the most important thing for these people in these networks right now is to just keep eyeballs. This is their Black Friday, right? This is their Black Friday. This is everything they need it to be to try and get back in the black. So they're going to try and just keep this going. And of course, they're serving their audience. So you said that was a CNN poll that had that?
Okay. You scroll up in the chat room, you'll see it. There is, what's that guy's name? Not Ed O'Neill.
I see him. Yeah.
Oh gosh, Tom. I can't remember his name. Okay. Feeling about the way things are going in the U.S. Enthusiastic, 7%. Satisfied, 19%. That's 25% of people are going, okay, all right, it's all right. And maybe it's fair to middle him. Satisfied, 43%. I mean, dissatisfied, 43%. Angry, 29%. That's 72% of people are either dissatisfied or angry, according to that poll. You go over and you look at the Fox News poll, and 62% of people are whistling Dixie. I'm sorry, 69% of people are whistling Dixie. Which is it? So you're right. This is just, we have to fill an entire day worth of broadcasting so we can sell ads to get to the actual stupid bowl. And no one's prediction about the stupid bowl is ever correct. No one even gets close. No one gets close to the score. You know, you get the same old ridiculous platitudes. Well, what really has to happen here for the Cowboys to win here is they have to score more touchdowns. I'm like, oh, what a revelation. I never would have come up with that. And then this wench going out there, and I recognize her. She is one of those vagabond OMSNBC liars. They just lie as a matter of course. That's just what they do. Oh, that's who we're going to be installed President Harris, the next president of the United States. Based on what? Based on what? Note, Trump's people are sitting on their powder, right? Keeping their powder dry. Go ahead, go out there and pronounce yourself. You remember in 2004, that's why it's good to have old people like me around to cover these events. In 2004, I remember sitting here, and we were all about to mail it in because the headline of Drudge Report at about 5:30 Tuesday afternoon on that election day was whoever the campaign manager was for John Rambo Kerry. Whoever the campaign manager was for Rambo Kerry basically said, reading exit polls, turned to John Kerry, took his hand out and said, let me be the first to call you Mr. President and say congratulations, Mr. President. Based on an exit, this was based on exit polls. Of course, you know who won, right?
Yeah. I think we all know. We all know who won that one.
So I did see that they are awaiting, or that they have the stage and everything set up at Mar-a-Lago, which is where the real action will be later on tonight. Again, if the goal was to gaslight people like me, it completely succeeded. If it was to get me to, after saying three messages of the rosary, to shout out an expletive in 4 letters, well, it worked. So. So mission accomplished, leftards. I'm a little less holy than I was an hour ago, and I'm not. and I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this and I'm going like, this is such bull. This is such bull. I thought that in the 527 statute, when they redid the election laws, I thought that it was not supposed to be permissible to release exit polls until the polls were closed.
Rules are for suckers.
and the reason is because you don't want to taint Mountain and Pacific time, Central Mountain and Pacific time, voters who haven't gone and voted yet by telling them, well, the exit polls show that the shape is going to win hands down. You're standing in a 2-hour-long line going, well, screw it. What am I doing here, right? I mean, this is complete and total manipulation. None of these polls should be released yet.
Nope.
So I shouldn't be reading them. I'm in violation of my own suggestion. So, we have someone on the line? No. Okay, I thought we had someone on the line. I just had to jump in with this. I'm monitoring like you are whatever is going on out there. There was nothing really to do or say until I think that the polls in Georgia close at 7. And by the way, the RNC has been all over these glitches since early voting started. They have won at least 4 court cases that I'm aware of. They won a court case at the SCOTUS. They won 3 lower court rulings. They won another ruling this morning. So I do not expect that someone in Georgia is not all over whatever it is that happened in that county where they had a bomb threat or whatever, and Brad Raffensperger had to call in the bomb squad and they had to stop the voting or whatever. They're either going to voluntarily reopen that polling place for however many hours it's down, or the RNC is going to say, well, we're going to get it. We know who the judges are. They're on call. I'm going to slap an injunction on you. We're going to make you keep it open. So I don't think that this is not 2020, Richard. We talked about this. We've been talking about this with Don from the Bronx and with Mahgdalen Rose and other people that have been calling into the shows. This is not 2020. The RNC is not flat-footed. There is no milk of human kindness being extended to the enemy party. It is suspect that they are going to lie and to cheat and to break every law that has ever been passed to regulate this stuff, and be prepared for it. They already have the lawsuits are already, they've already game planned out whatever it is that they can be done in whatever state, and the counter lawsuits are already written. All you got to do is change the pronouns, right? The proper nouns.
Correct. I mean, even Laura Trump yesterday, she confirmed that the RNC has 230,000 poll observers and 500 attorneys in every battleground state.
Right.
Ready to do, as you said, challenge and make sure these shenanigans are not allowed to stand.
So nobody should just enjoy the evening, hang out with Richard, and I'll pop in from time to time. The only thing that is going to matter is when we get Florida polls closed and we start getting Eastern time zone Florida polls, because Florida is a rare bird. About 40 to 50% of the state closes Eastern time.
Yeah.
The rest of the state is in Central Time. Like you have all of your Panhandle counties. Well, that's where Fort Walton is. That's where Eglin Air Force Base is. That's where Pensacola Naval Air Station is. You have several military installations there.
Isn't that Matt Gaetz's area?
That's where Matt Gaetz is. Yeah, that area is crimson red. So you won't get those for another hour. So you'll start to get East Coast. And, of course, we'll be looking at Duval County. We'll be looking at Dade County. Dade County is Miami-Dade is supposed to go for Trump. The mayor of Miami-Dade has endorsed Trump. That would be the first time Miami-Dade goes to a Republican since 1984, since Reagan won it. So the first results that we're going to get that are going to tell us anything are going to be in Florida. And I think they close at 7 Eastern. So then that would be 6 Central. We'll get our first results. And that's when we can start chewing some numbers. Other than that, this is all conjecture BS. And as you said, this is the warm-up to the stupid bowl. And you're just trying to kill airtime.
Yes, sir. And so speaking of that, speaking of slaughtering some airtime, let's actually talk about one of the issues that Kamala Harris is actually decent on, and that's abortion. We talked about it a little bit in the previous segment leading up to this. And I bet a lot of people didn't know because we were focusing on Trump and focusing on the abortion ban at state level, or I'm sorry, at the federal level. Should we reintroduce one, or should we do this, that, and the other thing? And the fact of the matter is there's 10 states today that are voting on abortion some way or another. And I think we as Catholics and Christians and people who value life at conception should really be taking a look at this, because the fact of the matter is this is what we've argued for. I know some of us, haven't, and some of us believe there should be a national abortion ban. Some of us shouldn't, there shouldn't be. But the fact is, right now it's at the state level. You've got Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New York, and South Dakota are all coming back in. And so the ones that want to expand the access to killing babies are Arizona, Florida, Missouri, and South Dakota. And we all know about Florida because Trump made a big deal when he said, think we're going to vote for it. I don't know. And that's when you had that area where Catholics were like, well, time not to vote for him. And we need to make sure that pro-lifers have a seat at the table and all these things that I agree with, right? I agree with all of that. But at the same time, the reaction by the Pro-Life Inc., well, it was good because Trump did backtrack and he did say that he voted against Amendment 4 in Florida. And I don't see, when you look at the states, out of these 10 states where abortion is on the ballot, one way, shape, or form, I think Florida is a pretty safe bet to protect babies. I think Florida is going to overwhelmingly vote against expanding abortion access, their Amendment 4. Arizona, I don't know. It depends. We'll see on if people even care about it. People only knew about Florida because Trump talked about it. I don't even think most of your conservatives know that there's something on the ballot, and that's Pro-Life Inc.'s fault, which I am not a big fan of Pro-Life Inc. I think they've dropped the ball on a lot of these things, especially now. And so it's definitely something that would be interesting to see. It looks like, amazingly enough, I don't know if you guys can see this over in at HQ, but we have a $10 super chat from Andrew Smith. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Have some water, bud. Congratulations. But enjoy the pretzels. What kind of pretzels are they? I love pretzels. Anyway, but thank you for the $10 super chat. And that's ironically enough, that's our first super chat on the live stream. So if you'd like to super chat, please feel free to do so as well. But yes, I think 4 will that's our first super chat. Somebody's talking about pretzels. That's cool, man. I like you like the big ones. I like those too. Anyway, you got me thinking about food. Stop. So you have Florida, which I think will be fine. Arizona, I don't know. Missouri, I don't know. Now, the ones that expand abortion access on paper, they should all overwhelmingly be voted against. They should all overwhelmingly lose. They should absolutely lose. They should get the doors blown off of them. Missouri and South Dakota, if you guys don't pull the lever and defend the lives of the unborn, it's going to be something that I don't know what to tell you. That's an absolute loss on pro-life and on Pro-Life Inc. and all the people that work there. And I know there's a lot of good people that work for Pro-Life Inc., but they're too focused on the federal, while we have 10 states right now. And I don't even know if you were in any of the states that voted for it, if you were in Missouri, let me know. If you were in South Dakota, let me know. Florida, obviously, we have a huge Florida population. I'm pretty sure everybody that in our chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat, anybody, I know y'all voted against it there. Arizonans, if we have any Arizonans, did you guys vote against it? Did you? And the second question is, did you even know about it? Because I guarantee you, most people don't even know. Most people don't even know that they had some kind of abortion measure on the ballot. And this is the thing that is kind of nerve-wracking when you think about voting, because I guarantee you the left highlighted it in every single one of those states. Even if they didn't like Kamala Harris, they still went to the polls and they still voted to murder children or to expand whatever the case may be. So Scott Resnick said he's not optimistic about Missouri's infanticide amendment. I don't like that. That's not great. Let's see. The only state that does, when you look at it, the actual numbers in regards to it, Arizona, Missouri, and South Dakota only need 50%. So you're looking at 50% of the people that actually even know that it's there. That does not look like a good night for the unborn. We're going to celebrate if Trump wins. Obviously, that's a great thing because it keeps Kamala out. But how many people didn't take the extra time to vote on these things? I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm being harsh on y'all, but that's one of those as well. Don't forget Montana. No, I'm going to get to Montana. I'm just talking about the ones that are expanding abortion access right now. There's only 4 of them. There's another 6 that I'm going to get to in a second here on the Crusade Radio Network. Rick Barrett of the Barrett Brief, usually on the weekends, can be on the weekday. It can be whenever you want. And fill in host for Mike Church here on the Crusade Radio Network, live talk radio, the way it should be. We're talking about abortion on the ballot and the fact that everybody's been arguing about it at the federal level, even though we don't need to vote. We don't need to argue about it at the federal level. Oh, we should vote for Trump for this. Oh, we need this, that, and the other thing. I can't believe this. Meanwhile, the left has assembled and made sure that they're going to get their vote out, even if they hate Kamala. Even if they hate Kamala, which I guarantee you most of them probably do, they're probably going to go and pinch their nose and vote for her and then vote for it. We have somebody on our YouTube chat, Miss Hart or Miss Maria. She said she voted against the proposal for Colorado. And so, hey, you did your part. Thank you for getting out there and at least voting for that, voting and making your voice known. And unfortunately, did the church, right? The church was hamstrung. Did they get involved in these states? I don't know. Probably not. But that's a whole different story for another time that I can get into. Let's go to maintaining abortion access. So the first 4 states we just talked about was expanding it. Arizona, Florida, Missouri, and South Dakota all have something on the ballot tonight to expand abortion access. When I say abortion, I mean the murdering of children in the womb by their mothers who are too promiscuous. Sorry if I have to say it like that, but that's just the case, right? Women who should be the defenders of their womb are like, whatever, we're just going to slaughter babies in it. So this is maintaining abortion access, maintaining the right to murder children. Colorado, Maryland, Montana, Nevada, and New York. I'm not feeling too positive on Colorado, despite the fact that we have somebody in our YouTube chat room that said, they voted against it. I'm very happy that you did. But at the same time, I don't really feel too optimistic about the one in Colorado being voted down. Colorado needs 55% in order for theirs to actually happen. So Colorado enshrine abortion right in the state constitution. That's how serious they're playing for keeps, folks. They're not doing laws. They're putting it in the state constitution. They're going to put it in the state constitution, and then that thing's going to be there until you vote it down. And so the voter approval of the amendment would clear the way for the state to potentially cover abortions under Medicaid and some state employees' health insurance plans. That's Colorado, and the 55% in order for that to start, in order for that to get in there. And so, thank you, Mr. Sanders, for donating $10 to the Crusade Radio Network's October crowdfunding. Thank you very much. Mr. Sanders, appreciate it. So yes, that's Colorado. Hopefully, we can all pray that it does, but I don't know too much about that. The next one is Maryland. What is Maryland looking to do? Maryland, the Right to Reproductive Freedom Initiative would enshrine abortion as a right in the state's constitution. See, we talk about it. We talk about we're supposed to be smart enough. Oh, we're the constitutionalists. Oh, we're blah, 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 blah. States' rights, right? We talk about states' rights. Who is the group out of the two of us, the right and the left, who is actually using the states' rights argument? It's the left. Oh, you want to ban at the federal level? Fine. We're going to go and we're going to put it in the state constitution. The initiative would protect access to murdering children, reproductive health care, quote unquote, including the choice to continue or end one's own pregnancy, which is a stupid statement because you're not ending your own pregnancy. You're ending the life of a baby. But I continue. So that's Maryland, and Maryland has 50%. It's question 1. Now, of course, at this point, pretty much everybody we're talking about has already voted, so it doesn't really matter. Montana, the only supposed red state we're looking at, right? So from a basic perspective, you'd think, okay, maybe we have a chance in Montana to protect the lives of babies, right? Maybe we have a chance to protect them. In Montana, the Right to Abortion Initiative would amend the state constitution to protect the right to make decision about one's own pregnancy, murdering your baby, through fetal viability or when needed to protect the pregnancy patient's life or health as determined by a doctor. Montana's vote won't change current access to the right to murder babies, but it could protect against future attempts to restrict it by Republicans. Not great. Did I miss Nevada? No, did I miss? I think I missed one. But anyway, Nevada. We have Nevada. Nevada Right to Abortion Initiative would establish in the state's constitution a fundamental right. Guys, what do we see? They're all in the state constitution. They're all going right after the state constitution, and they are enshrining it. They are enshrining it in their state constitution. They're taking the playbook that we supposedly use, and they're using it against us. And most people have been too busy, and I get it, Trump, easy to get behind Trump, hard to actually get invested in your state constitution, harder to get invested in the fact that, hey, these children, these babies who have been conceived through whatever, either through the proper way, which is within a marriage, or some Saturday night hookup after Nebraska beats, Colorado, whatever the case may be, they're all babies that deserve to live. And yeah, we talk a big game. Sorry, we're going to have to get a little uncomfortable here for a second. We all talk a big game, but do you know when it's in your state? Do you know what's at stake? Do you know what's at stake as far as those constitutions? And the only thing that Kamala Harris has been good at, and the only thing the left has at this point, because they can't run on the economy, and they can't run on immigration, and they can't run on anything else, and they can't run on foreign policy, they run on murdering babies. And what have we done? Jack squat. We have done nothing to do this. We don't know how to adapt. We are essentially, we got cement shoes in a boxing match, and we're getting pillared we are just getting absolutely smacked around here because we have not been able to change the actual message. We're too busy like, well, what if we get an abortion ban, a national one? Nope, that's not the answer. The answer is to actually get your town motivated, get your state, your city motivated. Encourage a culture of life, which we've not been able to do. And so we have these 10. I'm going to give you I won't call the presidential election, even though I've been saying a thing or two. Arizona, it's going to pass. They're going to allow it. Florida, it's not going to pass. Missouri, I'm going to say it's not going to pass. South Dakota, it's going to pass. Sorry, I don't think enough people know. I hope I'm wrong on all these. Colorado, it's going to pass. Maryland's going to pass. Montana, I'll try to be a little bit optimistic. Won't pass there. Nevada will pass. New York will pass. Nebraska will pass. There's 2 in Nebraska because Nebraska's got this weird thing where they got 2. One measure on the ballot would enshrine the right to abortion in the state's constitution up to the point of viability, while the other measure would preserve the state's current 12-week ban. So who knows how that's going to go? Because, Nebraska apparently is bipolar in all of the ways that it does things. But that is the critical issue. Somebody's saying in the chat room, the problem is not 100% ours. Our society is based on death. Thus, it's disordered, and fixing that disorder is beyond the act of men. Incorrect. You're waving the white flag. Love you. Thank you for the mention in the chat room. But how are you going to stand and say, hey, it was beyond my hands? Sorry. We can't fight until we're not here, man. You can't give that up. But I appreciate it. I appreciate your comment, and there is bits of truth in it. I just won't give up the fight. Anyway, that's one topic here. We're going to come back in the next segment of the program, look at some exit polling, try to figure out what's going on here. Is there any new shenanigans that are happening? What's going on here on the CRUSADE Radio Network's 2024 coverage of the presidential election, live talk radio, the way it should be.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary, stickers, lapel pins, stuff from bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude.
Silver and gold.
In these turbulent times, buying silver and gold is such a no-brainer that even snowmen know they should do it. Now, all precious metal dealers claim to be the best, but only one can claim they are endorsed by the King Dude, and that's Miles Franklin. My friend Andy Scheckman's a regular guest on my show and a regular genius when it comes to silver and gold, and I trust him with my silver and gold purchases, and so should you. So email Miles Franklin today for your exclusive Mike Church Show discount price list. info@milesfranklin.com. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now I use Learny and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's Learny.
The best 1-2 punch in all of talk radio. KV Turley's Believe It or Else and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Metal eating meat or rubber eating the road. One of those things. Make like a tree and get out. So my name is Rick Barrett. I am a fill-in host for Mike Church. And every once in a while, I have a show called The Barrett Brief here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, live talk radio, the way it should be. I'm also the author of the book behind me, The Armed Catholic, The Catholic Case for Guns and Self-Defense, which you can find at shop.mikechurch.com. It's actually one of the only places that has physical copies, shop.mikechurch.com. Check it out today, and let me know what you think.
And Rick, if I could jump in here real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let me pop something up on the screen here from Elon Musk. Can't make it much any bigger than it is. What about a little while ago? The cavalry has arrived. Men are voting in record numbers. they now realize everything is at stake. And it's got 28.7 million views. And then I thought that this was interesting. Did you see this one? Squirrels for Trump. Do you see that?
Yes, I have. Peanut will be avenged.
Peanut is being avenged, Richard, as we speak. So this little guy here, they little squirrels for Trump right there, and they little basket or whatever out of nuts or whatever's in there, and then a squirrel just happened up, and he just happened to catch the video of it. So I think he's going to capture the peanut vote, obviously, and yeah, which is a very important vote. And then there was this, regardless of what you think about Benny Johnson, Benny Johnson is out today, and
while I was voting, I had two women in front of me, two women behind me. They were single. They were college age.
Hang on a second. Some idiot named Mike Church is playing it on another screen there. Okay. I don't know who that dumbass is.
The only demographic that presumably would show up for Kamala Harris on Election Day. Now, I struck up a conversation with them, and in the course of that conversation, they asked me who I was voting for. And I said, I'm going to vote for safer country, lower gas prices, cheaper groceries, lower taxes, for a better future for my kids. America first. And they were all like, America first. I was like, so say what now? Every single one of them, all four of the young, single, college-aged women were voting for Trump. Inside of Tampa, which is a metropolitan, suburbanite, like blue area. Now, this is remarkable to me because this is the only demographic that could possibly push Kamala Harris over the edge. Urban vote is down catastrophically. Minority vote for Kamala Harris, down catastrophically. There are no good data indicators for Kamala Harris. The only thing keeping them alive right now would be the suburban white woman vote, right? And yet, the ones that I spoke with were like, secretly we're voting for Trump. Yeah. And that, like, clicked for me. I was like, wait a second. There are all these ads out about how women, you can secretly vote for Kamala, right? You don't have to do what your husband tells you to do. You don't have to do what your boyfriend tells you to do, right? You secretly sneak in there and vote for Kamala. It's actually the opposite. It's that women are voting
I'm going to pause this right here. Pressure. I think it was Rogan that made the point the other day with Trump that if you're punk rock now, Richard, you're Trump.
Yeah.
No, it was was it Vivek? Was it Vivek to Rogan? I thought it was when Rogan was on with Trump.
Trump was with Rogan.
Yeah, and Trump Rogan told it to Trump. He goes like, back in the day, if you were a punk rocker, you were a rebel. If you were a rebel, you were a punk rocker. You were anti the man, right? You were anti-establishment. And today, anti-establishment means, anti-Biden regime, anti-federal regime. That means you're pro-MAGA, basically. Anti-establishment means that the guy is a felon. He's a gangsta freaking rapper with blonde hair, right? He's Vanilla Ice with a lot more money. So Trump is a bad guy. When he got shot by that nutcase in Butler, Don Jr. called him. I'm sure you remember us talking about it. That, when Don Jr. called him, he goes, "Hey, Dad, are you okay?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm fine. They couldn't lay a bullet glove on me. It just grazed me." And Don Jr., I remember him saying this. I don't think I'll ever forget this. You know what? You're my hero. You're the biggest badass I've ever known in my entire life. Right now, Richard, has there been one single day since Biden was cooed out where the shape, if you're a new listener, that's what I call Kamala Harris. She's she's the evil shape from the movie Halloween. She is such evil personified. Has there been one day that you can recall that the shape owned the internet?
I would say the day that she was installed into the campaign.
Okay.
And possibly the day after the convention, because those are the only 2 days that there was really a concentrated way to bump her numbers. Now, they weren't sustainable. And there was this fake, and I don't know, because I was doing the weekend edition at that point, where the polling had her up way up, and the gambling markets were. but that was just the honeymoon phase. But no, there hasn't been, to answer your question, there has not been sustained momentum, which is why her campaign has tried 4 or 5 different things. The Vibes campaign, the prosecutor thing.
Right.
She's, so no, she has not had dominance on the internet where it is grassroots, as opposed to Trump, where everything is grassroots with him.
And when it matters the most in the last 2 weeks of your campaign, Trump has owned the internet every day. The only day it's possible that she was going to own the internet, she was stabbed in the back by Biden. I mean, Biden goes out and does his true and dash up in the pressure. You're a bunch of, all I see is a bunch of garbage floating around here. She was supposed to own the internet that night with her stupid closing, or the ridiculous closing argument, which was just a stringing together again. There's like 8 hoax lies that she tells about Trump. I thought it was very refreshing that Elon and Rogan talked about this. And I'm no Rogan fan, but I have to tell you, Rogan has done his country a great service. They don't follow me anymore. Maybe back in the day they might have listened to me on Sirius XM. Listen to this guy now. And I will take the fact that 14, 15 million young men saw Rogan interview Donald Trump and said, this guy actually can hang. He's pretty cool. And he hung out with, the baddest radio guy on air in the world. He's freaking Howard Stern, Rush Limbaugh now, Rogan. Trump hung out with him for 3 hours. Vance hung out with him for 3 hours and got a bunch of great sound bites out of that. And then yesterday, Elon goes and hangs out with him. And Elon is so convincing that Rogan goes, okay, man, I'm just going to endorse Trump. It's the right thing to do. So, if you're a tatted up mixed martial arts guy, or whatever that league is that Dana White runs, you're a young. What's that?
UFC. If
you're one of those young guys, and maybe you don't dig the music, you can't stand Taylor Swift, right? I don't know who can stand Taylor Swift, but you can't stand Taylor Swift and what have you here. You're now a Trump rebel. Have you ever been to a bar where they have the mugshot of Frank Sinatra hanging in the bathroom?
I've been there.
Okay.
I've been to one, yeah.
So I brought you to one, actually. I can tell you where you saw it at. It was at the Rusty Pelican in Mandeville. We went there for lunch in Jersey. And in the Rusty Pelican, they have a mugshot. They don't tell you who it is. And for first a couple times I saw it, I wondered, what the hell is that? Then I saw someone post it and went, oh, that's old Blue Eyes. That's Sinatra. Yep. Trump's mugshot is the #1 selling mugshot of all time. And it's not because leftards are making dartboards out of it. It's because people like Justin have one that he brought here, wanted me to hang up on the wall, going like, Trump mugshot sign. Let's hang it up. Get up from your chair for a second, Justin. Hey, let me show it to you. Audience, let me show you. I'm not BSing. I actually have it right here. We're going to be showing it to you later tonight. So there you have the, maybe I should just, Mr. President, what do you think about today? Well, Mike, I tell you, I think we're gonna do really good. I really do. We ran a great campaign. It was a great campaign. It was really great. And we, I could sit here and have a conversation, I think, with Trump. But this is an awesome, and there's a gold Sharpie right there. It's signed. It's the #1 selling mugshot. Who thinks about that? Remember when we was little children, Justin? #1 selling poster? Well, of course, I'm older than you. My old friends are out there listening. You might have had a Farrah Fawcett poster hanging up on your wall. You might have had a Kelly LeBrock around the time of Weird Science. You might have had a Kelly LeBrock poster hanging up. Cool kids now have Trump mugshot hanging up on their walls.
The #1 mugshot probably back in your day would have been the Blues Brothers.
There would have been the Blues Brothers, exactly. We're on a mission from God. It's midnight. We're on the run outside of Detroit. We're driving an old Cadillac, and we're on a mission from God. It would have been, absolutely. And the point that I'm making is there's only one story that's being told this election, Richard, and audience, and it's President Trump's story. But his story is the story of America. It's the story of going down into the fry pit at McDonald's and cheerfully Not like he didn't even grudgingly do it. Like, I got stuck doing this. What idiot in my campaign conned me into doing that? You know what I'm saying, Richard? It was like there's a genuine joy about it. Oh, okay. Well, I love McDonald's. Hell yeah, I'd like to learn how to make the fries. You can't teach that, but that's part of a story. He owned the internet for 3 days with that. And then the garbage truck was just the most brilliant dream. You think, Richard, you're a New England guy, right? So you know this story. Think Michael Dukakis going down Common Avenue in Boston in that tank. Remember?
I do.
Think Michael Dukakis in the tank, thinking that, I got to prove that I'm a rough and tough guy, and I'm a military guy, and I can do this, and I'm going to beat, and I can beat Bush. And of course, it was so fake, and it was just so over the top fake that and his wife Kitty drinking nail polisher or nail polish remover because they had to lock her up in a hotel room because she was a sloshy drunk. These are the kind of campaign moments here. Well, Trump's moment was the exact opposite. It was the triumph of hopping in to the garbage truck, right?
Yep.
And now everyone, for Halloween, kids in my neighborhood were running around in orange safety vests. That would, they only had a couple of days to get them. So there is a story that's being told here, and it's not her story. It's his story. And just to look at the coalition that the guy has assembled, that is, people think that that's like easy to do. To build a political coalition like that, I mean, you basically made the other side, RFK Jr., you made RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan fold their freaking tents and made a deal. The guy who wrote, Richard, you and I have been talking about this for 6 years, bro. Made the guy that wrote The Art of the Deal, made a freaking deal to basically bring into his campaign who really was his biggest intellectual competitor, and then make him into a campaigner for him. That doesn't happen. So I just thought I would jump in with a couple of those thoughts there. And thank you for sitting in. And now I'm going to go back to hanging out, listening to you, and save what little voice I have left for 6 p.m. Coming up in about 45 minutes, Mike Parrott will join us. Don from the Bronx will join us. Richard, Mahgdalen Rose, who's been sensational this campaign season, will join us. And you never know when a guest might stop by. Back to you, Richard. Thank you very much.
Of course. So just to give you guys some numbers, too, on how Rogan has helped without really, he endorsed him last night. Trump's interview with Rogan on YouTube is 45 million people. JD Vance's interview with Rogan is 14 million people. And Elon Musk's interview, which was just 1 day old, is 9.9 million views. And so the amount of influence and the amount of that people have been able to see the Trump campaign from 3 different perspectives has been absolutely huge. Now, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's going on. We have 2 places that have closed already. Some smaller places in Indiana and Kentucky have officially closed their polls. Then we're going to start seeing some other places, Georgia, that are actually going to start closing as well. So we're gonna start seeing that kind of stuff. As far as updates from the campaign, we have something out of Wisconsin. Milwaukee says it's going to retabulate 30,000 absentee ballots out of an abundance of caution, obviously, because you can't be too cautious when you're trying to steal the election from them. And so what else from CNN? We have, here's what to know from some of the big swing states. Michigan has already seen record voter turnout. Secretary of State says at least 3.3 million people have already voted, putting the state on track to match and possibly surpass the state's highest election turnout from 2020 with 5.5. In Georgia, it's seen 700,000 people vote as of Tuesday afternoon, and turnout could exceed 5.15 million if the current trends hold up, said Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Just under 4 million people cast their ballots in the 2020 election. In Arizona, Apache County encountered faulty voting machines, and some were turned away before they could cast their ballots on election day. with voting issues. It's the worst they've ever seen, said the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Assistant Attorney General Kathleen Blazowski. Some voters in Apache County encountered wait times of over 2 hours because of the difficulties. In Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro predicted Tuesday that counting the vote won't take nearly as long as it did in 2020 when the counting the Keystone State stretched through Saturday. Lancaster County election workers have finished opening and scanning over 50% of the roughly 64,000 mail-in ballots returned. So we're seeing that, and don't count out the fact that Shapiro may be a little bit sour, or maybe he's thankful that Kamala didn't pick him as his vice presidential candidate. So I don't think he's really too worried. And remember, we talked about the bomb threat at the Georgia polling place. It looks like that the hours have been extended at the Georgia Fulton County. So the extension range from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, depending on where you live. So that was rectified in that area. So that's a little bit of the update there. Let's see, what else do we have? We already have Milwaukee's recounting absentee ballots. Let's see. Judge declines to extend. This is from the Associated Press. Judge declines to extend voting hours in Louisville. It's not Louisville, it's Louisville. After morning delay, a judge has declined to grant 2-hour extension of voting hours in Kentucky's most populous county after problems with the electronic poll books led to delays at some precincts. That only helps Trump, because Louisville is going to be one of the few Democratic strongholds that they would have. So it's interesting to see that the judge is like, yeah, too bad, you're done. Don't worry about it. But we have Indiana, in Kentucky. So this just popped up from the Associated Press. Don't really take nothing more than a grain of salt from that. But in Indiana, you have the votes being counted already. Trump's leading 71% with 55,000 votes in different counties. And in Kentucky as well, Trump currently leads all counties that are reporting in the state that their polls have officially closed. So as of right now, those we know in Kentucky and we know in Indiana that Trump is going to be fine in those places. Everybody's kind of looking at Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and of course in Arizona as well. I don't think anybody's really worried about Georgia because the tack was a little different this time in Georgia. Trump didn't tell them to wait until the end. You have record voter turnout. You have depressed voter turnout in urban areas. So we'll see how that goes. So we'll see. Georgia is, when you look at maps like 270 to win, they already have it in the red. You can't even fill it in. Same with North Carolina. I don't think North Carolina is much of a swing state as some people think that it's going to be. The only reason they call it a swing state is because they got a Democratic governor. The state's pretty red, but I'd like to see the current the lieutenant governor actually get the spot. I think it's Mark Robinson. I think he's going to be able to shake off the last minute allegations that were thrown against him. So we're seeing some stuff start to come in. Nothing really to go. Apache County is going to be big in Arizona because we don't know how. Of course, I don't know how much of Apache County is really the deal. Everybody really cares about Maricopa when we're talking about voting totals and voting records in Arizona. That's the one everybody cares about because that's the one that always seems to have the shenanigans that take place when it comes up. So let's see here. This is from CNN. Trump plans to seize on any mishaps as ballots are being counted. The former president is claiming there are reports of massive voter fraud in Philadelphia, though officials say they do not know what he's talking about. What a shock. They don't know what he's talking about. And so it's going to be interesting. 11 minutes ago from CNN, about 10 Georgia polling sites will stay open. We already talked about that. So that has been rectified. So right now we're kind of in the preemptive stages before we actually get to it. Yes, we have some smaller places reporting, but nothing to really hang your hat on as far as that. Pike County, Indiana. This is from Eric Daughtry on X. Early vote, Trump 74, Harris 25. Final. Let's see. Pike County. It's very, very looks like it is moving in the direction Let's see. Results coming in from Kentucky and Indiana. States like Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina will all have varying leaders. So you're going to have to wait until the end. I don't know why people even care about Oregon. Oregon's going to go blue. I guess, I don't know. Let me know what you think on YouTube or in the Crusader Stadium chat room. Does Trump have a chance at the popular vote? I know people, I don't sound like, so Jay Green says, I don't sound like a damn Yankee. Well, thank you. My parents made sure I didn't have a wicked Rhode Island accent, but if I get around other Rhode Islanders, it comes back pretty bad. But thank you anyway. So does Trump have a chance at the popular vote? That's really, that question is kind of shifted from um, Trump win, which I think people are acknowledging that Trump does have a very good chance at winning the Electoral College, which I think we all hope as well, to can Trump get enough people in blue states, Rhode Island, Oregon, Washington, New York. New York is very important because people talk about Trump winning New York. I don't know if he's gonna, I think he can cut the deficit down. And I think any cutting down of the deficit in any of these blue states, for example, if Trump wins a state by 20, I'm sorry, if Biden won a state by plus 15, can Trump cut that down from 15 to 7? And can that 7 go to the popular vote for Trump? We know, as people who actually understand how the process is supposed to work, that the popular vote doesn't matter. But culturally, could this be a big deal? I think it could. I think culturally it could be a very big deal if the popular vote is even closer than it was in 2020. Because that's the thing that the left always hangs on to. Well, Trump didn't win the popular vote. First of all, it doesn't matter if he doesn't win the popular vote. But secondly, it could be an interesting shift if Trump does get, I'm not even saying winning. I'm saying close enough. I'm saying within even a million. Because even if it's close to within a million, you're going to see a huge shift in the way that this is being taken into account. So we're really starting to wait to see how this is going. Now, of course, Trump seems to be starting, which I think is a good thing. He's starting to highlight Philadelphia, because we just have this in from the Associated Press 6 seconds ago. Philadelphia DA contests Trump's claim of massive cheating in city. By Mark Levy. Ahead of the poll closures in Pennsylvania, Trump said on his social media platform that there was talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. He did not provide details, whatever. Election day voting had proceeded relatively smoothly across Pennsylvania. That's a lie. If you've been following Scott Pressler, the kid's been all over the state because there's been massive voting issues in different places. The Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner, who I'm pretty sure is a raging liberal, issued a statement responding to Trump's post saying that the only suggestion of cheating was coming from the Republican presidential nominee. I say it's good. I say highlight it as soon as possible to get these people on their heels. I do think the state that I want to look at, the numbers I want to look at is Virginia. I know people look at me like I got 9 heads when I say I think Virginia is in play, but there was, and this is anecdotal at best, because that's all we're dealing with is anecdotal evidence. There was a reporter that was asking people, who are you voting for? And they would say Trump. And then the reporter said, hey, can we put you on air to tell you that? And they were, no. I live in Virginia. I live in, a place where a lot of my friends are blue. And if they see me on air supporting Trump, I'm going to lose my job or I'm going to blah, 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 blah. So no, we are not. I'll tell you I'm voting for Trump, but anonymously. Do not tell anybody that I'm voting for him. And so I think that the silent Trump vote in places like Virginia could be huge. And I think if Virginia flips, it's over. The left won't have, there will be no way for them to win. If he is able to flip Virginia red, if you reset the map, right now that's the Trump gets Georgia, Trump gets North Carolina. I think those aren't swing states. Let's say he gets Nevada and he gets Virginia. That's 281. It's over. You don't have to worry about the blue wall. Would I like the blue wall? Absolutely, because it would be great to see a crushing victory. But if Virginia is even close, and I don't think they're paying attention enough in Virginia because of that executive order that was given by Youngkin for paper ballots and chain of custody. As soon as that happened, I said, Virginia's in play. People need to watch out. And everybody, well, no, Virginia, you never know, man. Youngkin has got a lot of inroads with those soccer moms that pushed him over the edge back in 2021, I think is when he won. And so you don't know what that may be for them in that regard. So I think Virginia is going to be a bellwether more than anything else, because Virginia's number should come in pretty quick because nobody's paying attention to it. If Virginia comes in and it looks like Virginia is going to go red, you'll see a cascade effect in regard. But anyway, we're going to finish up our last segment here on the Crusade Radio Network's live coverage of the 2024 election, live talk radio, the way it should be.
Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Roo Guru have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Take a break from the outrage porn on most social media and join the laid-back live talk and chat room radio that is the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Weekdays, 11 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
A fill-in host here on the CRUSADE Radio Network from time to time. And every once in a while, I like to pop up a show called The Barrett Brief, and, it's there too. But I am here filling in for Mike Church while he gets a much-needed break. He'll be back on in about a half hour with Mike Parrott and Mahgdalen Rose as we continue our live coverage of the 2024 presidential election, giving you the coverage that nobody else can give you and talking about the topics in a way that nobody else is talking about. So what we are going to be doing in this last segment of the program before I go get some dinner, and I'll be back probably around 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we have some live updates coming here from CNN.com. What we know about the pace of counting across this union so far. Here's a look at the pace of counting. In North Carolina, you have 2 precincts. Burke County is the state's western region. And the one in Wilson County, east of Raleigh, will now close at 8 p.m., which will be Eastern, which will be 7 p.m. Central. That's an extra half hour of voting. Those two precincts were temporarily unavailable to voters earlier after technical glitches. In Georgia, 2 election precincts, which we've already talked about, due to receive that, those are open as well. Pennsylvania, we already know that we talked about in the last segment of the program, but if you're just joining us, Governor Josh Shapiro, who was very boisterous in 2020 about how Trump will not win Pennsylvania, hasn't really said anything like that now, but he's predicted Tuesday that the counting of the vote is not going to take as long as it did in 2020. He says that election workers in Lancaster County have already finished opening and scanning over 50% of the roughly 64,000 mail-in return requests in the mid-afternoon. All mail-in ballots should be counted by midnight. Michigan, Detroit has indicated it will complete counting votes by Tuesday at midnight, and state officials will have a better update around 9 p.m. Eastern, the Secretary of State has said. So no matter what anybody else has said, the Secretary of State, as of right now, says that they will be done by midnight, which will be 11 p.m. Central Time. Wisconsin, of course, Milwaukee has to be Milwaukee, indicated that they are going to retabulate about 30,000 absentee ballots out of an abundance of caution, which is an abundance of caution to make sure that Trump doesn't win the state. I don't think that's really going to matter. I think there's going to be, hopefully, overwhelmingly enough other votes from other counties. And this is why the Republicans did at least a decent job at this point trying to get people out to vote. Like, it doesn't matter. Go vote. Go vote in your rural area. If there's 5 people in your town, all 5 people vote. Because hopefully, if there's enough votes on those outside edges, that will maybe negate the shenanigans that'll take place in these bigger districts. And then finally, in Arizona, Maricopa County, our favorite county in these United States, which is home to the majority of the critical states voters, will release their first 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern, which was like, 8 p.m. our time? I don't know. It's people out in the West Coast. Arizona is the only one that doesn't do daylight savings time, which, by the way, is we need to enshrine the current time zone into effect because I want that extra hour of sleep. And if you disagree with me, you're obviously wrong. And according to the official count, that count will only encompass votes through October 29th. The official initial estimate for the first drop would comprise ballots through at least November 1st. See, they're even just confusing the heck out of me now. But that's what we're looking at as far as the pace of counting votes in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. It sounds like there's a little bit of shenanigans that are taking place already. And now we are starting to see that, there's some states, Pennsylvania, which is what everybody is thinking is the most important one, says there shouldn't be as many shenanigans that are taking place. Trump is obviously focusing on Philadelphia because, there were initial reports that, or their initial numbers, and they're only based on estimates and, based on ballots and whatever the case may be, that Hillary, I keep calling her Hillary, but I mean, she's essentially a Hillary clone, a clone, which is always worse than the first one. Kamala, whatever you want to call her, needs at least 700,000 votes in Philadelphia to win the state of Pennsylvania. So you can see why Trump is starting to concentrate his criticisms on Philadelphia. And I can guarantee you, as soon as things are starting to calm down across the state, Scott Pressler and his group, his organization, are going to be focusing on Philadelphia right now. From what I've been following with Scott Pressler, his whole thing has been trying to get like the Amish in Pennsylvania to vote, and like hunters to vote in Pennsylvania, trying to get people out that usually don't vote. That's been their big thing, is trying to get people who have not been traditionally voting to get out and actually vote. See, this is why exit polls are terrible, and you can use a whiteboard, right, whatever your face is. Slightly more voters hold positive view of Harris than Trump. Okay, we're not electing a monarch here. We're not electing anybody that, I'm not electing somebody that I feel good about. I'm electing somebody that'll scare my enemies to death. Yeah, somebody in our chat room, crusadechannel.com/chat, asked this question: is it true that only 10% of gun owners vote? I don't know if it's 10%, but it is a low it is a low voter turnout group. Trump even said that it was a low voter group. And so there has been a concentrated effort. They call it hashtag or pound gun vote to try and get hunters and gun owners out there to actually vote. Now, I don't think it's 10%, but it is a low number considering how important of an issue it is. And of course, I'll tell you why it's also not as high as some people expect, because there's a lot of people who own guns that don't want to vote for either one of these candidates right now. And it's simply because you try to tell them about Trump and they're like, hey, Trump gave us the bump stock ban. Trump, it is low. I don't think it's 15 or 10%, but it is not above 50%. It is not above 50%, which is why they're trying to concentrate on hunters and stuff like that. And you'll talk to a lot of gunners like, I'm not voting for either one of them because Kamala is obviously a gun grabber, but Trump's no better because he gave us a bump stock ban. So, and I know Trump has tried to court him with the NRA vote, and he's said at least post-assassination attempts that his view on your God-given right to keep and bear arms, that it hasn't changed. So there are people that are trying to convince, like, hey, just get Trump in, and at least Kamala won't. It's kind of like the abortion question too. Abortion and gun control are very similar in that regard, where you have people that are so quote unquote principled that they won't even vote for a candidate, instead of saying, hey, putting Trump there at least stops anything else that happens. So that's interesting to see in that regard as well. So yes, that was a great question. Thank you for that question in the Crusader Stadium at crusadechannel.com/chat. If you have any other questions for me, or if you want to have some questions ready for Mike and Magdalen when they show up, drop them in the Crusader Stadium or drop them in our super chat us on YouTube. We already got a super chat earlier. So if you want to have some questions lined up for our amazing panel that's going to be coming up in about 20 minutes. I mean, I'll be there too, but a little later. But that's how it goes. Let's see. Right now, the big news on AP and CNN is Trump going against the state of Pennsylvania, which is very interesting. This is from the AP. Judge blocks improper hand count at Pennsylvania polling place. A judge in Pennsylvania's Fayette County has blocked a local judge of elections from doing a unilateral hand count of ballots in violation of the state's election code. Washington Township Judge of Election Vincent Manetti expressed his intentions to, quote, remove the ballots from the ballot box and audit or hand count the vote cast for each presidential candidate, unquote, according to an emergency petition from Mary Beth Kudnick, director of the Fayette County Bureau of Elections. Judge Linda Cordato ordered Manette to comply with the state's election law. So there's, Pennsylvania going to be Pennsylvania, no matter what y'all do. Pennsylvania is going to be Pennsylvania on this one. So it's very interesting. And that's why everybody, we're looking at Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan are right, your big ones. Obviously, people are worried about Arizona because of Maricopa County. People are worried about Georgia because Georgia used to be a rock solid addition, but 2020 made it blue. So now until it comes back into red hands, they're going to be a little bit worried about that. North Carolina, the way they call it a purple state is because they have a Democratic governor. The way the state's been going, especially with the current administration's response to the disasters that took place in the western part, those people are lining up. I saw people on X saying, hey, we don't have running water out here in Western North Carolina, but you know what we're doing? We're standing in line. We're standing in line right now because we want to make our voices known. So I don't think it's going to be beneficial to try and look at North Carolina. North Carolina went to Trump in 2016. He barely squeaked by in 2020. So you'd think with the momentum now that he would be fine as far as North Carolina. Not really worried about that. It's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania that are making sure they would be looking at that. So this is kind of funny. Who posted it? Miss Maggie O'Connell posted this in the Crusader Stadium. Joe Biden snubs. He's not going to be hanging out with Kamala at their election headquarters because he's like, I got to go to bed at like 7. I don't really care who wins. Like, Joe Biden doesn't care who wins. And Jill Biden, apparently, the Jezebel, went out in a red outfit to vote. Maybe because she's just finally showing everybody that she's a demon. I don't know. Did I say that out loud? I probably did. But either way, the Bidens they're just so lovely to watch. They give me something to talk about. But this is idea. Let's see. All right. I don't know how new this is. My people listening in Georgia. So this is from CNN 1 minute ago. Voting suspended at 5 locations in Georgia's DeKalb, DEKLB, DeKalb County due to bomb threats. Bomb threats were called into 5 voting locations in Georgia's DeKalb County, as well as 2 other locations that are not polling places, according to the press secretary by the county, which says the police are performing bomb sweeps at these several locations. Out of abundance of caution, we are suspending voting at these polling places until we have cleared from the DeKalb police. Once again, if I'm not saying the county right, it's because I'm stupid, not because I'm trying to make funny. I'm not trying to upset y'all. Said the voter registration and elections executive director, Kesha Smith, which also said the county is going to court for an emergency order to extend the voting hours. So we had one earlier in the day that they cleared, but now we had another bomb threat that was just put out, which has closed down 5 more voting locations to make sure that takes place. So Georgia they're not going to give Georgia up without a fight, and they're going to fight dirty. This is from one minute ago as well. We're starting to get some action here. Let's see. Nope, that's Tuesday afternoon. That was a bomb threat in Arizona, but they connected it to Russia. That was already been reported and debunked. So we're seeing a lot of shenanigans. No pipes are going to burst this time, folks. It just apparently is going to be threats of violence, which is kind of crazy because the left is never known for being a bunch of violent psychos, but I guess they're going to try and do that now in this election process. But as of this moment, the only places we have are Indiana, which Trump has 74% of the vote with less than 1%. And then in Kentucky, estimated 3%. Trump has 48,000 votes to Kamala's 21,000. Also interesting to note that Louisville was not allowed to extend their voting hours because a judge said, tough luck. Who cares? So that would be the one place that Kamala would have a chance to rack up votes, would be in Louisville, right? Urban areas tend to be strongholds for Democrats, but we're seeing a lot of stuff that are taking place right now. You can track that also, and you'll be able to track it for the rest of the night in our Crusader Stadium chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat here on the Crusade Radio Network. My name is Rick Barrett. I am a fill-in host here. I'm also the host of the occasional Barrett Brief every once in a while. Also the author of the book behind me, The Armed Catholic, The Catholic Case for Guns and Self-Defense, which you can find at shop.mikechurch.com, shop.mikechurch.com. Check it out there, among with all the other great things that are in the shop, the Founders Trading Post. So it is interesting to see that the method. Also, it's interesting to see in places like Indiana, Robert F. Kennedy is actually getting votes, which he went out and said, please don't vote for me. Please don't vote for me. Vote for Trump, because we need to, even he was understanding of the importance of it. So, I mean, in some of these places, like Kennedy got in this first batch in Kentucky, 462 votes, and then he got 1,300 in Indiana. So he's getting some votes here and there. It's obviously not big enough to change anything, but he made it known that he didn't want people pulling the lever for him. Or maybe he did in red states. I know at one point he said, if you're in a swing state, you got to vote for Trump. Even if I'm on the ballot, you got to pull the lever for Trump. And now we're starting to see how many people actually, listen to that. By the way, good news. Well, the AP has already called a race. Hope you're all sitting down, because this may be huge news to you. But Thomas Massie has won his race for the Kentucky 4th Congressional District. He was unopposed, but still, congratulations, Congressman Massie. One of the good ones. He even went out on next. He said, the AP already called my race, so good for him. That's great to see. I wish we had 200. I wish 200 Thomas Massies in the House of Representatives, but that's what's going on. Scott Presler is saying, you only have a couple hours left to get in there and vote for Trump. So it's really, we're getting down to the wire. Okay, that bomb threat in DeKalb is recent. It's only 3 minutes ago. So that one is very interesting because we're seeing that shut down right now. We're seeing those polling places being shut down. And we'll see how that impacts. Every vote in Georgia is going to be, every vote for in those counties. I don't know where DeKalb County is. If you're in Georgia, you can tell me where it is, what part of the state. Obviously, it's not in the city, near the city of Atlanta, and that's the only place that will remain open because that's the Democratic stronghold, is Atlanta for the Democratic Party. From the AP, less than half of voters are very confident about ballot counts. This is from the Associated Press. About 4 in 10 voters say they were very confident that their ballot will be accurately counted nationwide, according to AP Votecast. I'm trying to read this, man. Why'd you update? An expansive survey of more than 115,000 voters in the United States. About 3 in 4 voters said they were at least somewhat confident, while nearly 1 in 4 are not very confident at all. Very interesting. Also from the Associated Press, Detroit Police Patrol Convention Center where ballots are being counted. More than a dozen Detroit police officers were milling around during late afternoon inside Huntington Place and an area immediately outside the doors to the massive convention room where the election workers were to count the ballots. So I don't know if that's good or bad. You'll take it from there. And then finally, at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so in about 10 minutes Central time, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia will all close their polls. The big one there, I know people are looking at Georgia. I'm telling you, we need to look at Virginia. I'm saying. I know somebody on YouTube was like, hey, Rick, if they're, oh, wait. Andrew Smith, did you just give it another $10? Nice. Andrew Smith on YouTube, another $10 super chat. He wanted to be the second, or are you a different person? Sorry. Second super chat because Crusade offered to share their beer with me. FY. Okay. I can't read the rest of that. I don't want the street, but thank you for your second super chat. I appreciate it. So somebody's also saying on YouTube, I don't know how to say Louisville. That's okay. I don't live there, so it doesn't really bother me. And somebody also said that if there's a chance that Virginia could go red, Loudoun County can, magically find 10,000 votes, which I don't doubt as well. But I'm still saying Virginia is a place we need to keep our eye on. That could be a bigger bellwether than most people. All right, 60 seconds ago from the Associated Press, more bomb threats at Atlanta area polling places. Another metro Atlanta county has seen voted disrupting. Oh, that's okay. So DeKalb County is actually in Atlanta County. So now I have verification on that. So that's what we're going on there. Vermont, I'm just getting stuff. The AP is just updating here, so I'm just giving you what they're updating. Vermont's Republican governor says he voted for Harris. But then again, he's a Republican in Vermont, so he might as well be a liberal. He's just a more moderate liberal in that regard. And then at 7:30 Eastern time, which is going to be 6:30 Central time, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia will all close their polls as well. So obviously out of those, North Carolina, people are going to look at Ohio, but Ohio's a red state. Ohio's a red state at this point. Trump should win that by at least 8. At least 8 at that point. So also Tar Heel Militia, that's a good looking buck you have there in the chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. So let's see here. Clark in our chat room, I just voted in Butler, BA. Nobody in line with about an hour to go. Poll workers said it was smooth all day. My sister's working polls in Indiana. And although things are apparently smoother now, they had a mess for most of the day. Let's see. So, yep, we got some good stuff there. If you want to jump in there at crusadechannel.com/chat and let us know what's going on, that would be awesome as well, because you guys are our eyes and ears better than CNN or AP can give. Let's see here. Yeah. Excuse me. Absentee rerun process. And let's see. So this is 6 minutes ago from CNN. Absentee rerun process in Milwaukee will delay counting process by about 1 hour, election officials say. It is likely that Milwaukee absentee ballot recount process would only delay by about an hour. So the 30,000 they were talking about says it's only going to delay the process by an hour, which is interesting because we're getting timelines on stuff. that we weren't getting timelines on before. Remember, in 2020, everybody just kind of was like, whatever, we'll count the ballots when we get there, right? You'll figure it out and you'll shut up, and whenever we count the ballots is whenever we'll count the ballots. But now we're actually seeing we're having these swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the governor of Pennsylvania said, hey, man, we should get all these things done. It's not going to take that long. Now you have Milwaukee. People are like, hey, man, 30,000 ballots. What are you doing? They're like, no. It's only going to take about an hour. We should be fine. And so the fact that they're holding themselves to a timeline, I know it's not anything to write home about until the thing is actually done. But at least you're seeing some kind of accountability being held at this point. So it's going to be interesting getting to this point and getting to the race actually being called, because we're going to see a lot of action. Well, technically, you would hope a lot of action start in about 5 minutes here. And Mike Church will be back along with Mike Parrott, and Mahgdalen Rose will be here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. And then I will be joining at about 8 p.m. Eastern time. Let's see here. And so we will take you guys all the way through to hopefully, I'd like to see, I'm actually very confident that I think there's maybe like a 45% chance we actually get the results tonight, especially when we're seeing these areas say, hey, we'll get these things taken care of. And Andrew Smith with another $10 super chat on behalf of Padre G. All right, man. Andrew Smith, you were pretty awesome. Thank you so much for your super chats. Really great. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. Anything to finish up before we close out this segment of the program? Let's see. Harris, it's very interesting. So Harris finished the day on Sirius XM radio. Very interesting. Her strategy of where she went to interview and where she didn't would be very telling. It will be studied because she's a terrible interviewer. So it was very interesting to see. All right, this will be the last thing I talk about. We talked about Arizona's Apache County. There is a motion. This is from CNN.com. Motion filed to keep polls open later in Arizona's Apache County. So the Navajo Nation's Human Rights Commission filed a complaint in the Apache County State Court to keep the polls open 2 more hours. So right now that's been filed. I don't know if it's been approved. They haven't said that it's been approved. So we'll see what's going on in that regard. But it'd be interesting because every vote counts in these places. And, I don't know how the Navajo Nation's going to vote. I don't think anybody can really tell you how the Navajo Nation's going to vote as far as what they're going to be looking for with election, who they're going to be voting for. And then we are going to be waiting to see how this will all shake out starting at 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, because all we have right now is stuff from Indiana and stuff from Kentucky, 2 states that nobody's really worried about as far as, going for Trump versus not. We have some shenanigans in Georgia, which we all knew was going to happen with the bomb threat at the DeKalb, and I'm sure Mike will actually figure out the right way to say it. County, which 5 stations have been suspended there. You have what's going on in Apache County in Arizona. You have the 30,000 ballots up in Wisconsin that they said it's only going to take an hour. You have Trump and his team starting to concentrate on Philadelphia because it looks like the fate of Pennsylvania will be decided in Pennsylvania. It looks like it will be decided in Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, within the state of Pennsylvania. So you're starting to see, Trump and his team focus on that actual place in that regard. Nothing out of Michigan so far, except, we just did a report where their police are starting to gather outside of the convention center. North Carolina has been pretty smooth as far as voting. There doesn't seem to be any hiccups or anything happening there. Las Vegas, Nevada, very quiet over there as well. A lot of data, which is very anecdotal, but a lot of the data is saying that Republicans are going to mimic what they did in 2022, but we'll see as well, because we're going to have to wait on that one, because that's, in crazy person time zone. So we'll see how that goes. But as far as my my coverage here, I'm happy to have hung out with you guys for the last couple hours. Give Mike a little bit of a break as he gets ready to take over in a minute. But I will be joining you guys in about an hour. And thank you guys for hanging out here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, live talk radio, the way it should be. We are going to continue to bring you amazing coverage. You're going to have Mike Parrott, Mahgdalen Rose, and Mike Church coming back on the other side of this break to bring you all the latest and make sure that they update you with exit polling and any of the polling that will be coming out as soon as these polls close in these major states, in particular Virginia and North Carolina and some of the other places. I'm Rick Barrett. I'll see you all in a little bit here on the CRUSADE Radio Network on the 2024 presidential election coverage, live talk radio, the way it should be.
Our letters would be if we were on FM.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosaries, stickers, lapel pins, stuff from bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food. And they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. Do you hear that, Maggie?
Do I hear what?
You don't hear the sound of bees buzzing about?
No, I see the result of that buzzing about in these beautiful new beeswax candles.
We sell candles now?
Not just any candles. These are handmade beeswax candles.
Well, that explains me imagining bees.
And they come in different sizes. There's a votive, a 3-day, and a 7-day size too.
Well, that should start a buzz in the store.
It better, or you'll get the buzz.
Order handmade beeswax candles today while supplies last at shop.mikechurch.com. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well, then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now, I use Learny, and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
And welcome to our continuing live coverage of election 2024. Here live from the CRUSADE Radio Network studios in downtown Madisonville, Louisiana. Remember, you must subscribe to the broadcast. If you want to chat on the YouTube, you have to subscribe. And we have a goal of getting to 2,000 subscribers. And we thought we could do it tonight. So if enough people find the stream tonight and hit the subscribe button, it might happen. You want to join our live chat for members only? It's a troll-free zone at crusadechannel.com/chat. And, of course, you can make a donation to our strenuous ongoing efforts here. We are basically a nonprofit that has a little profit membership business that we run here on the side. But your donations keep us going. crusadechannel.com/donate. And we'll be joined shortly by my colleagues. Richard Barrett will be back. Maggie O'Connell is running interference on the Twitter videos and all things video. Mahgdalen Rose will join us. Don from the Bronx to Florida will join us as well. Justin is doing the producing duties there. And, of course, we have the 747 engine of air conditioning in the room here. It is unseasonably friggin' hot here. We've had 4 days in a row where it's gotten into the mid-80s. It's supposed to be 88 tomorrow. I've been crusading against the insanity of global warming, man-made catastrophic global warming. But if this winter continues to delay my lettuce planting crop, I might have to sign off on this. In any event, welcome aboard here. I'm just getting kind of settled in. It's been a long day. We've been on the air since 6 o'clock this morning. So one heck of a day. Welcoming all of you. We were here with you, if you'll recall, 4 years ago tonight. And that which will live in infamy. 4 years ago tonight, we began what we thought was going to be one heck of a re-election campaign. It was going to be the end of so many things. So many bad people were going to be turned out. Biden was going to be rebuffed and sent packing into permanent retirement. There so many other things would happen, we thought. And at about 10 o'clock East Central, that was about 11 Eastern, Saturday night, it was just before 10 p.m., we received, Central Time, we received the news. Richard Barrett came in. He goes, Mike, there's something on Twitter. It was Twitter then. There's something on Twitter about a water leak, a pipe bursting, and a flood at the State Farm Center in Atlanta. And we're all sitting here going like, what? Yeah, that's where they're counting the votes in Atlanta. And apparently a water main has exploded. And they have ordered a complete evacuation of the building. There will be no more vote counting tonight, according to the Secretary of State. Vote counting will resume tomorrow morning. And we all knew something was not right. We all knew at that moment, on the 3rd of November, 2020, that something wasn't right. We were also tracking President Trump's numbers in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. And at 1 o'clock in the morning Central, so that's 2 Eastern, when the shenanigans and the criminal activities had begun, when we packed it in that morning, not knowing what was going to happen, President Trump had a 670,000 vote margin in Pennsylvania. He was up 300 and some odd thousand in Michigan with like 88% reporting in. And our stats guy, Don from the Bronx, was here and was telling us that he still should win these states handily and comfortably. Little did we know, folks, what was about to transpire. And here we are 4 years later. For a lot of people, this may end some long-suffering PTSD. It will be revenge for many people who know what happened and bore witness to with our own two eyes as we watched the thing unfold in real time. Remember, we were on air sometimes 10, 12 hours a day after November the 3rd and couldn't believe the things that were happening. Remember, it would be like Thursday afternoon when the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania would come out, and this despite every Republican legislator in the state of Pennsylvania saying, you can't do this. Remember? We changed the law. The Secretary of State has to defer to us. And then remember the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court sided with the people in the Secretary of State's office, and they basically certified. And by Friday morning, Pennsylvania had been won. Same thing was happening in Michigan. Remember, there was an attempt. There was a lady in Clark County, Michigan, who was not going to certify the vote. And she had gotten a call from President Trump saying, well, you know, we know that that they dumped all these mail trucks in there. And remember that on the afternoon of the meeting, that they called the meeting off because she was not going to vote to certify. And then they mysteriously immediately came back and said, no, she's good. She voted to certify. We would later find out that she was told by the guy who was the chairman of Clark County Board of Supervisors or county supervisors, election supervisors. She was basically told that her life and her children's life was basically threatened here. All this stuff really happened. The stuff that happened in Maricopa County really happened. This has been demonstrated by people far smarter and wiser than I. But there was really, after a certain amount of time, there was nothing you could do about it. And by January the 20th, of course, we had 010621, and this was a setup to mark us all as rebellion and put us under the thumb of lawfare here. And so for the next 4 years, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 years of the Biden regime, you know, people seem to have forgotten what Biden and Harris did. And I talked about this on the radio show this morning, all the mandates, all the jab mandates. I mean, just the sinister crap that was happening. The STEMI checks. The STEMI checks came and everybody was, yay, STEMI checks. STEMI checks are responsible for your egg prices going up. Some people had a choice. They actually got checks. A lot of people got direct deposit. Nothing they could do about it. But the two tranches of $2.1 trillion and then another $2.1 trillion. Then the green scam, the green news scam, basically under the form of the Porculus Succubus 2.0 and all the other spending. We went from having a $4 trillion budget to a $6.5 trillion budget and running 1 year a $1 trillion deficit to now running annually like it's nothing to $2.5 trillion in deficit spending. And the rest, as they say, is history. Of course, we have all endured and watched the lawfare, the raiding of Mar-a-Lago by the FBI, the charges. By the way, what happened to the charges? What happened to the charges being pressed in Georgia? Remember, the big case was they were going to take him out in Georgia. No, Fonnie Willis had the goods, and Trump was going down, baby. Remember RICO Act violations and all this other stuff? You can't find that case with a search warrant now. I thought we had to protect the people from this madman Donald Trump. So all of these things have been endured by you and I and all of us. There's too much to recap that has happened since then. So I won't go over any of the rest of it, only to say that tonight, all that is about to change. Tonight, hopefully, you and I are going to bear witness. We have some assurances now. The Secretary of State or the governor of Pennsylvania says, no, I think we can have most of the votes counted by midnight. He even said that about 65% of the mail-in ballots that have come in thus far have been opened, have now been counted. Supposedly the same thing is happening in Michigan. This would forestall then dropping off 20 mail trucks filled with fake ballots into wherever it is that they're going to drop them off. And so that's where we begin tonight. But I'd just like to take you back to November the 3rd, 2020, and just remember that 4 years ago tonight, something awful happened here in these United States. And as a result of the storied determination of one man one man. It's like the voiceover guy for a movie, but one man. Well, literally in this case, there really is one man. And one man refused, held his hand up like Ronald Reagan once said, and he said, stop. That man was Donald John Trump. If anyone has ever earned the presidency, and I don't know that there is actually a way that you can earn the presidency. I think George Washington earned it by being the father of his country. There are some others that earned it. But if anyone has ever earned the presidency, it is Don John of Mar-a-Lago, as I like to call him. And I would like to be here to bear witness to the victory speech tonight at Mar-a-Lago. No, I do not think that there was a Kamala Satana, or as I call her, the shape surge. I don't believe it. And you can't make me believe it. I do not believe that the Democrat Party was going to invest all of its remaining evil bag of tricks in someone that is just so unlikable, undetestable, and unskilled. Let me put it to you this way. If you want the Democrat Party to survive and you're a Democrat, the last thing you want is for Harris to be elected. Because she will be an unmitigated train wreck disaster. It won't be 2 years. It won't take 2 years for the wheels to fly off of that joker and for that car to be seriously disabled. So I believe that America is due for a payback. But I think it's actually bigger than that, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome, I'm Mike Church here, your host here for tonight's election coverage. And look, we've got all the results. It won't just be me talking to the camera. We'll be joined by our team. We'll take you to Decision Desk and to 528 and to Politico and other places that are doing the live polling results. There's some results that are actually coming in so far. And I was just looking at the early numbers in Georgia, and I just glanced. And I saw that Harris had a lead over Trump in early voting in Georgia. Is that what I was seeing?
Yeah, by about 4,000.
4,000 votes?
Mm-hmm.
I assume that they're counting early ballots, or that's early voting that's being factored in there, and that they're actually counting them. But we will be with you here all night tonight. Yeah, there it is. It's 51.1 to 48.53% in. Too soon to call. They're saying, I think that Georgia is going to be our first big bellwether. You're going to get some news out of Florida. Florida polls close at what, 8?
They already closed, and he's already trouncing her right now. He's got a 200,000 vote lead on her.
Okay, so Maggie over at Decision Desk, is she in the other room? If you can throw up on the screen, I want to see what Florida is looking right. We're looking for Duval County. Duval County is a good indicator of what's going to happen in Georgia. If Duval County goes for Trump, and if it goes pretty big for Trump, you're going to get a pretty good early indicator that Georgia is going to go that way as well. I have no doubt in my brethren in the Peachtree State that Georgia is going to go as we think it was going to go, and that it never went for Biden, and it's not going to go for the shape. 3% in, that's nothing to count. We'll keep an eye on all of it. Look, Trump's already pulled ahead. And now it's reversed, 51%, 48.5%. This is just early counting. No surprise in Vermont, Harris up 61%. It looks like there's a couple of other races there. Just 2% of what's come in is in so far. So all the numbers. Do we not? Is she not connected? I'm connected. What number are you? I'm usually 2. Okay, we're not getting anything. Either that or you switched your number. Trying to find out where our Decision Desk graphics are, because they are in there somewhere. Okay, well, we'll keep looking for that. Well, continuing on here on our election night results coverage here of what's coming in. Is it connected?
No.
Okay, well then that might 3 monkeys and a football, folks. Well, we'll get the cable connected here. Mike Parrott will be joining us from Parrott Talk. Mahgdalen Rose, our campaign affairs correspondent. Don from the Bronx of Florida will also chime in here. I was just reading, and I'll just go back to my X feed. I was reading the headlines, the latest of what's going on in X, and seeing if there was anything that I had missed earlier here. And then there are some. There's the usual stuff coming in here. Donald J. Trump is, let's see here. Elon Musk's platform is the top news source on Earth. Okay, so he's reporting on that. Colin Rugg reporting just in, Jake Tapper visibly stunned after seeing a massive swing of 20 points with independents from Biden in 2020 to Trump in 2024 in Georgia. And the moment came as the hosts were reacting to an exit poll. Independent voters, they make up 31% of the electorate. This is a slightly larger share than it made up 4 years ago. Trump is leading them by 11 points in these early exit poll results. Again, exit polls basically mean nothing. So if you're talking about exit polls, the only thing you're going to get out of exit polls is frustration or gaslighting. Like I was saying earlier, that they gaslit me. That when I was reading the exit polls, I'm going like, what in Hades? That can't be. And, of course, it turns out that it's not. And it doesn't reflect what is... Good Lord. It doesn't reflect... Why don't we take a break while we try to figure this out? It doesn't reflect what the actual vote is, and it never does. So I don't know why people... why we invest, because, we just have to have things to talk about. So again, just scrolling through my X feed here. Let's see. Thomas Massie was reelected tonight. He ran unopposed. Massey was re-elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. Looks like Maggie may have gotten her cable connected there. Okay. J.D. Vance voted earlier today. We saw that. A lot of people are making memes with the screaming lib lady. Remember the one with the green jacket on and the brown beanie, and just kneeling down on the concrete? Ah! That there's all kind of memes of her, it, whatever it is, reading or watching the election returns tonight. Scott Pressler is saying that he thinks that the efforts that they had going into Pennsylvania are going to pay big dividends. Again, just scrolling through live action of what's going on tonight. Let's see, what else do we have here? We did a Rosary for America earlier here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. I don't see any other results here as we await our other video and graphics to come along here. Just strolling through some of the other headlines for the day here, though. The best thing for America would be a Donald Trump blowout. That's at the Federalist.com. The best outcome for justice, democracy, and Americans' everyday living would not be just a Trump win, but an absolute landslide. There's a lot of people out there tonight that think that this is a cultural shift. And we'll talk about this with Don from the Bronx. He's one of the big proponents of this. That this is this is a shift election. For ever since Obama, all we have heard about shifts is that there is a shift in what they call the Overton window. And that the Overton window has been shifting in the wrong direction, right? And it keeps moving left, and then so the center keeps moving to the left. Well, I think that the Corona doom Severe Economic Forum und all the stakeholders. When they planned out the Corona Doom, remember I told you this back in 2020, if you were watching or listening to the Mike Church Show then, I told you that this was it. They planned the scamdemic. When they pulled the trigger on it, they were all in. This was not a drill. This was, if only we had this in place, we really would have taken over the world. No. This was, the Corona Doom was their attempt to take over. It was the capital T, capital C, the conspiracy. And it probably would have worked had it not been for the internet. The only thing they didn't count on was people like me and people like you that were watching. We're going to, so there's a lot to talk about with this cultural shift here, and especially among young men. Young men are the ones that are moving away from that shift in the Overton window. So it's young men that are finding out that this thing called tradition and conservatism, that it's a good thing. And that this thing called tradition and conservatism actually makes their lives better, makes their lives worth living, gives them things that they could never get from the enemy and from what the enemy sells, which is don't get married, have sex with yourself, buy all the porn you want, knock some chick up, go ahead and get her the morning after pill and what have you here. For God's sake, whatever you do, don't think that settling down and having a family is a good thing because it's just too darn expensive and it's too tough and you can't find a job. So you just stay in your parents' basement, keep doing what you're doing. So basically what has happened is, you can sell that if it's actually true. If there's actually merit to that, then you can get away with it. You can say, well, okay, I bought this. I'm satisfied with the product, so I'm going to keep using it. Well, the people that bought the product aren't satisfied with it. We played a video on the show just the other day of a young woman who, there was a little focus group there, and it was a couple of young ladies. And I forget who the interviewer was, and they're asking about, what do you think about if you were afforded the opportunity, would you settle down? Would you start a family, have a baby, become a housewife, et cetera, et cetera? And what ultimately, what you saw in the clip, and this girl was young. She was 18, 19 years old. She's like, this is such, she said, this is such effing BS. She goes, I don't want this. This is not chosen. I didn't choose this. This was chosen for me. They chose this for me. If I had my way, yes, I would love to be a housewife. Yes, I would love to have a family. I would love to have a husband. I would love to be loved. Well, it looks like we have our graphics coming online now. For 1 second. Yeah, after I had to stall for 16 minutes here, folks. I had to stall for 16 minutes. More headlines. Elon Musk predicts Kamala Harris will shut down X. We played this clip from Rachel Maddow this morning. Now that we have our graphics and our video back up, I could show it to you. Rick Madcow basically saying the SpaceX, she's basically telling Biden and Harris, you need to tear up the contracts with Elon Musk. Or, now this is EDS. This is Elon Derangement Syndrome. Another big break. Can you hit Fox real quick? We can't. That one does work. Mm-hmm. Camera on the TV box on your left is Chicago. Those are voting lines in Chicago. Do you think those people in Chicago that are pissed, they're livid about having been kicked out by illegal aliens and what have you, and having lost their apartment complexes, live in basically the Midwestern equivalent of the Wild West? Do you think those people are standing on line to reward Biden Harris for what they've done to that city, or to reward Pritzker, to reward that second in a row goofball mayor for what they have done to that city? That line has been like that all day long, by the way. We've been watching it because they have been having a camera out there. Look at that. That's live at 6:28 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you could see that you can see that there's a voting line in Chicago. Why? Illinois always goes for the Democrats. It is a bulletproof blue state. So what in the wide world of sports is going on out there in Chicago? Well, we're to keep up with all this. We're going to take a quick time out. It's Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Remember to subscribe to the channel by clicking the bell. Give us a like on the broadcast. We are just getting started. It's going to be a long night, hopefully a great long night, a victorious long night. We've waited 4 years for tonight, folks, and glad to be here with you. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
The end of their psalm readings. Later, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett bargain basement stale bean water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
What does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer.
In the beginning there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said,
"Wouldn't 6 of these packaged together be even better?"
Then man created the six-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said,
"Let's pack them up in boxes of 25.
Then man...
25? What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot. So one more time, shopmikechurch.com.
Hey, my pitmaster bros. It's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
The best 1-2 punch in all of talk radio. KV Turley's Believe It or Else and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
And welcome back to our election night live coverage of election 2024. Mike Church here with you, the King Dude on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Hoping that there are a lot of late-breaking people that are going to be hopping into chat rooms and on the YouTube here. A lot of effort went into this year. And I hope that we see many, many of you tonight at CrusadeChannel.com/chat, and many, many of you on YouTube, the CRUSADE Radio Network, and many, many of you on the X.com. I was talking earlier today that Elon Musk has billions of dollars of skin in the game. That's not nothing. That guy's not a government stooge. He has SpaceX, he has Tesla, he has those big companies. He's very successful. He put it all on the line. He didn't just join a campaign. He risked poking the dragon. And not only did he poke the dragon, he basically said that the dragon is Satan and that the dragon must be defeated. So for those that have bad words or say things about Elon Musk, man, what kind of skin do you have in the game? And I think it's important to remember that that guy risked everything. He left no stone unturned in his own personal portfolio. That's huge. And for someone to throw all in like that is, to me, that is literally the definition of of heroic. So we'll be talking about that all night long. I've seen that Maggie O'Connell has now got her our graphics and our video up, and we are now tracking Duval County. 72% precincts reporting. Now this is traditionally a blue county. This county is kind of leans blue. Voter registration has been good in it. I don't have the exact numbers or the exact stats. Don from the Bronx probably does. But right now, it is a dead heat in Duval County. And again, this is a county that Kamala Harris, if she's going to win Florida, that she's going to show up big in Florida, she's going to show up in a county like Duval. So right now, it's 49.7. Trump, 49.3. Harris, it's just 2,000 votes separating the two at 72%. The vote has come in here. Again, if you see a Duval County Trump win, if this number was to hold, then that is it's a decent bellwether on what could happen in the state of Georgia. So we'll keep an eye on Duval County there and Florida. Maggie, can you throw your map up on? Okay, you just had it up. Let me see that Florida map again. I was just looking at Duval. What is Broward-Dade? What does Miami-Dade look like? That's all the way down at the bottom. The big red one down at the bottom, all the way down at the tip. All the way down the bottom at the tip. Miami-Dade. Yes, that's what I said. What does Miami-Dade look like? Donald Trump, 55%. I can't. Can you expand your screen so it's full? I can't see that. Okay. So Trump's ahead in Miami-Dade. He would be the first Republican to carry Miami-Dade since 1984. Polls are closed, and you're getting results in North Carolina right now as well. Keep an eye on Duval County here and what's happening in Duval County. As I said, there are votes coming in all over the place, and in Georgia and North Carolina. And again, we're watching all this right now. Early voting in Virginia. Tim Kaine is up 59.6 to 40 points over Hung Cao. That's just 3% in. There's a couple of smaller races in the Virginia House, and you're getting some numbers in there. This must be really blue districts because Vindman is up over Anderson. Vindman is the enemy. Vindman is the enemy. There's no way this guy should be anywhere near a victory for the United States Congress. But there he is. By the way, Crusader Stadium chat room is open. And again, it's a little after, it's 6:40. We were anticipating lots of people in the chat room tonight. So far, I guess voter turnout is going to be high because people must be returning back from the polls because chat room turnout is not high today. Follow us on YouTube, youtube.com. Is looking at going back to Florida now. Now, don't get nervous about Florida. Florida's in the bag. You're not. Florida is fine. Of course, they're all in there. 9% and in Georgia, it's too close to call. Of course, it's too close to call. Everybody just chill out. Remember, you got a lot of early votes to count, and the GOP did very well in early voting. Look at this on Fox News. There is a sign of, that might be a sign of the time. That's a voting line in Phoenix, Arizona. And again, they're going back to the voting line in Chicago and showing what is going on there. So we're just kind of bouncing around all over the map here. Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. It is election night 2024. Results are coming in. They're coming in fast and furious, but folks, they got to count these things. So you're not going to get immediate results. We probably won't get results until sometime into in the 9 p.m. hour, which is 3 hours from now, is when you will start seeing real results, and then they'll start nailing things down as to how close this is and what county are we going to be looking at. And again, we're watching Duval County, and okay, Mahgdalen Rose, our campaign affairs correspondent, is on our Dude Maker hotline here with us. Mahgdalen, good evening to you. How are you? So what's happening? What do you have?
Well, the main thing that the Kamala Harris campaign is pushing out, and this through their talking heads, through everything, is they view the fact that across the country there have been massive lines at schools for voting and for voter registration beforehand as an indicator that across the country, but specifically in Virginia and North Carolina, the key to their victory is youth outreach and is youth voters. And they think that those big lines at schools are indicating that not only are they going to win those states, but that they will win because of young voters, that the amount of young voters will cancel out any uptick Trump has with black men. There's a theory that Trump might win 25% of the black male vote. The Kamala Harris team is saying even if he does, they're going to outpace him so much with young voters, it won't matter.
Do you believe him?
I think it's possible. What I don't think is that she has gotten enough young white men to vote for her in this current configuration of society. I don't see how millions of young white men walked in and said, we're going to vote for Kamala Harris, who's demonized us, who's taken away our rights, who might send us to war. However, she could have gotten a significant portion of young women. It's going to come down to that exit polling for young men about who they voted for and what issue concerned them the most. If it's some like nonsense democracy thing, we might be in trouble. But if it's the economy, if it's national security, anything like that, I think we are not underwater in the way they're trying to push out spin that we are.
Well, this doesn't make any sense to me because Democrats don't vote day of.
No.
Their turnout is always low. Well, I mean, since we've had the advent or the curse, maybe, depending on whose side you're on, since we'd had the advent or the curse of early voting here, the Democrats' early voting effort, and this just indicates their as my stepfather used to say, pure laziness, just pure laziness. Their forte is to vote early. Having lines that are long and outside of schools, that doesn't indicate anything. That to me, that's like a hearsay argument in court. Maybe they're just saying that so that their buddies at MSNBC, so that the TV ratings stay high until the big hammer is dropped down on them.
I think it's certainly possible, and I think there's a level of despotism. I don't think right now the Kamala Harris campaign thinks she's going to win. They may completely want her to, but they don't think it. So that is the kind of narrative. They're trying to lower the enthusiasm around Donald Trump. I don't know why at this point, because most polling stations are closed across the country. So it doesn't help them. There's no great advantage. But overall, Kamala Harris's campaign's main line is young people voted for her to save the country. The flip side of that, though, is just because, like you said, there were long lines of young people does not mean that all of them went for her. And there was a trend going into like Indiana, those areas. Trump is underperforming in certain suburban areas that he performed much better in 2016 and even 2020. So the worry for the Trump campaign right now, and the Trump campaign is admitting this, is did he underperform with women in suburban communities across the board, or is it isolated to Indiana? The next round of poll closings will likely know the answer to that, and that's going to be the thing to watch in areas like North Carolina, Georgia, and even in areas like Texas that have been trending blue in recent years.
Okay, well, one of the urban centers in the state of Florida is Jacksonville. Jacksonville also has a port, so there is kind of a small balance there because you do have Navy people there. Jacksonville and that area in Duval County tends to go blue. Biden won it in 2020. I don't have all the history. And again, I don't know where all my stats people are. There's supposed to be 4 people on this call, Magdalene, and you're it. So in any event, but it's early. I'm looking at Duval County right now. 86% in, and Trump is ahead of her by about 1,000 votes. 205,581 and 204,858. Don't know if Jill Stein has 1,800, Chase Oliver has 1,500, and whoever the hell Claudia de Cruz is has 518. This is they say that Duval County is a bellwether, and that Republican registration in Duval County was just clobbered the Democrats of what they did in that particular county. Now, because I don't have the voting history of Duval County, but I do know that there have been several people that say that that's kind of like that's an early indicator of what might happen in Georgia. So again, it's a blue county. Trump is winning it by a small margin right now, and I don't know anything about the get out the vote effort in that particular county with the Trump campaign because it might have been a county where you don't spend a lot of resources because you don't think you're going to win it.
And I think the Trump campaign has been of the position that they don't want to do what they did in 2020, which was allocate resources for communities or counties they were not going to win. The flip side of that is that Kamala Harris, what's odd is that she is targeting exactly the counties and exactly the demographics Trump has dismissed. So we are in a slight danger of her outpacing him in those suburban counties in those areas because wisely he didn't invest in them. But if he had, perhaps he wouldn't be in this situation. The worry on the Trump side is that situation in Indiana, where he underperformed in a county that he had done much better in. It was all suburban. It's mainly suburban women. Of course, there are men there too, but it is a suburban female county for pollsters and political people. So if he's underperforming there, he could underperform across the board. But I think that a good indicator of this will be what happens in North Carolina. Because within North Carolina, Trump has never lost it. He's won it in every primary and every election. North Carolina did not see Kamala Harris that much. She was there a little bit. But following the hurricane, Trump was the one who was trying to get resources there. Trump was the one working with DeSantis to see what lessons they could take from Florida and apply them to North Carolina. The question is, were the people of North Carolina angry enough about the hurricane issue and the FEMA failures to vote against Kamala Harris, specifically women?
Okay, so here's a little bit of the voting history in Duval County. Biden won it in 2020, 252,556 to 233,762 for Trump. Biden was the first Democrat to win Duval County since Jimmy Carter won it in 1976. This is interesting. In 2018, Andrew Gilliam carried Duval County, but Ron DeSantis was elected governor.
Yes.
So, notably, Representative John Rutherford, a Republican, was reelected to serve District 4, which includes Nassau and most of Duval and St. Johns counties. Okay, so Duval County looks to me to be like a toss-up county. And let's see, we got 86% of the precincts in. Let me see if I have refresh here, if I get a new count on this. I'm just curious. Mike Church here, we are on the CRUSADE Radio Network on our election night coverage here of election 2024, looking at Duval County. And again, no, it's static at 86%. Trump still has a narrow lead again. So the number that Biden carried it with, though, and this is interesting. So Biden carried it at 252,556. Trump at 233,762. Currently, he has 205,581 with 86% of the precincts in. I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know what that adds up. But it looks to me like he would be back on track about even with what his turnout was in Duval County in 2020. Somebody want to crunch that number, 86%, and where that's at now. But Harris is underperforming where Biden performed in Duval County. Also looking at some of the other counties that are Osceola County, no surprise there. Harris is leading Trump. Broward County, Harris is up over Trump. Now, this is big. Miami-Dade has not gone for a Republican since Ronald Reagan, 1984. Trump with 80% of the precincts reporting. Trump is up 55-44 over Harris and Miami-Dade. Go across the pond there. Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County. That's a toss-up. That's a toss-up. Now, Hillsborough is kind of a mixed bag. It is near the Tampa St. It's where Tampa is. That is, it leans blue. That is, Harris has a 4,000 vote margin there with 78% in. Next county over is Polk. Trump is easily winning that. Remember, in the Panhandle, they haven't even started counting the vote yet because the polls haven't closed. Currently, though, right now, if you add everything up in Florida, it's Trump 63.4 to Harris 36.6. Harris's big vote centers are West Palm Beach or Palm Beach, 95% in. She's not getting, they're going to get a bailout. She's not getting a bailout from Palm Beach. 95% in. She's going to win it, but not by much. 50.3 to 48.9. Broward County, 81% in. She's up 60.4 to 38.8. Got a handy lead there. Osceola, again, I gave you that. Tampa, she's barely winning. Let's go up to Alachua County, or Alachua. However you say it in Florida. She's winning that one handily with 86% of the vote in. Where's another blue mark? Okay, let's go up here. Gadsden County, she is up. And Leon County, she is up. I believe that those two counties are minority counties. Large portion or percentages of blacks, I want to say, live there. Don't quote me on that. Florida, though, looks very, very good right now for President Trump. What else are young conservatives out there saying today?
Well, they're very disappointed in the candidate selection in North Carolina with the governorship. And it's disappointing to me because North Carolina was so important. It still is. It has not been called by any means. And it's always been super razor thin. So Mark Robinson was chosen as the governor candidate. I've met him several times. He is not somebody who I would think is well suited to campaign for a wholesome office. He's not somebody who I would say is very captivating. He was given this spot. He was groomed for it. They pushed him. He has failed. He's been an unmitigated failure. I never agreed with the picking of him. I didn't think he should even be a choice because he's such a flawed candidate. So there is anger amongst young conservative activists who are in the South or in North Carolina because they tried to push back against this. And even though he's not technically the top of the ballot because it's a presidential election, when you vote against the governor on a ballot and there are other races, you might decide to just say, never mind, or you might decide to vote Democrat. It is very frustrating. It's frustrating for everybody. So there is a feeling that we were let down by the selection of him, and I hope very much that his failure does not drag Donald Trump down. It doesn't disenfranchise people. It's a very dangerous thing we've done, and I wonder very much if Donald Trump should have had more influence with that previously. His influence in picking the primary candidates has not been great. But in this one case, how the Trump campaign didn't step in there, I will never understand.
Okay, I just want to give you guys an update on what's happening in the great state of Virginia. Currently, Harris is up 55-42 over Trump. Looks like they have, let's see if there's a 22% estimated reporting. I want to focus here, though, on the two counties that are the counties that are the most problematic for Republicans are Loudoun, Fairfax, and Prince William. So right now, Prince William is 25% reporting in, and Harris is doing what Democrats usually do there. Fairfax County is 50% reporting in. Harris is doing what Democrats do there. Loudoun County is 95% reported in, and Harris is going to win that 56-40. Probably that number will hold. These are your three big Democrat strongholds that are next to D.C. That's where now they're going to get votes in the Tidewater area and in Richmond too, right? But this area up here is a big Democrat stronghold. I don't know enough about the numbers to tell you that this could be anybody's race, but I can tell you that about maybe a third of Appalachia, where Glenn Youngkin is from, where Salem, like I'm looking at the county where, okay, that county right there, that is Salem City, where Trump was let's see, last Sunday, I think, or Saturday. Salem City has not reported anything. That county there's no results yet. Montgomery County, which is right next door, has 12% in. Craig County which is a small county, is 41% in. It's all Trump. Giles County is another one, 33% in. So you have a lot of this map here that is not reported in yet. Is the point here? I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about about the demographics of that upper part of Virginia there, but there is a substantial amount of reporting in there in the northern part of Virginia. So we keep an eye on that. West Virginia has basically been called for Trump. This is not a state that Republicans always win. They win it, but they don't always win it. South Carolina has been called for Trump, basically. No surprise there. Kentucky has been called for Trump, if you're wondering. And the great state of Indiana has been called for Trump. With 20% in, he's up 62-35. So a big night rolling on here, and that's the results that we have. What else are we looking for to be coming in later tonight?
We're looking at final results from swing states, but I will tell you an interesting fact about Virginia that has been happening the last few years. When Jerry Falwell was in charge of Liberty University based in Lynchburg within Virginia, there was a massive amount of political mobilization. There was a great push for Liberty students to go to the March for Life. There were buses that would leave with many students to be there to protest for life. Same thing with inaugurations. There was a feeling that that Lynchburg, Virginia, was politically motivated in a conservative side. Since Jerry Falwell has not been involved with Liberty University and had to resign and everything that went along with that scandal, there has been this sort of slow drip to liberalism that's been going on within that area. And young conservatives used to come out of Liberty University and be massively enthusiastic about politics. And what's happened in recent years since the scandal is that they have not been politically inclined. They've been business inclined, but they have not been warriors for politics. We used to bank on Liberty University to deliver, at least in local races within Virginia. That's not been happening, and that's a major problem for Donald Trump and down-ballot candidates within Virginia tonight.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on all of this. And again, no results from North Carolina that I see yet. Georgia is coming in. It's trending towards Trump in red. Florida is the same. We'll have a full update for you at the top of the hour in just a couple of minutes here. Magdalen, thank you. I look forward to hearing what you got to say next hour. So, see you then.
Yep, I'll be back. Yep.
All right, thank you very much. Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Our continuing live coverage of election 2024. And again, it's early in the night here. A couple of states have been called: Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina. The shape has won Vermont. No surprise there. And as I have been saying, if you took Weekend with Bernie's dead guy, put a wig on it, called it Kamala, and nominated it, they'd get the same amount of numbers. There's nothing that's standing out to me right now about any of this, and we'll keep reporting on it here live on the CRUSADE Radio Network. If you're on the YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. If you're on any of our chat rooms, donations are great. We work for tips. Otherwise, we can't keep working for you. We'll see you in just a few minutes here. Stick around. Stickers, lapel pins, stuff from bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now, Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well, then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now, I use Learny, and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's learny.com/KingDude. Do you hear that, Maggie?
Do I hear what?
You don't hear the sound of bees buzzing about?
No, I see the result of that buzzing about and these beautiful new beeswax candles.
We sell candles now?
Not just any candles. These are handmade beeswax candles.
Well, that explains me imagining bees.
And they come in different sizes. There's a votive, a 3-day, and a 7-day size too.
Well, that should start a buzz in the store.
It better, or you'll get the buzz.
Order handmade beeswax candles today while supplies last at shop.mikechurch.com.
Did you know that the rosary began as a tool to give laity a form of common prayer, like what was being prayed in monasteries? And monasteries were praying all 150 psalms from the Bible. But most laity couldn't afford a Bible, and most couldn't read, so they began praying the Our Father 150 times a day. Today the rosary is prayed by millions, and each one is a work of art. There is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell and the Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
The best 1-2 punch in all of talk radio. KV Turley's Believe It or Else and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Mike Church, the King Dude, here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network on our historic election 2024 coverage of the too close, razor-thin race to call. Got a bunch of states that just came in that we can now call for you. If you're watching this on the YouTube, tell a friend, go grab a friend and a neighbor. Wake up Granny, spank her on the fanny, and tell her the good news that CRUSADE Radio Network is on the job. We're going to show you. Maggie's going to flip her screen up here, and we're going to show you the states that have been called in just a second. Please subscribe to the channel here. Our goal is to get to 2,000 subscribers tonight. That's going to take an avalanche of Google's AI hooking us up with people that are looking for election results and unlibtard leftist coverage, which we have here in spades for you. Just looking at the map now, we can go back to the national map. A couple of states have been called here early. And again, welcoming all of you watching with us on X.com and in the Crusader Stadium chat room. Where are all my Crusader chatters at? There's usually 150, 170 people in the Crusader Stadium chat room chatting it up on an election night here. Where are you guys at? Must be maybe they're at the bar celebrating. Here we go. Just on calling who's who. Oklahoma called for Trump. Missouri called for Trump. They don't even have any precincts in. 0% reporting. And yet, it's already been called. Exactly this many precincts reporting.
0.0.
And it has been called. Indiana, I told you earlier, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee has now been called for Trump. Mississippi called for Trump. Alabama called for Trump. Florida, 71% in. It's a 56-43 blowout here. I am keeping an eye here, a very sharp eye on Duval County. 87% of precincts in, and Trump has a 300-vote lead over the shape. Now, let me bring Don from the Bronx in here. Don, if Duval County is our bellwether for Georgia, well, then he's in trouble in Georgia.
Signs of problems for Kamala in Georgia. Duval County historically runs 3 points to the left of Georgia, a very similar makeup demographic-wise, and we're seeing very similar things in Georgia that are playing out in Duval County. He will probably win Duval County at this pace because most of that are early voting and mail-in ballots, which tend to lean Democrat. And so a lot of that election day vote is going to be getting counted now and coming in. So he should pull ahead, which should indicate about a 3 to 4 point win in Georgia if history plays out the way it should.
Okay, because I was looking this up, and Biden won Duval County in 2020, 250,000 to 232,000 votes. To get to his 2020 total of 232,000 votes right now, in Duval County, he would need 232 minus. He need 20,000 votes to get to his 2020 total, with 87% of the precincts reporting in. And as you said, that number jumped to 87% quick. Or it was at 86 actually earlier. So we're keeping an eye on that. Let's now go all the way down to Miami-Dade. Donald John Trump is going to win Miami-Dade County, 84% of the precincts in. He's up 55-44. That is a Herculean, heroic feat that has not happened since 1984.
And Mike, even more important news, if I could interrupt, this is breaking. Amendment 4, the abortion amendment here in Florida, has failed.
Whoa!
It has failed. It has failed the 60% margin, as has the marijuana amendment. It has failed. It looked like it was going to fail because when, again, that early voting got counted, it was under the 60% threshold, and it seems the left will run out of votes. So the demons have failed here in Florida. Florida is preserved from the evil of abortion. And hats off to Governor DeSantis. He did a tremendous job. We were outspent here 120 million to 12 million.
I saw 100.
That. So 10-to-1 ratio on spending, and people woke up. This is a tremendous win. And yes, back to Miami-Dade. He looks like President Trump will win Miami-Dade. And again, as I said earlier today, I believe that's on the backs of refugees from communist, socialist countries in South America, Central America, Cubans, Guatemalans, people from Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, who have seen communism and socialism firsthand and are not going to have it in their home state of Florida. And that's why I think Miami-Dade has shifted so far to the right so quickly.
This is an incredible story then as developing in the state of Florida. By the way, remember, the Shape's been running all around the United States boasting and bragging about all the abortion that's on ballots tonight. Well, the first results we're going to get about killing babies went down in freaking flames in Florida. So that is a huge story. Big story.
President Trump has just tweeted, by the way, I don't know if this is on or it's on X or Truth Social, Catholics for Trump. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. That got reposted. It was a repost, but this was a huge win, obviously, here in the state of Florida. This was the thing that most Christians were paying attention to from a I think even more important than the presidential election. We knew it was in the bag here for President Trump, but Amendment 4 was just vital. That to ensure that Florida did not go the way of many leftist states around the country.
Okay, well, whatever ballots they're counting in Duval County, they're not Republican ballots because the Shape has now closed the gap. 311,378 to 211,249. So he is up 140 votes. This looks like Bush versus Gore in Duval County. 88% of precincts in. I hope you're right that these are early votes and that actual precinct votes coming in will throw him over the top, and then he holds Duval County. It's not necessary to win Florida because he's already going to win Florida.
Right.
Now back to the national map here. You have 36% in Georgia. He's up 56-43. If we zoom in on that, Atlanta, Fulton County, you got 55% in one part of Fulton, and the other part. In Fulton County, you got 55% in. She's up handily. In the next county over, Douglas County, you got 76% in. So a lot of her votes already come in the two.
And by the way, she is way down in Douglas County from where Biden was, and I think about 3 to 5% down in Fulton County from last I saw.
Okay, and in Clayton County, 73%, and she's going to win that county, but there's not a lot of votes left there for her. You move over to Augusta, 62% in. She's going to win that. Burke County is only 5% in. And then Jenkins County, don't know much about those counties around Augusta. Savannah, I didn't know that Savannah was a left-hard heaven because she's up in Savannah. Or maybe that's just early voting. And then Liberty County, where she is up. And then finally, Floyd County, which is in the northwestern part. I've actually vacationed in Floyd County. There's no way that that is blue country. I've been to Floyd County. Floyd County is where Dahlonega is. That's where the Georgia Military Institute College is, isn't it? That is very, very rural, very mountainous, very beautiful, and very, very Baptist and conservative. As a matter of fact, my wife and I are driving around going like, man, I don't know who the Baptist preacher was that came through here in the 1800s, but that dude was on fire. You can't swing a dead cat by the tail and not hit a Baptist church up in Douglas, in Floyd County, up in that part there. And there are no surprises in some of the other counties. Don, looking at the state of Virginia. Now, I talked about this earlier. Let me just go back. 95% in Loudoun. She doesn't have any more votes.
Shift. It's been a 9-point shift in Loudoun County, Virginia.
Okay.
9-point shift to Trump.
This is important because in 2020, it looked like he had a shot to win Virginia, but Loudoun came in late. And it was Loudoun that threw Biden over the top. Let's move over to Fairfax, get 50% in. You know, she's handily winning there, but again, you got 50% of your vote already banked. That's a big Democrat stronghold. Next county over is Prince William. Prince William, 75%. And again, there's not a lot of votes there left to get. And those are big Democrat strongholds in Virginia. So a lot of her vote is already banked in. She's only up 52-45. Looking at Richmond, you got in Chesterfield County. That's a pretty close race. She's a little ahead of Trump there. Henrico County, that's where all the controversy is with the trannies and the schools and what have you. That's just like 1% in. And then, of course, you're going to have the Tidewater area where some of those counties are going to trend blue. The rest of the state of Virginia is red. A lot of it's crimson red. And there are counties that haven't reported any in yet. Virginia could be a horse race.
Oh, yeah. Virginia and New Hampshire, President Trump made a late push for both states. If anything, even if he loses both states, he has closed the gap in both these states, which are good indicators for the rest of the country. So with Virginia and New Hampshire, which are not been friendly to Trump in the past 2 election cycles, we're seeing a shift towards President Trump here. I think this is an indication of what's to come in other states, more important states around the country. Of course, if he wins Virginia, that really makes it a lot more difficult for Kamala. And a state like Nevada could help push him over the top without even needing any of those states from the Rust Belt. But we'll see.
Okay, you've got the big urban areas in, you got Mecklenburg County reporting in, no surprise there that Harris would be in Mecklenburg. That's where the Queen City, that's where Charlotte is. Too early to know anything in North Carolina, really. Only 9% reporting in. Harris is up. But we'll leave that one until we get into some double digits here, and then we'll get back to you on it. Anything else that you see that is significant that is happening out there?
Not as of yet. I'm very happy about what we're seeing coming out of Wisconsin, just anecdotally, and what we're seeing in terms of the male turnout around the election. What we're seeing come out of those Rust Belt states. If this is a 52-48 election, meaning 52% female, 48 male, this is I believe, a runaway for President Trump. If the men have shown up, like we talked about, and cut this margin from 53-47 to 52-48. He won in 2016 with 53-47. So if this is a 52-48 election, female to male, this is incredibly favorable towards President Trump.
Okay, Don from the Bronx. Hang on just a second. Let me bring Richard Barrett in. Richard, you're back from taking a little break. You've had a little time to browse around on the X.com and to see what's happening out on the interwebs. Good to have you back. Thank you for filling in earlier. What say you at this early stage?
First of all, it's always hysterical to see the way these things are called with 0%, and then The red mirage they try to talk about is starting to form as they've been trying to warn. But Georgia, it looks like, has been very in the way that we were saying that it doesn't look like it's really going to be a swing state. We really just need to have people actually show up and vote this time because they actually took the opinion of going out and voting instead of waiting till the last day, which we've seen some shenanigans in some different parts of the state, but they were able to get through those with a nice lead. It's kind of funny to see places like Ohio, at least according to Decision Desk, are blue right now. North Carolina is blue right now, which if you look at it, it's actually a lot closer than they want it to be. I think there's only about a 20,000 vote deficit right now for Donald Trump in North Carolina, and that's with only 9% reporting. And it looks like the Democratic strongholds have really dropped. Like Raleigh has dropped, Charlotte has dropped. So those are the big places that the left was going to try and get their votes out. So the fact that those have already dropped and there's still 20,000 votes that Trump can easily make up. It's looking pretty good in those areas. Obviously, we have to wait until those things are called, but we're also seeing, the right is continuing. We're seeing calls from people like Scott Pressler and other people on the polls saying, stay in line. It doesn't matter. You have 2 hours left. Stay in line. Make sure you vote. Stay in line. Make sure you're getting your vote registered. I think the thing that happened in 2020, we saw in places like Maricopa County where people got frustrated, people left and did all these other things. People now are staying in line. They're demanding for the paper ballots. They're demanding to make sure that their voice is heard. And I think that's a nice tactic that the right has adopted. Trump and his team has adopted in this election cycle, is not getting frustrated, not getting pushed around by the election officials at these places when they talk about flash drives being, not synced up or any of these other kinds of things, not making sure that their voices are heard when they're saying, hey, this is not right. Why is there only one person at this election office? There's 100, 200 people outside, and you've only got one person. So the fact that we're moving along. Also, I will take advantage. I don't like the state of Connecticut, but at this point right now, with less than 1% in, I love you guys. You have Trump up in that state. I want to take a screenshot of that because I will go deep blue as the night goes on. But I want to at least give you guys credit for being a little bit red right now. But Illinois right now is red. So let's take those where we can get them. But it is it's shaping up. Texas is looking good right now as well, 53% with less than 30% in.
What does
there.
Ted Cruz look like there? Ted Cruz.
Our guy, Teddy Cruz, I think he should be okay. Give me a second to get down to.
Yeah, I'm on Decision Desk too, and looking. Now, this guy that he was running, this is interesting, Don. Don from the Bronx is still on the line. This is interesting because the Shape went and campaigned for this guy. She actually made a campaign appearance with Beyonce and with all those abortion doctors lining up on the stage. I don't think that was a very good visual. As a matter of fact, I think it was a frightening, terrifying visual of all those guys standing there in white lab coats talking about murdering soon-to-be-born Texas citizens. I mean, there's got to be another way to promote the killing of the soon-to-be-born, but that's what they did. Let's see, Ted Cruz is up is at 50 to 47% over Colin Allred. You got 27% estimated reporting in. And one of the areas that's reporting in is actually, that's not Harris County. It's the county next to Harris County, got 75% in. Colin Allred is barely winning that county. Around Austin, of course, that's where you're going to get all your leftards. I mean, he's winning there with 80%.
Mike, it looks like he's flipping Tarrant County in Texas back.
Yeah, Tarrant's usually a pretty red one. It went blue, as Don was saying, but it looks like it's flipping back in the right direction.
I see that. Remember, we were talking about that in 2020 when we were here 4 years ago. We were talking about it that night. That what in the hell is happening in Tarrant County? Richard, you were ready to get on your horse and ride to Tarrant County and go kick some ass.
That's it. Luckily, they were spared my gentle wrath, so good for them in that regard. So they got back on it. So it's the places to look for Harris to get any kind of momentum, as Don was saying: Houston, Austin, San Antonio, which is already maybe El Paso because that's a deep blue area, and that's about it. The rest of the counties will go red. Besides some on the border, the border is going to be interesting to see, the Rio Grande Valley, because there was talk about the Texas Latino community native Texans, Texas citizens were getting tired with everything that was happening for the first couple of years of Biden's regime, where they were flooding through at that point. So we may see some of those counties that traditionally go blue flip red. I'm not saying all of them will go red, but you may see more of a balance instead of the thin blue line that kind of lines the Texas border.
Some interesting races for the Senate, Don, that we want to keep a really sharp eye out. Okay, I'm looking at Sherrod Brown versus Bernie Moreno in Ohio. You have your blue cities already reported in heavy: Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Toledo, Cleveland, and Akron. We know this since we were all here in 2022 for Elexorcism when Ohio Amendment 1 passed. Remember, all of Ohio voted like 68, 75% no on Amendment 1. It was carried by Akron. Amendment 1 was carried by the last votes that came in, and y'all remember this, was Akron. And the Akron and the major rural centers is what threw it over the top. So the Moreno, and that's what's mainly reporting in so far. And Brown is up 55-42 in those counties, no surprise there. Bob Casey and David McCormick in Pennsylvania. You're going to get early reporting in Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh is already reporting in at about 30%. And, of course, Harris is winning that. But with the longer it goes on, that when you have your big cities reporting in, and with the rest of Crimson Red Pennsylvania not reporting in, the worse the situation looks for the shape. So we'll keep an eye.
Mike, in Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, President Trump, with mail-in votes, which is routinely where the left does really well, he's doing better with mail-in votes than he did in the entire state of Pennsylvania in 2020. So he's down 46 points in Allegheny County on mail-in ballots. He lost the whole state of Pennsylvania on mail-in ballots in 2020 by 60 points.
Okay.
So that is a significant shift.
Okay, so we're seeing big red shifts in many states here. Looking at some of these other Senate races that where there are chances for flips. Of course, Florida, Rick Scott is going to be reelected over this Debbie McCurcell Powell. What an arrogant, snot-nosed wench she is, Don. She was an awful candidate.
She had no shot. She had no shot here in Florida. Florida is out of reach now for a generation to the left, and with amendments 3 and 4 going down, that will be assured for years and years to come. So it's today was a very, very good day for the third largest state in the country.
Well, what we want to do is we want to build a wall between Florida and Georgia and Alabama.
Amen.
Build a wall. Don't let anyone in. You can leave and you can come back, but you can't move in because you're going to have carpetbag and Yankees are going to move in now. they're going to keep moving into Florida and screwing it up. Right now, just looking at a couple of other states, 11% in North Carolina. There's nothing really to talk about here because there's just not enough vote in. But Harris is up 51.6, 47.4. Virginia, you have 37% in. She's at 51.3, 47. We talked about this earlier. There's not a lot of votes left for her to bank out, to get out there. Not in mass quantity. She's already banked a majority of the big 3 counties, Prince William County, Fairfax County, and Loudoun County in Northern Virginia. These are the counties that make the Beltway up. They're around the Beltway. It's Morador and the Potomac. Those are bureaucrats there. Of course, they're going to vote themselves pay raises. That's just the way it is. She needs to. I don't know what the margin that she needs to carry them by, but as you said, there was a shift in one of those counties. The rest of Virginia is not really reporting in. Pennsylvania, again, you got 6% reporting in, mainly in Pittsburgh and another county. Allegheny is reporting. Again, Trump doesn't win Allegheny, but he's doing very well there in early mail-in balloting. So no real story to talk about just yet that's happening there. Maggie, do we have any media that we want to get to here? that we want to talk about? I haven't really seen anything that's crossed my desk out here, but we'll continue to monitor all this. This is CRUSADE Radio Network. I'm here with my co-host tonight, Richard Barrett, and Don from the Bronx, who is, you just kind of taking a fancy to this numbers game and to learning some of these more important counties here. Still lots to go here. Any commentary from either one of you? I don't know if you saw this, but this is just a complete, gosh, what did you, I guess this is a freakish event. Lines for blocks in Chicago, Don. You come from the Bronx. I mean, that's a big, that's not Chicago, but you're near the biggest city in New York. What are the people in Chicago going to the polls to vote for? And it's not just in one place. There's lines everywhere.
I don't know what they're doing. Maybe there's an amendment on the ballot there that they're looking to further diminish the reputation of their state. So that could be what they're doing. There's really nothing that was supposed to be competitive. I don't know what they have from a ballot standpoint. It could be a ballot that's got them all fired up. I'll have to look into that.
The odds of Trump winning the presidency right now are now up 69.9%. They started at 60.5% when the day started. He's now up to 69.9%. And I just got that from Elon Musk. Elon just tweeted that out and says, "The prophecy hath been fulfilled."
Real quick, I'm sorry to Mike to interrupt, but it looks like you were asking about the three big counties in Northern Virginia. It looks like in Fairfax, Donald Trump 30% of the vote in Fairfax, which is actually pretty crazy when you look at some of the other places. So it looks like, as far as Virginia being a bellwether, which I think we all kind of agreed, it might be because nobody was really paying attention to it because they thought it would just go blue. We're seeing some really some good action, at least in those major counties.
That's why it's so critical to have a good governor in place, like Youngkin in Virginia, the governor of Nevada, another really good Republican governor. I mean, this has impact. That's why those state elections have impact down the road for the federal stuff. And obviously the state stuff, we all are in agreement, is more important, but it helps with the federal stuff when you actually have someone that's competent in charge in the state.
Yeah, now we're coming up on a break. We're going to take it, guys. Hang on. We'll come back. We're still waiting for Mike Parrott to stop by. Mahgdalen Rose will check in again. This is Mike Church here. And again, encouraging all of you. We're not joking when we say that we run on donations here. Make a contribution, CrusadeChannel.com/donate. Get your name blared out in the YouTube chat. There's a lot of people on YouTube tonight. Click that dollar symbol down there. You can start at like $5 and make a contribution. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. We'll be right back here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Don't go away.
Live talk and chat room radio. That is the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Weekdays, 11 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you," to the end of their psalm readings. Later, "Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus," was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SBW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Roo Guru have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast in Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
And welcome back to the CRUSADE Radio Network, your live home for the best talk radio and campaign radio coverage, the best podcasts, the best features, you name it, we got it. CrusadeChannel.com. I want to thank Michael Rose for a great contribution during the timeout. Michael, thank you very much. Go to CrusadeChannel.com/donate. Make your contribution now. Thank you, Michael Rose. Hanging out with all of you in the Crusade Stadium chat room, our troll-free enclave there, CrusadeChannel.com/chat. Follow us on X.com. We are streaming live, and also on the Roku. The Roku channel's fixed, by the way. It's back up. There was just a... they changed the Roku service, and if they notified me, I didn't get the email, but thanks to you guys for spotting it. We're all back, and we're all good. Also, I want to mention in the YouTube chat, you know, you guys that hang out on the YouTube chat, we turned the monetization off on that channel, so you don't get bombarded with commercials during the stream. So to offset that, can you kick in $5 by clicking the dollar symbol there, and it'll show up in the YouTube chat, and I can shout your name out and sing your praises from now until the end of the world, which I so will do. I promise you, I promise you. Oh, I promise you, I'm when in Rome when it comes to that stuff. Head on over to the CRUSADE Radio Network on YouTube. Please subscribe to the channel. It's the only vehicle that we have to make it grow. Folks, looks like a very, very good night for President Trump tonight here right now. 50.3% to 48% in Virginia. I want to bring Don from the Bronx in here. Don, this is close, 41% reporting here. And just looking now at the updates on Fairfax County, Harris's margins are still significant, but they are going down. She's up 68 to 30. Looking now at Loudoun County, her margin is dropping. She's 56 to 40 now. And then in Prince William County, holding at about 59 to 40 here, with 78% in. There's a lot of votes up there. Now, I'm getting confusing information. Some people are telling me that Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William are red or light blue counties. Did Youngkin win those 3 counties?
I think Fairfax County is a red county. But the counties that you want to see President Trump above 30% in Fairfax. That's what you want to see. He wants to be above 20% in Alexandria, above 20% in Arlington, above 40% in Loudoun, and above 40% in Prince William. That's early vote data. Great follow on X. He put together a great list of counties and the percentages that President Trump needed to hit to win each state. So that's where you want to be in those big blue leaning counties.
He's there.
And then, Yeah, and then you want to win. You want to win Chesapeake. He's got to win Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, James City, Lynchburg, Stafford. That's where he needs to be to win.
Okay, well, I grew up in Virginia Beach, and I know a lot about Virginia Beach, and I know a lot about Chesapeake because we were football and baseball rivalries. Norfolk, of course, is right there. You have Little Creek Battle Station there. You had Dam Neck NAS. You have Oceana. You got big, huge military presence there in Virginia Beach. So he'll win Virginia Beach County. It's interesting about Chesapeake County because once you get out of there's not really a city area there. But once you get outside the kind of the northern part, the northeastern part that's near Virginia Beach, Chesapeake County is very rural. I don't know if those of you that have been there. As a matter of fact, Don, there is an FSSP chapter in Chesapeake. One of the most popular ones, on the eastern seaboard is in Chesapeake County. It's an old it's an old Protestant church that they bought out and they renovated it. And there's a huge community that basically lives right there in that neighborhood. And that's in Chesapeake.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So an interesting story there. Virginia looks in play to me.
Virginia, supposedly, there is increasing concern for the left about Virginia, New Hampshire, and New Mexico.
If Virginia falls, if the shape loses Virginia,
it's probably over.
Yeah, the blue wall.
It's probably over.
Yeah, the blue wall is going to crumble. There is no path to it. There's no electoral vote path to victory here.
North Carolina guys just turned red on decision desk. So that's if you have that, and then Virginia. It doesn't matter what they do, the shenanigans that take place, that's an insurmountable lead right there.
Okay, 16% reporting in North Carolina. And again, you're looking at, Don, the big counties are Mecklenburg. That's where Charlotte is. Cabarrus County, that's the next one. I used to live in Charlotte, so I know a little bit about it. Raleigh is an interesting place. Most people think that Raleigh, because it's a capital city, there's also a huge Latin mass community there. There are enclaves in old Raleigh that are very conservative. Raleigh, North Carolina is a little town right there in Raleigh, North Carolina. Keep an eye on it. Cary, C-A-R-Y. Cary, North Carolina. That is a very affluent suburb, very, very, very Christian, very Catholic, and very, very conservative and red. A lot of tech people come from California, which is kind of what taints Raleigh, because you have Research Triangle Park there. But not everyone works at Research Triangle Park. So, you keep an eye on Raleigh here. Trump did a rally in Greensboro, right? Just 2 days ago, he did a rally in 3 days ago, he did a rally in Greensboro. You have Winston-Salem, which again, these are Carolina cities. These are not cities in northern states. You go to a city like Winston-Salem. I'm not saying that it's a conservative enclave or that it's going to vote red, but they're old school. Don, this is where you would find old school, what you used to call Scoop Jackson Yellow Dog Democrats, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And so these people would be very reluctant modern Democrats. They probably would be more likely to be MAGA people. What's
interesting about North Carolina is Florida, I think, got the bulk of the really conservative New Yorkers and people from the Northeast. And North Carolina seemed to attract a bit more of that liberal, moderate, those liberal leaning New Yorkers and Northeasterners. And I think that's why North Carolina is even up for grabs. It's not really up for grabs. It's why it's still being battled over, whereas Florida has pulled away. I think that's a demographic issue that has happened there. So the Yankees that came down to Florida made Florida deeper red, and the ones that went, like myself, and the ones that went to North Carolina made North Carolina more competitive.
Interesting. And again, that decision desk. Maggie, do we have any audio, video, anything that anyone saying anything out there that we want to play for the audience yet? Okay. They're breaking Georgia down now on Fox News here, and they're concentrating, of course. They're looking at DeKalb County right now, which is north of where Atlanta is. Anyone that's ever been if you've ever been to the state of Georgia, when you think Georgia, you think Atlanta. Atlanta to Georgians is like New Orleans to Louisianans. Right, Justin? Plague, avoid. Okay? It has bubonic plague. Don't go there unless you want to get sick, raped, robbed, murdered, or have the roof on your convertible ripped open because they might have seen a watch sitting in your center console here. We reluctantly claim that New Orleans is still inside the borders of Louisiana, and there's big cities in every state, kind of like Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. So outside Atlanta does not run the state of Georgia, and again, it's almost like it's its own enclave. And I think at the end of the day, there is going to be a shift, and there are going to be people that are going to demand that there be some weighting on how these urban centers get such heavy. Have such heavy influence, Don and Richard, on the vote in an entire state. It's completely and totally and patently unfair. Farmers that live in the rest and good hard-working folks that live in the rest of Georgia don't want to be governed by the libtard ass bags that live in freaking Atlanta. Same thing in Pennsylvania. Joe and Katie Beeman, Vince in Pittsburgh, and our other friends that don't live in Philadelphia or one of the big cities don't want to be governed by the jerks, the left-hard jerks and the crooked criminal machines that run the big cities. I think ultimately here that something is going to have to be done about it before someone takes matters into their own hands, if you will. Having said that, what a monumental effort for President Trump and his campaign to even have a shot at winning Pennsylvania. Remember, Obama won it twice. That's the blue wall state. I mean, that literally is the blue wall. That's the fence that they built. For Trump to have won it in 2016, and now for all practical here, I'll give you a peppermint Jim Pizzacchi. For all practical intensive purposes, for all practical intents and purposes, he won in 2020. Okay, Biden won. Okay, fine. Makes tonight that much more sweeter when he takes it.
Yeah, we hope so. There has been a lot of work put into the state of Pennsylvania, and the Republican Party as a whole was doing none of this work when it was under the guidance of a Romney. But people like Scott Pressler, Cliff Maloney of Pennsylvania Chase, and Turning Point Action have done all of the dirty work, and we're really doing all the heavy lifting for the 4 years leading up to this moment. Republicans were doing nothing as a national party. Obviously, there was really good stuff happening on the ground with the local party. But Scott Pressler, he flipped something like 70 counties red. Significant.
Yes.
You're talking over 500,000 new registered Republicans.
And he also got all the Irish, about 100,000 Irish. I'm sorry, Amish.
Amish.
Get registered and got a majority of them out, which they traditionally don't do.
One of the funniest
15,000 ride requests for the Amish. 15,000 ride requests.
This is amazing. One of the funniest things that happened at a Trump rally happened the other day in Reading or Reading. I think they say Reading, in Reading, Pennsylvania. When he looks off to the side and he goes, "We even had the Amish here. Look, our Amish friends are here. They had to ride in on horse and buggy." And they panned the camera over, and sure enough, there was a whole crowd of them sitting over there, which, of course, they went into hysterics on MSNBC. Those are actors. Those are real Amish. That's a prop piece, that horse. I don't think props that were made 150 years ago are still surviving. In any event, Don's right about what is happening in Pennsylvania. By the way, just checking into Pennsylvania. Again, big cities, Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and others reporting in. It's colored blue right now. Harris is way up. But that is as a result of Harrisburg. That's the capital, 24% in. She's beating Trump 66-32. Philadelphia County, 16% in. She's beating him 62-37. That's in Lancaster. That's not good. York County, she's only up 8 in York County, 16% in. Pittsburgh, 30% in Allegheny County. She's up 72-26. I wonder if that's one of those counties, Don, where Trump needs to get that into the 20s or the 30s?
Which county?
Allegheny?
Allegheny needs to be above 40. That's the target. Philadelphia, it's above 20. Montgomery above in the high 30s, 40. That's the range that the data crunchers have come up with. He needs to win Center, Erie, Bucks, Northampton. He's got to get above, make it really tight in Dauphin, but really flip 20% in Philadelphia, 40% in Allegheny.
Okay, so, and you would imagine that a lot of this is mail-in balloting.
Yeah, a lot of that's going to be mail-in balloting, and these Rust Belt states, they count votes. I don't know who's counting votes over there, but it takes forever. You have a state like Florida, 30 million people in the state of Florida, and they're updating things in real time all day long. I don't know what they're doing in the state of Pennsylvania and some of these other Rust Belt states, but there's nothing we could do about that now. So.
And with the rest of Florida beginning to report in, you got 95% in Escambia County. That's my favorite county. I love Escambia County. Beautiful, beautiful beaches in Escambia. Santa Rosa right next door. That's where Fort Walton is. Escambia, that's where Pensacola is. And then Okaloosa, that's where Eglin Air Force Base is. I think it's in Okaloosa. I might be a little east. Walton County, they're all red. Bay County, that's where Panama City is. 95% in Florida is going to Trump, 57-42. This is an absolute blowout. What was the Biden-Trump measure in 2020, Don?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it was I know DeSantis was about close to 20 points in 2022. But this is definitely, he's outperforming, President Trump is outperforming where he was in 2020. That's for sure.
Okay, so again, in the state of Florida, that is another shift. Well, you know what CNN can tell us? Just looking at the map for Florida, and he didn't win it by that much, 51.2 to 47.9. So he is way ahead of that.
Florida has changed
guys, I don't mean
rapidly.
To break in, but it looks like Decision Desk has called for Virginia for Kamala. And at local news, local level, looks like Mark Robinson lost at the governor level in North Carolina to Jill Stein, I believe. Or not Jill Stein, but to the Democratic running for governor. So looks like Trump will win it at the federal level. But they went for a blue governor again. It's the second blue governor in a row. And it looks like they've called officially for Virginia for Harris, according to Decision Desk.
Wow, and that is so tight. Let's see, you got 45% reporting in, and the shape is up 49.9 to 48.4. I don't know how you, Don, you got an idea on the math there?
It's probably really close, but there's probably an estimation as to what is left and what counties. Again, the fact that President Trump has made it this close, a lot of the people that were paying attention to Virginia said if it was within 4 points, that was a good sign for other things that were happening around the country. So if President Trump is within 4 points, really good sign for other places. Again, long way to go. But even if it was called for Kamala, this was something that I had maybe as his 8th or 9th, best bet to flip. But still, within 4 points, you're in good shape, and it means you're doing good things around the country.
Yeah, and let's see here. In Chesapeake City, you only have 5% reporting in, and he's ahead there. I'm just looking at those three counties now. Prince William, 83% in, and he's in that number you said he had to be in. It's 58. It's 58, basically 40 there, so he's in that number. Fairfax County, 67-30. He's in the 30% number you said he had to be. And then Loudoun County, 56-40. You said he had to get to 40. He's in the 40.
Yeah. I wonder what's in Alexandria. That would be, to me, he may not be winning all the counties he needed to win, and he may not have enough in Alexandria, and that's a pretty big county there.
Yeah, I'm looking, trying to figure out where is Alexandria. I know it's right around there. There's Culpeper. There's Greene. Where is Alexandria? It's a big county. There's Albemarle. And Richard, can are you mousing? Maggie, are you mousing over in Virginia? Can you tell me where Alexandria County is? I know it's right here. In any event, Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network. Hope you're enjoying our live coverage here from the Decision Desk again. This is really close. It's now 49.3 to 49. in Virginia with 47% reporting. There must be some vote out there. You know, maybe they're looking at, because in Richmond, in Henrico County, well, again, that is inner city Richmond, and so is Richmond.
So NPR has not called Virginia yet.
Yeah.
Decision Desk they have 43% in Virginia, but they haven't called it yet. So it's not uniform across the board. I'll just
26% reporting into North Carolina, and you got Trump up 54-45. Looking at Georgia now, it's 50.
And Decision Desk is calling New Hampshire right now for Kamala.
Okay, so New Hampshire has fallen again. Now, this is another one of, and look, there's hardly anything that's reporting in there. I guess that's just because they're getting Manchester and Concord. New Hampshire is another one of those states. You know, I was telling somebody this the other day when I was in New Hampshire, that wasn't from New Hampshire. New Hampshire is one of the most interesting states in the entire union. Most people don't know this. New Hampshire ratified the Constitution on like June the 22nd, 1788, and that made 9 states. That meant that had we had telephones in 1788, and had they been able to call Virginia and say, hey, you don't need to ratify, you can hold out for a Bill of Rights because New Hampshire makes 9, we probably have a different looking union today. But New Hampshire used to be the bellwether conservative state. And no Republican ever, supposedly now, right, John? You don't win the presidency or the nomination if you don't win New Hampshire. Why? The New Hampshire primary is big. I was there in 2012 with Sirius XM. You know, Ron Paul came very close to run. He came in second or third in New Hampshire. It is the selection of districts. You're like 7,500 per for representative seat. Very small government. You actually have to walk your district to be elected to the state house. But it's one of those states that has been infected by the people that have fled the hell that they've created next door in Massachusetts. And that's why people in Maine hate people from Boston. They call them massholes. People in New Hampshire that are old Massachusetts or New Hampshire people can't stand the faggots that come into New Hampshire from Massachusetts. They call them massholes or mass buggers. They don't like them. And I think there's something to that. You look at a state like New Hampshire here. This is a state, Don, George W. Bush 41, who was his chief of staff? John Sununu. John Sununu was a governor and a senator from New Hampshire. Hell, his son is a governor. Of course, he's a left hard-leaner. Just sad to me that New Hampshire, which is also the home of the Porcupine or the Pork Project, the Free State Project. You know, there's so much talk. It's a give me liberty or give me death state, or live free or die state rather. It saddens me that a great state like New Hampshire and all the great people that you and I know that live there, Richard, are colored shaded blue. That is not a blue state. You go to New Hampshire, there's no way. And I've never been to one of the big cities in New Hampshire because I don't want to go. I go hang out in the beautiful part of New Hampshire. Richard, you're from New England. You know this.
I mean, New Hampshire is the only thing that has any kind of bastion of reasonableness there. But too many of these supposed independents that it really, the problem is the people that claim to be independents are really just Democrats that don't want to call themselves that. And the real problem is something that, you know, Brother Andre Marie and others will talk about. It's the libertarians. It's the libertarians that will call themselves, you know, oh, I'm a libertarian. They're really just kind of, once again, Democrats or progressives that don't like the label of being a Democrat or a progressive.
Right.
And the Libertarian Party is so spread. You know, conservatives usually line up on key issues, and so liberals line up on those. But libertarians can span the entire gauntlet. And even though the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorsed Trump last night, which I don't think really means much to it, but the fact of the matter is the libertarians are also spiteful. And I think they still might not like the fact that Trump went to the Libertarian Convention, pretty much demanded their vote, which was still a great move. But the fact is that it doesn't shock me. New Hampshire is the most reasonable state in New England, and yet it still goes blue in federal elections. So it's what do you call a Republican in New England? You call them a moderate Democrat. That's really all they are.
Just
no different,
checking out the state, Georgia, Fulton County now 75% reporting in. The Shape is up 71-27 over Trump. There's no surprise there. Next door in DeKalb County, she's up 82-16. I think, Don, you said that needed to be a 78-20 split. That's not happening. Not sure how important that is. 68%.
Which one was that?
DeKalb.
Yeah, DeKalb. He wants to be above 16%.
He is.
And yeah, African American turnout is down. She's down compared to where Biden was. So that's again another good sign.
Well, you only have 26% of the vote left to count in Fulton, which is the largest county in the state. So that's, DeKalb is big. You've got 30% of that vote left to count. Gwinnett, which is Gwinnett is another one of these. You drive through Gwinnett County, okay, and again, people are going like, dude, how do you know all this stuff? I get around a lot. You drive through Gwinnett County, and you will go through a place. Maggie, what's the name of that town we went to where we literally thought we had been beamed, that the Starship Enterprise had locked the transporter on us and had beamed us from Georgia to Tijuana, Mexico. Starts with a C. What's the name? In any event, if you want to know where Biden relocated and where Obama relocated about 30,000 illegal alien criminal trespassers, it's in Gwinnett County. That's where you drive through there and you go like, okay, how did I get into a foreign country? What the hell happened here? I mean, seriously, just your eyes will tell you that, and you go like, you'll be looking at your wife, or your wife will be looking at you. Get me the hell out of here, dude. I'm looking at the Sinaloa cartel walking the streets here. What the F just happened here? It's amazing here. This is not a minority black community. This is completely now in Gwinnett. It is completely now a Hispanic area, which is not doing too bad. It's 60-38, but again, that's a suburb of Atlanta that used to be, this was a one of those outlying suburbs of Atlanta that people would say that if they were from Atlanta and they were old scooped, you can go back in the 90s, Zell Miller, Sam Nunn, Southern Yellow Dog Democrats, right? They were from the state of Georgia, could get elected statewide. They would claim that people that would like live in Gwinnett County, those would be old Southern Democrats. So we're keeping an eye on Georgia. No one's called it yet, but Trump looks to me to be up unless there is a serious spike coming out of Fulton County.
President Trump did a big event there a couple of weeks ago with Turning Point Action. RFK Jr. was there. Tucker Carlson was there. So there was a big focus on getting up some of those margins in Gwinnett County.
Well, we'll keep an eye on. We'll come back to it in just a moment. Here's Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Thanks for joining us tonight for our election coverage. It's an exciting night. Keep it tuned right here. We shall return.
Folks, to remember, we sell so much more.
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
To all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary stickers, lapel pins, stuff from bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage, at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now I use Learny and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's learny.com/KingDude. Well, it's 9 p.m. on the East Coast. It's 8 p.m. here, Central Standard Time. Mike Church here, host of the Mike Church Show on the CRUSADE Radio Network. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, thank you for checking us out. If you are a new viewer there and you happen to stumble upon us, we do this every weekday morning, 6 to 9 a.m., and we have special events and break in with news and do things like conventions and debates and election coverage and all sorts of stuff here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Launched this channel back in May, and we would very much appreciate if you would consider becoming a subscriber to the channel. I am really surprised at the. I thought that there would be just a mammoth amount of interest. Maybe the night is young and is early, because I'm not even seeing a lot of activity on X.com. So must be a lot of wait and see out there because things haven't happened or not happening maybe as fast as people thought. Make a contribution to the CRUSADE Radio Network at CRUSADEchannel.com/donate. Join us in the Crusader Stadium chat room as well. CRUSADEchannel.com/donate here. Going back to the Decision Desk map here. Now, Decision Desk has called Virginia for the shape. I called Kamala Harris the shape because that's what Michael Myers in the movie Halloween was called in the script, the shape, because the shape could just kind of morph into whatever it needed to be. Could unlock doors and all sorts of things. It was evil incarnate. She is evil incarnate. She's earned the nickname from me, the shape. I want to update you on Virginia. If we were to call it right now, Don, 50% reporting, Trump would win Virginia. Yep. He's up 49.4 to 48.9 in Virginia.
CNN has Trump in Virginia with the lead, and NPR has not had a decision either way. They still have it gray. So there's not consensus on this.
So sounds like Ohio has been called. Texas has been called. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like Bernie Moreno may be on his way to finally kicking Sherrod Brown out of office in Ohio.
This is huge. That's a flip. That's a flip seat, Don. Sherrod Brown is one of the Richard. What's his? Oh gosh, you used to do a bit about Sherrod Brown. Is he? I'm trying to remember the bit now. Does he accuse people of breaking into his house? What's the bit? The guy's not right. There's something wrong with him.
There's a lot wrong with him. Unfortunately, I can't bring up the.
The bit you used to do was so funny, and you play the soundbite, and you go, and I'd be listening, going like, okay, that guy's not right. There's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah,
it's nice to see one of these Rust Belt states getting these elections right. You know, I've been complaining about it on the lead up to this election. I just don't understand the decision-making process of the good people that live in the Midwest. You know, the governor of Ohio was horrible on COVID stuff, really weak. Mike DeWine.
Terrible, awful.
Kept re-electing Sherrod Brown. You know, you've got Dim Whitmer in Michigan. You've got what you have in Wisconsin. Obviously, there's Ron Johnson there, a little bit better. And then obviously Shapiro in Pennsylvania and Fetterman. And I mean, what is going on? It's just a disaster. If you look relative to the population, this is the worst bunch of elected officials, federal officials in the whole country. We know what we're going to get from California and New England and the Northeast, but I mean the Midwest really. So this was I think a critical win to flip this the way it should, much more reflective of the electorate there.
Well, there still has some votes left to be counted. Cleveland is in Cuyahoga County, 32%. So there's still a lot of votes there for Brown. Akron in at 37%. He's not. He's up 63-34.
She's been running behind in Cuyahoga County all day, but running behind pace of 2020 and all day.
Yeah. So Bernie Moreno is up 41,000, 37,000 votes, 49.4 to 47.8, just ticked up actually. Dayton is in at 60%, and that's a 55-41 split there. Cincinnati is in at 41%. That's a 62-35 split. Columbus is in at 40%. That's a 70-27%. And Delaware, the next county up. Yeah, it looks like there could be a flip. Absolutely could be a flip. Not such good news thus far. But there's not a lot in yet. In Philadelphia, in Lancaster County, you only have, let's see here, no, in Delaware County, I'm looking at Montgomery. Montgomery County, Bob Casey is 75-24 over McCormick. Philadelphia County is 87-12. That's for 15% reporting in. Bucks County, he's up 65-35. Bucks County is interesting. Didn't Trump campaigned in Bucks County, didn't he?
Absolutely. Bucks County is a critical county for him, as is Berks County. Those are really important. He needs to win Bucks County. That's where a lot of that voter registration, those efforts happened, places like Bucks County. So that is really important if he's going to win in the state of Pennsylvania. And right now, the New York Times has increased their estimated margins for President Trump at 0.5 point. So they expect him to win by 0.5 point in Pennsylvania, by between 0.5 point and 1 point in Nevada, 2 points in North Carolina, 2 to 2.5 points in Georgia, and 3.5 points in Arizona. That's from the New York Times, their estimations as to where things are headed.
Well, let me give you an update on what's happening.
Okay,
let me give you an update on what's happening in Georgia, if you're wondering. Atlanta is comprised of Fulton County. It's the biggest county in the state. 75% of the precincts in. Trump is holding what he needed to hold at 27, almost 28%. What was that number you gave? Was it 20? It was above. Was it 25?
Where is this, in Fulton County?
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to be above 28%. So 30 would be lovely.
Okay, well, he's at 27.7, so he hasn't. He's not at 28% yet, but he's close. But they only have 25% of the vote left to count. Now, Richard, remember, and Don, remember, you were here 4 years ago. It was about this. It was about this time that the water pipe blew. And, they were getting ready to call Georgia for Trump. It was trending that way. And the water pipe blew in State Farm Arena here. I'm sitting here saying little Hail Marys in the breaks and going like, no water pipes. I don't want to hear any that there's a terrorist bomb threat at the State Farm Center, because if there is, then the fix is in. We haven't heard that yet, but there's not a lot of votes left to count in Fulton County. So the closer you get to 85, 90% in Fulton County, with the lead staying the way it is, there's less votes for the shape that she could possibly gain. Now, she doesn't win them all. This is key. And right now, she is down. Okay, so you look at DeKalb County, 68% in. Now, she's up 82.7 to 16.6. So the 16% that they needed to hold in DeKalb County looks like that number is actually holding. Gwinnett County, again, the 35% number, or 36, I think you gave me. He's holding at 38.7, almost 39. That's only 17% of the precincts in, but if that's the percent that he needs to be at, and that is all of, you got Cobb County here, which is a 57-41 split. 90 or 80% of that is reporting in, and then you have Douglas County, 95% in. The shape's going to win that. Not a lot of votes, and that's, again, that is metro rural Atlanta there, folks. So we didn't have this in 2012. We had recounts galore. We had just an absolute disaster in Fulton and DeKalb and all those counties right there. They're all close there. They're all in high double digits now. Trump's lead is, let's see here, 98, and 98 is 187,000 right now in Georgia. You have all kind of very rural, very red, crimson red counties that have reported nothing in.
That's where I think it's going to swing. That's where a lot of the early votes were coming in. We're seeing significant early votes from deep red rural counties in Georgia that have yet to post. And that's who stayed home that allowed it to be that close in 2020. Those voters stayed home. Those men that reside in those deep red rural counties didn't come out in 2020. Maybe their wives spooked them about COVID and they just stayed home with their mask on. But maybe they came back and woke up in the past 4 years.
So we're keeping an eye on that. Folks, there's nothing to tell you about yet in Pennsylvania. It looks terrible right now with the shape up 60.5 to Trump's 38.7. This is a lot of early voting, a lot of mail-in balloting. The big counties, you have Allegheny, you have Philadelphia with Montgomery County with 18% in, and then Bucks County, which, Don, you were saying this needs to be a horse race. Right now, it's not, but again, that may be just early ballots and mail-in ballots that are, and absentees that are being counted. She's up 64 to 34. That's only 14% in, though.
Yeah, Bucks is going to be critical in Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, 40% in. She's up 68-31. No real surprise there. And that's a very, very urban area. I don't know what the number was that they needed to hold there, but holding at 31.2% right now. Washington County, which is right next door, 38% in. It's 55-43 split. And again, in Harrisburg, that's in Dauphin County. That's French for king, Dauphine. Dauphin County, 24% in. She's up there. And she's also up in Cumberland. There's a lot of rural Pennsylvania that has nothing reported yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is feeling like Florida 2016 in Pennsylvania. If you all remember, it was really tight. And then those deep red counties in the panhandle started coming in. And everything just started tilting towards President Trump at that moment. And now the eyes are on Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. I really do believe there's a shot at hearing Wisconsin called first before Pennsylvania, based on what was coming in early voting and where it was coming from. But we haven't seen much from Wisconsin yet.
Okay, I just want to update you in Virginia. And again, I don't know why Decision Desk has just jumped on this. Maybe they wanted if it bleeds, it lead. They wanted to be first. Harris's lead with 95% in. I believe this is way, way outside of what you said it needed to be. In Loudoun County, 56.7% to Trump's 40. Now, where did he need to be in Loudoun?
Loudoun, the target was above 38%.
Well, he's at 4.
If I may, just real quick.
Go ahead.
NPR just shifted Virginia red.
I'm looking at this trend here. He's beating her in Virginia.
Yes, NPR just went red. It was gray for the longest time. They have 51% in, Trump 49.7, Harris 48, and they just refreshed 49.6 for Trump, 48.7 for Harris. That's NPR. CNN confirms that they have it red as well. So neither one of them have called it for
Don. Don, he's hitting the numbers in those three upper counties that you gave me.
Yeah, he's doing it. I mean, the question is, was the get out the vote enough in the red counties? That's the difference, and that's what he needs. So it's out there. We could have a flip of what we saw in 2020, where we thought he was doing really well in certain states, and then we're surprised at the end. So this may be the opposite here in Virginia.
Well, let's look at Roanoke. He just campaigned there. 95% of precincts, and he's going to win it at 60.5%. Yeah, go a little north. Where's Salem? Salem's up around in here somewhere. There's Floyd, Montgomery, Roanoke, and that's Roanoke City. No, where am I at? Pulaski County. My grandma used to live in Pulaski County. That's one of those rural ones that is an easy one. Montgomery County, 90% in. That's a tight race, and that's surprising because, this is all in the I-81 corridor here. You drive up I-81 on the eastern side of the Blue Ridge Parkway, and that's what you'll see there. Bodator County, he is way up here. These are the rural areas that we were talking about earlier. There's one county here, Campbell, that has reported nothing in. And that is, again, that's part of that's in Appalachia there. Some of the other counties are at 50%. Now, at Decision Desk, now it's shifted with 55% in. It's Harris at 49.2 and Trump at 49.1. This is a 2,000 vote split here.
Again, the key here, even if he doesn't win, we would love a victory, right? But keep it within 3 to 4 points. It's a good sign for what's coming in nearby states like Pennsylvania. This is a good sign that he's running this close, this late in Virginia.
Definitely. Mike Church here with you, with Don from the Bronx and Richard Barrett here on our election night results reporting. Remember, if you're watching us on the YouTube and you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to the channel. Click the subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. You can also make a donation, contribute to our efforts. We do broadcast this for free on the YouTube, but it's not free to produce, and thank you for that. Head on over as well to our Crusader Stadium live chat room, CrusadeChannel.com/chat. You can also make a direct donation tonight or any day of the week, CrusadeChannel.com/donate. 70 chatters strong, which means we're missing 80 in the Crusader Stadium chat room here, but seeing some people that are that we haven't seen in a while there. Maggie, we have no audio or anything to get to yet. No one is, no one dares to come out and speaketh yet. If you would, though,
Mike, just to break in, Mike, the Times now has Trump even 50-50 with, so not the actual results, but 50-50. It's a 50-50 race in Michigan. And Michigan, again, that's the home of Dim Whitmer.
Yes.
And Detroit, and a lot of corruption. But right now, the Times has it as a 50-50, as a coin flip.
And 500.
Now, and it's now flipped to 0.1. Now, their estimation, the New York Times, has President Trump winning the state of Michigan by 0.1. Obviously, we would not know that result tonight. There'll be a lot of cars that need to back up into Detroit with suitcases worth of ballots. But still, Trump 0.1 in Michigan, very good sign for neighboring Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
So Wisconsin has an exit poll from NBC News, and it looks like Trump has doubled his support among black voters, and it looks like he's pulling about 20% of the black vote, and versus about 8% in Wisconsin in 2020. So if that holds true, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens in Wisconsin.
It's funny that they call these states when you have, like New York has already been called, but it has this much reporting in.
0.0.
But I guess you just go with the trend that you know that you're going, that's going to happen. Texas has been called. I'll give you the states that have been called according to decisions. None of this is official, folks. No votes have been certified. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina have all been called for Trump. We're still waiting out there on Georgia. Right now, Georgia is in with 69% in, and it's a 52.7 to a 46.7 split for President Trump. Bad news if you're a Democrat, because 80% of Fulton County is now reporting in, and she is not cutting into his lead. There are still rural counties in Georgia that have no votes counted in here. It looks to me like Georgia is, as I have been saying and have been predicting, is going will flip back to where it should have always been, which is red, which calls into question to me the election of both senators. I think both of them are complete and total election fraud. Ossoff and
Georgia was that was a mess.
Yeah, Raphael Warnock. No way this guy. With Georgia fixing its voter rolls and getting their act together, and now with a Republican Party that is led by competent people and not a Romney, both of those Senate seats are going to go back to the good people of Georgia, as they should be. And President Trump is showing that tonight. I think it's an incredible story here to me, though, and that's this. And I talked about this. I did a monologue on the show. For those of you that don't listen to the show, you should be listening to the show. Check us out. It's the most informative and entertaining, because the job is to entertain every weekday morning. I talked about this, though, and this is about bearing out tonight. We're seeing this. The Democrat Party literally could have taken the guy from Weekend from Bernie's, even though he's been dead for 32 years. They could have taken that guy, put a wig on it, called it Kamala, wheeled it around the campaign stops, put a laugh track, and wheeled it out there, and it would still get the same results. This is a machine. This is a machine that cranks out votes. That's all it doesn't matter who the candidate is. I think Biden probably would get about the same amount here. It doesn't matter who the candidate is. And I think that is really, really a dangerous and sad thing, because those people are basically committing this thing we call, the vote and the democracy, are committing it to someone that, number one, is not a natural-born citizen. She shouldn't be anywhere near a presidential ballot. That's one thing. And number two, what is known about this woman is not good. There is no history. There is no track record. We don't even have, there's only like 2 cases that are on the record that she actually famously tried when she was the Attorney General in California. I think that this is really, and Don, I hope that you're right, that this is a culture, this is a shift election, and that there is no shift that ever goes, that you don't ever shift back.
Speaking to those low information voters that you're describing.
Gruber voters, as Kevin Gutzman used to call them.
There was a spike today, midday, on Google searches for when did Biden drop out. I saw that on X earlier today. I thought that was hysterical and just summed up perfectly exactly what you just talked about.
I want to give you the latest in Georgia now, because it's 80% of Fulton County now in, and it is still at 52.7 to 46.7. As Fulton County, as it gets closer to 100, the chances get smaller and smaller that the shape has any shot to win Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. That's her hope. They're pinning it on Fulton County is obviously the big hope there for her. That's how Biden was able to win in 2020, and she's running out of runway, as they say. I don't like to put a lot of stock in the exit polls, but we're seeing more stuff come out on Michigan. This is an NBC exit poll on 18. We spoke earlier about the cultural shift. 18 to 29-year-olds. Trump is winning, according to an NBC exit poll, Trump is winning 18 to 29-year-olds by 5% in Michigan.
That's huge.
Real quick,
to
Decision Desk
29-year-olds.
has called North Carolina for Trump.
I see
That's
it. Decision Desk has called North Carolina for Trump, too. The wall and the window is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, folks. Let's cinch this Georgia vote up here. And then the path to 270 is starting to look good. This is a great historic night. And Decision Desk again. Who else, Richard, has called North Carolina?
Nobody else has officially called it, but NPR has North Carolina red. CNN has North Carolina red. There is no discrepancy in that. Everybody has it in the red, unlike Virginia, where there's a little bit up in the air right now. But everybody that I'm looking at has North Carolina red. They're just waiting. I mean, CNN has 54% in, and they still have the same numbers that everybody else is looking at. So it looks like it's going to be confirmed across 3 different news organizations.
So, yeah, you've got 54% reporting, and you're right. It's 51.2 to 47.7. And what they're probably looking at is the trend in Mecklenburg, which is the biggest county in the state, and then the trend in Raleigh, which is 75% in. Not a lot of votes left to be found there. Winston-Salem, 47% in. And, again, this is not really when you think of a big city, it's not really a big city. I mean, it is. It's in the top 100 in the radio TV markets, but again, kind of a countrified, a larger city here. Again, to repeat, North Carolina has been called for President Trump. I'm looking now again at Virginia. We got 57% in. Trump is still leading in Virginia.
The AP still has Virginia red too. So
Wow.
the AP, CNN, and NPR all have it red.
Mike, this is. I just want to jump in because I think this is a key thing to mention. Good follow on X, Christian Hyens, really good data cruncher. According to him, and he's been really good on a lot of this stuff in the lead up to the election. If Democrats won 100% of the remaining mail-in ballots in Philly, Harris would still be down 116,000 votes from Biden's pace.
Wow.
Incredible.
So the math is not adding up right now. Now, of course, there could be funny math. We don't know. We're praying that has been mitigated. But as of right now, she's running well behind Biden's pace in 2020.
Wait a minute, guys. We have a big one breaking here. Just coming in over the transom, over the news wire. They are all projecting that Kamala Harris has won Ukraine.
That was a close one.
It was close for a minute there.
It was. Putin coming second?
Putin. No, it was Harris, Biden, Zelensky, Putin. Putin came in fourth, actually. Again, to repeat, Decision Desk CRUSADE Channel has called Ukraine for Harris and for Biden. And again, we're all, there were a lot of memes today. One of the ones that I thought was funny. Okay, what is this that Bill Hemmer is describing?
The Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin.
Oh, he's talking about 2020.
The entire day on Wednesday.
I was just pointing that Fox has finally got Trump and the red for Virginia as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what Decision Desk is seeing here that everyone else is not seeing here. But Trump is beating her. That margin is increasing, Don, from the Bronx. 49.6 to 48.7 now, with 59% reporting in Virginia. Now, I'm looking at those big blue
counties. The only major county that hasn't reported in yet. They have no data on that.
The counties in Virginia, again, he needs to win. He needs to win Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, James City, Lynchburg, Stafford. Needs to be above 35% in Albemarle. That's how you say it. 20% in Alexandria, 20% in Arlington, above 30 in Fairfax, at about 40 in Loudoun, and at just in the high 30s in Prince William County. Those are the targets, according to early vote data on X.com, that we're looking at. So if that
still
continues,
got 40% in Loudoun.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
Fairfax County's got 31%.
Okay, well, look, guys, hold that thought. We're going to take a quick time out. Mike Church here with Don from the Bronx and Richard Barrett, our live election desk 2020 for coverage of the election returns continues here. Please, if you're watching on YouTube or on X.com, follow us on X. Subscribe to the channel, the CRUSADE Radio Network on YouTube, in the chat room at CRUSADEChannel.com. And thank you very much for all your contributions and donations. We accept donations from everyone. CRUSADEChannel.com/donate, or click the dollar button in the YouTube chat. It's called a cash chat. It shows up right there in the chat window. We'll be right back here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, live talking campaign radio the way it should be.
Womb, Jesus, was added, and by the 15th century the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership for the grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CRUSADEChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CRUSADEChannel.com/offer. Do you hear that, Maggie?
Do I hear what?
You don't hear the sound of bees buzzing about?
No, I see the result of that buzzing about in these beautiful new beeswax candles.
We sell candles now?
Not just any candles. These are handmade beeswax candles.
Well, that explains me imagining bees.
And they come in different sizes. There's a votive, a 3-day, and a 7-day size too.
Well, that should start a buzz in the store.
It better, or you'll get the buzz.
Order handmade beeswax candles today while supplies last at shop.mikechurch.com. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Silver and gold.
In these turbulent times, buying silver and gold is such a no-brainer that even snowmen know they should do it. Now, all precious metal dealers claim to be the best, but only one can claim they are endorsed by the King Dude, and that's Miles Franklin. My friend Andy Schegman's a regular guest on my show and a regular genius when it comes to silver and gold, and I trust him with my silver and gold purchases, and so should you. So email Miles Franklin today for your exclusive Mike Church Show discount price list. info@milesfranklin.com.
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
And welcome back to the CRUSADE Radio Network and our live continuing coverage of Election Desk, election returns, election results 2024, here live on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Streaming on X.com. Please follow us on X. I am at The King Dude. And on YouTube, we are the CRUSADE Radio Network. All right, just looking at what is happening out there on Decision Desk. Oh boy, folks, Georgia looks really, really good.
Georgia's at 75%. Trump's 52% right there. He's looking really good there. As far as the one that I think we're all kind of keeping Georgia's got 75% in. I don't know where the shenanigans can happen at that point, Mike. I don't want to jinx it, but that's got to be pretty tough to overcome. Am I wrong there?
Well, Gwinnett County is at 17%. That's a suburb of Atlanta. What's that? Oh, is he? Fulton County is 80% in. It's been held at 80%. I don't like Fulton County, Don, holding at 80%.
None of us do.
That's what they did in 2020. It's been at 80% for like an hour now. What in the hell is going on? Where are the ballots?
Good thing is we know there are poll watchers in there. We know there are Republican poll watchers in watching them count, watching them do everything they're doing. So this isn't 2020 in that regard. So far, no pipes have burst. There have been a lot of things that have mitigated the fraud. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be some and there won't be attempts. So I know there's a lot of people out there that are doomsayers and think just because 2020 happened, it's going to repeat again. 2020 was an anomaly. We never lived through anything like that before. So it could happen. That could be their playbook from here on out. But we just don't know because that never happened before. So we'll see.
But just looking at those counties around Atlanta, that really is the last best hope for leftards on earth to come in. Now, looking at some of the other counties, you have Jones County. That is a very rural county that has no reporting yet. You have Wilkinson, rural, no reporting. You have Washington, no reporting. Hancock, no reporting. And I'm looking at these little county, Taliaferro. Don't know what's there and why that one is a Harris County. I don't think I've been to that part of Georgia. And then Warren County, which is it's a very small county, and it looks like Harris will win at 52-47. Interesting though. Bryan County, which is the county that is next to Savannah. Now, when you think of Savannah, Georgia, Don, isn't there a Navy base there? There's a port. It's a port city, isn't it?
I would think so, yeah, near Savannah, absolutely.
Okay, so only 6% in, and it's Chatham County or Chatham County, depending on whose side you'll own. Only 6% in, and that's trending for the shape thus far. And then you have Liberty County. What an irony there, 95% in. No Liberty there because Harris is winning it. So apparently people in Liberty are Liberty in name only. And then you come out into the western part of Georgia, Muskogee County. That's rural. That's black. That's very poor. 72% in. That's blue. Harris is winning that one. Actually, Harris County just started reporting in, and Talbot County, and there's some other counties that very rural again. Stewart County looks like she'll win that one, 58-42, but that's a grand total with 95% in. That county has a grand total of maybe 3,500 votes. Hell, not even that many, 2,500. You have other counties here like Mitchell, no reporting. Brooks, no reporting. It'd be interesting. And I'm just going to go back quickly here. Okay. Duval County, which we have been monitoring all night long. This is big. 91% in. Trump now at 49.7. The shape at 49.2. That is roughly a 2,500 vote margin. And now I'm just doing the math in my head, Don, but as that vote has been coming in, there's probably not enough vote left for her to take Duval. So if the numbers keep...
And again,
we just
want it to be even. We just want it to be even there. That's the trend. We're looking for trends. And Duval has historically run 3 points to the left of the state of Georgia. Very similar demographics. And if he's running even there, that should indicate about a 2.5 to 3 point, maybe larger win in the state of Georgia. So we will soon find out.
Yeah, incredible stuff happening. You're all in pins and needles out there. I saw a meme earlier today that why are we all hanging around like we're at an orphanage waiting for our adoptive parents to come pick us up? That's that's what we're. No, pick me. No, don't pick him. He's an ass. No, he's a jerk. No, you want me. I'm just going to give you an update on Pennsylvania for those of you out there listening in Radio Land who are not following any of these decisions. You got 31% in right now. The race is now tightening. It's 52.4 to 46.7. If you want to zoom in, and if you want to zoom in on Bucks County, 19% in. I hope that this is early voting and that this is Democrat mail-in voting because she's got a substantial lead. 1/5 of the vote is in, so you got a lot of vote left out there. 58.9 to 40.2. Bucks County is a county that you need to see Trump win. Trump wins Buck County. It's a great indicator that he probably will win the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, barring again that the Philadelphia polling station stops counting votes. And then when it stops counting votes, the mail trucks start backing up and dropping off the loot. Montgomery County in Pennsylvania, that's 21% in. That's a 72-26 split. And then Chester County, that is next to Philadelphia. It's a 55-43 split. And then you actually get into the counties Delaware, a 74-24. And then the county that is actually Philadelphia, an 82-16. That's 22% in. So there are a lot of votes out there in Philadelphia. I wish that it reported first and fast.
Wisconsin. That's Madison, Wisconsin. 27%. The target there in Dane County is over 23%, and he won 27% of the early vote. Remember, that tilts left in Madison, Wisconsin County, Dane County, Wisconsin. That's another good indicator for a key state.
Let's bring in another member of our commentary team tonight. Mike Parrott is on the StreamYard, right?
Hello.
Mr. Parrott, I'm glad you could make it, sir. How are you?
Hey, good to see you. Good evening, election night in America. I'm happy to be with you. Joined here in studio with Alberto Flatcath on Twitter.
So, you guys, you're seeing the same thing that we're seeing. This looks to be a pretty good night for President Trump. Again, a couple of things. I don't know if you heard what we were talking about. We're all on pins and needles here because, well, Don, Fulton County just bumped 83% now. So they're still counting in Fulton County. This is huge now.
No pipes bursting yet. That's good.
No pipes have burst yet. No State Farm Center evacuations. They're still counting the votes. We were all getting nervous, Mike, because they got stuck at 80% for like an hour. And of course, we all have PTSD from that night. You were with us 4 years ago in Georgia. At current rate, though, Trump is winning Georgia 52.7 to 46.7. That is a 152. That's a 240 some odd thousand margin right now. Where could he get a lot of votes? Where could the Shape get a lot of votes? Gwinnett County. She could get a lot of votes, but that is running at a 60-40 split. I don't know that you can make up 250,000 votes with a 60-40 split. Gwinnett County's not that big. So anyways, how are you and Alberto seeing all this? What's happening with you guys?
Good evening. Thanks for having us. Sorry we're a little bit late. We're digging into the numbers here as we're covering this live with you here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Look, I think that the major theme so far that we're seeing tonight is that the day of voting, which is traditionally Republican, is still going to be Republican, and that the Democrats just didn't build up the cushion that they were accustomed to. So they're trying to get some turnout as well. I know you guys are digging into the Peach State pretty well there. Fulton County is very encouraging. To be the county in the country so far that we know anything about with 90+% reporting is Miami-Dade. We were told that all the Puerto Ricans were offended by the Madison Square Garden's comments. I guess Puerto Ricans who live in America do realize that Puerto Rico is pretty trashy, and they're okay with that. And so they broke heavily for Trump. I think we're going to I'm looking at North Carolina right now, guys, and I'm looking at Virginia. I'm looking at Virginia as a Hail Mary pass, maybe as a flip. North Carolina, it seems to me, there is enough in the young black vote, the young black men vote in North Carolina to where there's a good chance that she is not going to win that state. But
oh no, she's already lost it.
They already called it.
They already called it.
Carolina.
Which network called it already?
Decision Desk, CNN, several have called it.
So there you have. I mean, if that continues to hold, that is a good night for. I'll tell you, about 45 minutes ago, guys, my heart was stopped. That's why I didn't dial in, because I said, "What is happening?" Because I felt like Trump had a big trip, and there were the long faces on Fox News. There were long faces. When Ohio didn't look very good, of course, they've called that now for him. I think as the day of voting numbers come in, we're gonna see something materialize here.
Well, I want to update everyone. Okay, we have results coming in Wisconsin, 22% in. It's a 51.1 to 47.4% race. Again, you're going to get big cities. You're going to get Madison and Milwaukee. You're going to get early voting. A lot of mail-in ballots coming in. So as Don was saying, the early voting and actually in some of the libtard strongholds in Wisconsin look very, very good. Move on over to Michigan, and you have 15% in. It's 52.9 to 45.2 for the shape. And again, if I'm looking, Detroit is kind of reporting in a bit. You got Oakland County, you got Washtenaw County, and of course the big one is Wayne County there. Just 1% reporting in there. Grand Rapids, where Trump just did a rally, you got 13% in, and the shape is leading there. Michigan is going to be a very okay. A couple of things happened in the last couple of days. One, you basically have, even without having it, the UAW's endorsement in Michigan. That's huge. The tax credit for buying an American car is I don't know who came up with that. Yeah, it's gimmicky. But maybe, again, you just keep lining all these tax credits up and these tax cuts up, and sooner or later you're getting closer and closer to eliminating the income tax altogether.
Great strategy.
Yeah. You just keep stacking all these taxes. I'm going, why don't we just end the whole thing? So we're keeping an eye on all these states. Right now, Decision Desk, it just ticked up. Guys, it just ticked up. I don't know why they have Virginia blue. I really don't. 67.2% chance for Trump to win the presidency. And again, focusing in on Virginia, he's winning Virginia. He's still winning Virginia. He's up by 5,000 votes. The vote centers where they're going to pull a lot of votes are in Richmond. Okay, that's neck and neck in Chesterfield County. She is winning in Henrico County. But again, Don, Mike Parrott, you've done shows about this. Henrico County, this is the county where this is the famous school board, right? This is where the guy got arrested for going to the school board meeting because his daughter was basically raped by a tranny in a locker room. That's Henrico County. So
I think they haven't called Virginia yet, though, because we don't have a lot in from Fairfax. Fairfax is going to go heavy for Harris, probably 2/3, 1/3. It's only 62% in. She could pick up 100,000 votes and flip and therefore be ahead in Virginia. I think that's why they haven't called it yet.
Yeah. Decision Desk, they have 76% in for Fairfax. It's a 66.4 to 31.3. Don from the Bronx. Don, you gave us the number at Fairfax County at 28%, correct?
Let me go back to what I have here. Yeah, Fairfax, 30%.
Okay, well, he's at 31.3. He's outperformed. He's at 31.3. I think the Decision Desk just made this call because no one else has called it yet. Fox News has it gray. It's gray. The New York Times has it red. NPR has it shaded red.
NPR has it red. CNN has it red, and AP has it red.
If you flip Virginia, or if you even just keep Virginia in play so that you got to go back and do recounts and what have you here, this is a very, very encouraging sign. So just to recap for all of you just joining us here on the Crusade Radio Network, a big night for President Trump. He's already 210 electoral votes in. Georgia is now 79% in. I don't know how long they can hold out hope that there's enough votes in Gwinnett County and in Columbus and down there in that county near Savannah that you could make up a 205,000 and 205 and 32, a 237,000 vote deficit is what she's facing right now.
Mike, I just saw this on X in Georgia. All of the early votes have been counted except for those seven rural counties we've been referring to who have yet to report all, and Trump is up 5% with all the early vote counted except for those 7 rural counties.
That's in Georgia.
Yep, in Georgia.
So the decision desk chance of Trump winning the presidency is 67.2 to 32.8. Mike, you're in the middle of the country. You're not allowed to say where, but wherever you are in the middle, it's been called for Trump. Yay.
Yeah, so that's what's interesting. I live in a part of the country where Trump is going to win big, decisively. The moment the polls close, they called it for him. And yet, abortion is on the ballot in the state where I live, and abortion likely will be added to the state constitution. So we're seeing, just like we saw up in New Hampshire, a Republican governor is elected in New Hampshire, but Kamala will carry the state. I think people are going to split their ballots in certain ways. And when it comes to abortion, with the end of Roe v. Wade, we are now seeing it just like next door in Kansas. We're about to see it in Missouri, enshrined into the Constitution of the state. So little observation here locally, not to, sorry to get hyper local about it, but abortion is very important for Kamala's campaign in general, which she's really leaned into that with the women vote.
And Don, just keeping an eye on Pennsylvania,
yeah.
Bucks County has not moved. There's no reporting yet, so it's still at 19%.
Okay.
It's
being reported that in Lackawanna County, that's Scranton, that's a pretty blue county, and Trump has swung 4 points to President Trump from 2020 and 94% in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania.
Looking for Lackawanna County. That's one of those. Where do you live? Lackawanna.
That's home of the office, Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's where that is.
Yeah, well, that's Biden country. That's Biden's hometown, right? He's always my kid.
One of his hometowns.
Yeah,
one of his hometowns.
Me and Corn Popper Scrappers from Scranton. Don't you talk about Scranton to me.
I'm glad Mike Parrott brought up the abortion issue because, again, if we want this in Florida and went down, it'll probably, we have the 60% threshold here in Florida, and that's why it went down. If it was 50+1, it wins here in Florida. So Governor DeSantis really got out in front on this and made sure that this thing failed. And it was really badly worded. It was worded in a way where it could deceive a lot of people. Some of these other states, if your governor's not on front on this, if the bishops aren't out on front on this, it's going to lose. And the local pro-life movement in each state needs to get their act together in winning these ballot amendments. And now this is enshrined in the Constitution, as Parrott said. So this is terrible. That's a terrible thing that has happened there. And it shouldn't be happening in a place like Kansas, Missouri, part of the country.
No, it shouldn't. Mike Church here with Mike Parrott and Alberto and Richard Barrett and Don from the Bronx and our team here on the Crusade Radio Network Decision Desk. Guys, it's coming up on the 9 p.m. hour. It was in the next hour 4 years ago where the PTSD began to set in. The pipe burst in the arena there. Remember, they stopped counting the votes in Philadelphia for whatever reason. Remember, we stayed here and we couldn't believe what was happening. There was the amazing shift. We all, we stayed up until like 1 o'clock, I want to say, in the morning. And other people stayed up all night long so that they could record that infamous 360,000 ballot dump in Philadelphia. Remember that? And Pennsylvania. So we went to bed with a 675,000 vote lead and woke up with a 200 and some odd thousand vote lead. By the end of the day, Wednesday, it was down to 100 and some odd. And as the mail trucks kept backing up in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and other rural centers, by the end of the week, it was a 12,000 vote Biden swing there to win the Keystone State and to win Pennsylvania. So a lot of eyes on Pennsylvania. And again, I'm hopping over here to Virginia again. Guys, 65% reporting. Trump is now up 49.4 to 48.8. Decision Desk still has it blue. Maybe they just got lazy.
Mike, there's a conspiratorial aspect to me that says they are going to hold off calling Virginia as long as possible.
Yeah.
The reason is if they call Virginia, it's essentially over.
Great point.
I mean, if they call Virginia and he wins the West, then it doesn't matter about the blue wall. He wins without it.
Exactly. I remember 8 years ago when Virginia was too close to call. That was the shockwave. I was on the West Coast at that point at a private equity dinner in Los Angeles with a bunch of financiers, banksters, and liberals. And when they saw that Virginia was too close to call, and it was 5 o'clock our time in Pacific, that sent shudders up their spine. They said, this is not going to be a good night. So I agree with Barrett on that. Virginia is something that they're holding back. That's why when you look at the AP, it's red. When you look at Fox News, it's blue.
Mike, sorry to jump in here, but I think they're about to see a call for Georgia for President Trump.
I don't see why. And by the way, I just saw the Fox News map, and they have Georgia as yellow. I'm like, what do you mean yellow? In any event, we're coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to have a brief time out here, folks. 844-527-8723 is the call inline telephone number. Maybe Mahgdalen Rose will check in a little bit here. Again, the gap is increasing in Virginia. It's not going down. 65% now reporting. Trump up 49.5% to 48.8. Mike Parrott, your Fairfax County. Let me give you. If you're a Democrat, dude, your margins are getting smaller. 76% of Fairfax County in. The number that the statistician said he had to hold in Fairfax to win Virginia was 30. He's holding right now at 31.5%. With less than with 76% of the vote to be tallied there. There are no more votes for him or for her to tally in Loudoun County. That's over. It's 95% in. And then if you go down to Prince William County, it's 95% in. He had a 38% wall. He's at 39%. He's going to hold those three counties, John, that your stats guy said if he hits these numbers, he wins Virginia. He's hitting the numbers.
Yeah, now it's just those rural counties in Virginia need to come in, and it could push them over. I haven't been bullish on Virginia nor New Hampshire through this whole cycle, but again, Governor Youngkin, he's got a good operation there. You just, you never know. You got a popular governor. Stranger things have happened.
We'll see. All right, why don't you go a quick timeout here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Remember to like our page, make a donation during the timeout. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. We'll be right back here with our coverage of a very exciting night here, Election Desk 2024. Be right back here in just a flash.
You're listening to the CRUSADE Channel, a Black Hat Studios media property, broadcasting live 24/7 from Madisonville, Louisiana, and to the world via CrusadeChannel.com.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
To all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary, stickers, lapel pins, stuff on bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at legacyfoodstorage.com. Use the coupon code KINGDUDE for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at legacyfoodstorage.com. Coupon code KINGDUDE. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well, then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now, I use Learny, and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's learny.com/KingDude.
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2024 election. Results, election desk here. Maggie O'Connell doing a great job on the stats. Justin doing a great job producing. Serving you up our video here. If you like what you see, well, we do this every day. We don't just kind of show up and hang out on Tuesday night just for fun. You might consider leaving a tip in the tip jar. Not a lot of tips tonight, folks. There's a lot to celebrate. You guys should be loose with the wallets. Happy days are about to be here again. Make a donation at CrusadeChannel.com/donate. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. Thanks for all of you hanging out in our chat room at CrusadeChannel.com/chat. On the YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. None of this matters if you don't subscribe to the channel at CRUSADE Radio Network on the YouTube here. There's a lot of excitement out there, and I have some breaking stuff too. Let's get into a couple of things that have now refreshed here during the timeout. Don from the Bronx, Duval County, 94% in. Trump, 50.2. The Shape, 48.7. It's over. There's not enough votes for her to make up. He's now got a comfortable 7,000 vote lead with 6% left to come in. He's going to win Duval County. And he's going to win by 2 points.
Yeah. It's huge. And this is important too because we're fresh off of a special election for the mayor of Jacksonville there where the Democrat ran away with it. It was a very poor campaign, but this is to show you that Duval, that's where Jacksonville is, largest city in the state of Florida, by the way, doesn't trend always with the rest of the state. And so the fact that, as you say, it's going to be +2, really good sign for Georgia and why we may be getting ready to hear a call on Georgia. We're hoping, we're praying.
I don't know why it's not. It's 52.5 to 46.9. You have 80% reporting in. The counties around Atlanta now. Gwinnett is the only outlier. They must just be thinking that there's enough in Gwinnett.
Yeah, maybe waiting to see that. I don't know.
Well, the shape is up 60.3 to 38.7, but Fulton County, where the State Farm pipe burst, is now at 87%. And she's up 71.5 to 27.5. 26% was your number, I believe, in Fulton County, where he's beating that number here. I don't know that there's enough votes left out there. He has a 241,000 vote advantage.
And the rurals have not even come in yet, I don't think.
No, you've got a couple of rural counties that have not come in, you're right. And there's some rural counties that are coming in blue here. I don't know enough about Randolph County, but it's 2,900 and change votes. Looks like it is blue. I'd have to see the map from 2020, but I want to say that the southwestern part of Georgia was decidedly red. In any event, there's not a lot of votes out there, not a lot of time left now. 80% reporting in Georgia. A call is imminent here. Let's go back to Virginia. This is the big story tonight.
Yes, it is.
This is huge. 66%, that's 2/3 now, reporting Donald J. Trump has a 49.5 to 48.8% lead. In sheer votes, that is 19,800, exactly 19,800 votes. Let me tell you that the northern counties in Fairfax and in Loudoun's 95% in. You're not going to get any help there. Prince William, 95% in, no help there. Fairfax, 76% in, not a lot of help there. In Richmond, you got 40% in, and so in that area, they're around the capital of Richmond, Virginia. You know, that is kind of urban, and it does tend blue. It's not a huge blue. You have one other county, that's Albemarle, that's 39% in, that she has a lead in. The rest of rural Virginia, you got a couple of counties that haven't even reported in yet. Some counties, just scrolling across the map here. It must be, now there's one county, that's Rockingham County, has not reported anything in yet. You've got 52% in Suffolk City. That is black and very, very like project urban. I've been through Suffolk. Suffolk, that's very poor. A lot of pig farming and paper mills in that area right there. Chesapeake City in Chesapeake County, which you said Trump had to win, he is winning, Don. He's up 56.5 to 41.6 with 19% in. He's also winning in Virginia Beach. So that is one to keep an eye on as well here. It must be that they're looking at Virginia and looking at, because Decision Desk is the only, and they called it like 2 hours ago, they called Virginia. It must be, the thinking must be that there is enough votes in the Richmond, in the urban Richmond, in the actual capital city, and what little is left in those three northern counties there to swing this thing. She has a gap to make up. And as I said, that's 200. That's exactly 20,000 votes now. Oh, and it's 20,500 now. It's increased. So big story coming out of the state of Virginia. Again, it's tightening up in Pennsylvania, which is now trending red. Trending red. Let's go to Mahgdalen Rose, our campaign affairs correspondent. Mahgdalen, welcome back. What are you hearing out there tonight?
Confident, and one of the reasons behind the Virginia victory or possible victory so far, and at least at minimum just the narrowing of it into a battleground state, is that Kamala Harris was told many times by young people, by surrogates in Virginia, that she had to go there. And the thought amongst people was that Virginia would become to Kamala Harris what Michigan was to Hillary Clinton in 2016, that she had not engaged enough with people there, that sort of banking on it being deep blue was a mistake. I mean, there's a reason why Hillary Clinton chose Tim Kaine from Virginia in 2016. She was not certain of it. It was a little bit in places. She went to cement it. And the idea was amongst Kamala Harris supporters, you have to come here, and she just didn't have the time because she knew she was underwater so much in Pennsylvania. And what's interesting about the counties that are still coming in, I lived in one of them for quite a long time, Pennsylvania, is that you cannot tell who is a Republican, who is a Democrat just by looking at them. Everyone is sort of an amalgam. There's not a clear, hard left place within those counties. And I think Kamala Harris misunderstood the suburban female vote in those counties, like Allegheny County, because those women run the House. They are not these Stepford wives sheep that the horribly insulting ad with Julia Roberts narrating alluded them to be. So she misrepresented them, and she misunderstood them in thinking that they were under siege by their husbands. Those women run the House. They run the finances. If she loses Pennsylvania, in my view, it will be because in those swing counties, which I know very well in that area, she talked to those women as if they were sort of strange captives of their husbands and not the people who run the finances and bills of their house, who've been underwater for the last 4 years financially.
An incredible, a great analysis. Don from the Bronx, Mike Parrott, Richard Barrett. Are you looking at Wisconsin? Holy moly. 95% estimated reporting. 55.4 Trump, 47.7 Harris. Wisconsin.
New York Times has Trump at now 77% chance of winning and favored to win the popular vote in the country.
Okay, Wisconsin just refreshed. I don't know where they got those numbers, and that's why you weren't getting excited because I don't know where those numbers came from. Because now I'm looking at.
I have a couple of good bullet points for you, Mike. First off, Mr. Parrott brought up the Puerto Rican swing, and the left really went hard on that joke for a full week, thinking that was going to benefit them. Well, in Florida, Puerto Ricans swung 38 points to the right from the last election. 38 points to the right in Florida. Florida is now I think, just a kind of an island unto itself here as to what it's doing. But still, that is just tremendous. And it speaks to Mr. Parrott's point earlier that really the mainstream media's grip on people, that is I think the big significant shift from 2020 to 2024. That grip on the majority of the people is over. And what Elon Musk...
How about the Florida from 2000 to 2024? I mean, we were all alive in 2000 and watching the elections, hanging chads.
Sure were.
Florida was a swing state. Now it is solidly red, predictably Republican. I think that's an amazing feat, and a lot of the credit goes, in my view, to Sanctimonious.
Well, you have to agree to that, or have to agree with that. Just an update, Don, and Richard, and to all our crew here. Okay, we're keeping an eye on Bucks County. This is the county to watch in Pennsylvania. The night started off very bad. Trump was only polling in at 23% when we had 19% of the precincts in. Okay, now we've ticked up to 27%, and he has gained substantially. Her lead is down to 55-43. So, Don, it's probably as we thought. They were counting a lot of early mail-in Democrat ballots, and now Pennsylvania, with a grand total of 48% reporting, now has Trump up at 50.1% to 49%. Of course, you have the big major centers there, Montgomery County and Philadelphia County. 42% actually in Montgomery County, and it looks like you have this this turnout. I don't know the figures from previous years, but McKean County, for example, you got 48% reporting. Potter County, that's an 81-18 split for Trump-Harris and that northern county. So Pennsylvania, again, at 48%, and now it just ticked up 52.2 to 49.
And Mike, we mentioned them earlier. Lackawanna County is fully in, and Trump swung that 5 points towards himself. So 5 points away from where he was in 2020. That's a pretty big swing in a fairly large county, and all these counties start to add up over time and cut into what the big cities can do and the impact they can have.
The shape now has a 241,000 vote deficit in Georgia, with 80% now reporting. Let me just look at Gwinnett real quick. Gwinnett's still low at 17%. So nobody's called us. So they must be waiting for the machine for the big ballot dump or the big data dump from Gwinnett County. When that, because that's one of the bigger counties. That's a suburban Georgia. That's if you're driving on Interstate 20/85. And you go through that hellhole that is downtown Atlanta. You get about 10 miles north. When you get to Jimmy Carter Boulevard, you're in Gwinnett County. So if you've ever driven through there, Mike, Don, Richard, that's where Gwinnett County is. Mm-hmm. That is very, very suburban, but almost kind of urban, Georgia. Gwinnett County is the county previously here, before they were invaded by the illegal alien criminal trespassing dump of like 40,000 of them in the last 8 years. Gwinnett County is a county in Georgia that wanted to secede. You remember this? Because of the school board, because they were being forced to subsidize Fulton County. And so they voted to secede from the Fulton County School Board because they didn't actually the city of Gwinnett, not Gwinnett County, but the city of Gwinnett, because they didn't want to have to subsidize the failing inner city schools any longer. I
just wanted to break in. Decision Desk has now retracted their call of Virginia.
Oh, folks! It's a big night here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. All of you that went to bed early, this is exciting. Mike Parrott, we talked a little bit about this, so I want to get your comment on this. Because in 4 years ago tonight, me, you, Richard, and Don were here. We were about where we are right now. We were feeling pretty good about a Trump re-election. And then the owl swooped in and grabbed the payroll from the bank guy, and the pipe burst in the State Farm Center, and they shut the Philadelphia accounting down. And then you had the great blue straight line up with the 350,000 votes in one dump in Michigan. And we all went to bed shell-shocked, couldn't believe, didn't know. We really didn't know what was going on. And we lived it in real time. It's quite a memory. They ought to be looking to interview us for documentaries in the future.
Yeah, maybe we can get diagnosed with PTSD for that, too.
I'm telling you, we're due reparations.
Can we make a claim? I'd like to get a paycheck every month for the rest of my life, if that's possible.
I am all down with that. I'm not seeing on my map that Decision Desk has recanted on that, because Virginia is now down to 49.3 to 49%. Trump is still in the lead, and you've got 70% or an estimated 70% reporting. It is now a 10,000 vote lead. And again, I'm just looking to see where are they. It must be Arlington County. It must be Arlington, where they think, yeah, it's got to be Arlington. And you know what? In 2020, it was Arlington, where we couldn't figure out why they weren't, why Virginia was still in play. And it's actually Arlington, which has 44% in. The shape is up 71 to 25. Don, did they have a projection on Arlington? A number?
Yeah, 20%. That's the target.
Okay, well, he's not. He's outperforming. He's outperforming. That's 25% in Arlington. Let me go back to Mahgdalen. Mahgdalen, you were talking earlier about what's happening in Virginia. You know, Governor Youngkin pretty much said the other day on Fox News that he said he thought that Virginia was going to flip, and that he felt really good about it, and that the turnout machine was there, and that they looked really good. I think Youngkin right now, I wonder what's going on if you're at the governor's. I wonder if he's in Mar-a-Lago, because if and they have to make these votes up. If in that northern block right there, all four of those counties are exactly above where the statistician said if Trump performs as he performed in 2020, is that right, Don? And then held these four counties at these percentages, he would win. If the early voting numbers were accurate, that he would win Virginia. And right now, with 70% reporting in, it definitely, now the gap is closed. It's a 7,000 vote gap. So there are some votes that are still out there. So we'll keep an eye on this. So, Mahgdalen, are you hearing from anyone in Virginia?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I think what again happened in Pennsylvania happened in Virginia. Kamala Harris refused to believe that women handle the finances of families in Republican world. She refused to believe it. People tried to tell her that Republican women often are the ones paying all the bills in terms of bookkeeping. They're the ones definitely organizing school things, paying school fees. She didn't want to hear it. She treated Republican women like they were dumb, like Stepford wives fools. And it was incredibly insulting, to the point where I'm in politics a long time. I don't really get razzed out about things. And I was frustrated, and I wanted to yell at her about what she'd done. So if she could get somebody who's in politics all the time and hears things all the time annoyed, imagine what she did to the standard Republican female voter who does not hear these things all the time, who hears that and feels like she's talking down to them. And the other thing of this is, within Pennsylvania, we now seem to be up 2 points. Polly Mart is saying Trump has a 90% chance of winning. This is not going the way Democrats thought it would. And I will say this, in Joe Biden's cognizant moments when he's not senile or crazed, he's very smart politically. He makes good choices. And thinking back to 2020, he wanted Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. It's been well reported. People know that. He liked her. Joe liked her. And he said if he had to step down, she'd be a good person to run in his place. Looking at this now in hindsight, he was right, because he stepped down, Kamala Harris took over, and she's running very much behind where he did in performance with black voters in Georgia. So if he'd picked Gretchen Whitmer, perhaps Michigan would not be in doubt. Perhaps the Rust Belt had been secured. Kamala Harris right now is sort of like the kiss of death for the Democrat Party.
And just looking now, guys, what are you seeing that Decision Desk has for Wisconsin? Because mine keeps changing.
Well, I have NPR has Trump up. It's still gray, but he's up a point. CNN has him up 49.3 to 49.0. And the Associated Press has him up 49.7 to 49. It's pretty much a dead tie from the Associated Press. On the other hand, Virginia has gone back to blue.
Yeah, I see, and the Shape has now retaken the lead at 1 million. So there were votes out there, but look, Don, huge. Chesapeake is I live there. You've got like 15 5A schools in Virginia Beach. You only have, Virginia Beach City has 95% in. Chesapeake is 95% in. This is strange. This map keeps changing on me. We have Virginia.
Decision Desk is calling Iowa for President Trump. If you remember, we had that joke of a poll that came out, that disinformation poll that came out a few days ago that said Kamala was up 3. Trump is on pace to win it by 10.
Okay, so there was now in Virginia, there's a 95% estimated reporting. There was a massive dump of ballots from somewhere, and now the Shape is up 49.6 to 48.7. Again,
it came in from Richmond. I think there was a large number of votes that have come in from the Richmond areas, the 3 counties surrounding Richmond. And it appears that there's still a couple 100,000 votes in the Richmond area that are not counted yet. So I think Virginia is going to be a mirage for us tonight, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen, if I had to guess, but it's still worth watching, of course.
Okay, I'm just looking at Southampton. So Chesapeake City is in at 95%. Virginia Beach is in at 95%. You have a county over here that is not reported at all. That's Lee County. That's at 0%. All the other counties look like they're in at 95%. Chesterfield County it looks like that couldn't have been where the votes came from, because it looks like Trump's going to win Chesterfield County. That's southwest Richmond. Actually, Richmond itself. That could be the source of some of those votes. And then Henrico County, where a 95% in. So there's 5% that's still out there. Looks like Decision Desk is called. Has anyone else called Virginia? Because, all right, so the gap for Trump now in Virginia, 17,006 is 23,000. He was up 10,000. He's now down 23,000. So there was a 30,000 vote dump in the last 15 minutes somewhere in Virginia. With 95% is the estimate reporting here. Going to Pennsylvania now, you got 53% in, and the gap is closed in Bucks County, Don. You got 34% in. Every time they update it, gets a little closer. It's down 53 to 45 now. That's a county that he has to win.
And Mike, New York Times keeps bumping up his margins, his expected margins of victories in those 3 Rust Belt states. He's now up to +2 in Pennsylvania and +2.3 in Michigan. So that is the New York Times estimating what the final vote gap is going to be. And they've got him up 2 points plus in both Pennsylvania and Michigan.
And, of course, the returns are coming in Wisconsin here. Don't have anything that we can actually report on that. Again, my decision desk is weird. My decision desk number in Wisconsin says 95% reporting, but that can't be correct. If it is, maybe they're looking into the future. Michigan is 22% in, and that is a Kamala lead. But if you look at what's come in so far, Wayne County, which you would expect is going to go for the shape, Oakland County, which is going to go, well, I don't know. That's actually pretty evenly split. We're 16.
So Trump has swung Oakland County a few points here, which is, I think, part of why you're seeing these positive reactions from the Times on their prediction.
And I'm still wondering, okay, Decision Desk just called Georgia for Trump.
Yeah, we were expecting that.
Just saw that. So as I predicted, you people, I told you that there was no way that Biden or the shape was going to win the great state of Georgia. That has now come to fruition here, and Decision Desk has called it. Richard, anyone else called Georgia? So we now, Maggie, can I see your map?
So yeah, I'm muted. Georgia is very likely at 91% going in. You have the Associated Press, which is kind of taking their time on this stuff as well. They are not officially calling it yet. CNN is not as well, being very good. They're still 86%. They're not there yet. And same with NPR. They're at about 88%, and they're still having it as leaning. So I'm sure they'll all eventually follow. They're just going to be a little bit slower to trickle in with their assessments at this point.
And the gap is now widening in Virginia. Boy, there must have been a massive amount of votes in Richmond. She must have won 95-5 in freaking Richmond County, because she was down 21,000 and now she's up 22,000. That just that doesn't smell right to me. I guess we'll find out if there's going to be a fight or a recount. He's still winning in Chesterfield County. I'm just looking at Richmond County here. There's not that many votes there. She only got 37,000 to his 26,000. I'm trying to figure out where. I guess it came from Hanover. No, he won Hanover. Richmond City, it looks like, okay. We're going to take a time out. We're going to sort this out and do a deep dive and zoom in on Virginia. Folks, we'll be right back here as we continue election 2024 coverage here on the Crusade Radio Network, live talking campaign radio the way it should be.
The best 1-2 punch in all of talk radio. KV Turley's Believe It or Else and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Roo Guru have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Just when you thought it was safe to turn the radio on, Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
All right, folks, welcome back. CRUSADE Radio Network here at 9:33 Central Standard Time. That means it's 10:33 on the East Coast. I'm going to cut over to Maggie O'Connell's Decision Just map because we've been talking a lot about these maps in these states, but we haven't actually been showing you the maps in the states. And thanks to Brian Jeffco for making a $19.99 contribution in the chat over there on YouTube. Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks to all of you that are hanging out at CRUSADE Radio Network. If you're on the chat there, and it just looks like during that timeout, about a third of everyone watching went, "Screw it, I'm going to bed." No, seriously. I'm looking at the chart, and I saw it go, I'm like, wait a minute, where are you guys going? It's not over yet. The party's, we haven't even drank any bourbon yet. You can't.
Hey, speak for yourself, King Dude. I'm drinking bourbon right now.
Yeah, I know you are. Look, it's not over yet. Not according to Trump's watch, it's not. Okay, so I want to, Maggie, let us grab your screen. Take us to Pennsylvania and show the folks watching at home what Pennsylvania looks like. Okay. Here we go. Pennsylvania. No, I just want you to click on Pennsylvania. There we go. Now, what does Bucks County look like?
Justin, just grab my screen then.
I think Bucks is right.
Bucks County is to the north, to the above and to the right of Philadelphia. It's 3 counties up. Now, Don, if he's going to win Bucks County, there better be some votes that are that are going to appear, because he's still down, and they campaigned directly in Bucks County. If I'm Scott Pressler right now, I'm probably punching walls and going like, what the F is going on here? Because the shape is still winning Bucks County 53.6 to 45.5. 34% of precincts reporting in. So you can see that right there on your screen. The overall now, it is a 50.9 to 48.2%. It's still leaning red. Trump is up 36, 64, and 42. About 100,000 votes, 104,000 votes, 56% reporting in. Maggie, let's go now to show them the map for Michigan. Let's go look at Michigan now. And you can see 24% reporting, a lot of gray in the middle of the state. Blue is reporting in heavy. Grand Rapids reporting in at 31%, 65-33 for the shape. Wayne County, 6% in, and that's 83-14. That's downtown Detroit. That's actually the city of Detroit. Interesting, though. So the people that, the city of Detroit may be one of the most, it's the worst story that has been told the least. You remember Mike Parrott, Richard Barrett, Don from the Bronx, back in, Obama's first couple of years, 2009, 2010? Mm-hmm. They were selling entire homes in Detroit for $17,500.
Yeah.
They couldn't get rid of it. They were like giving them away. Look, we'll pay. I'll give you $5,000 if you'll take it. That's
the underreported story there, Mike, was how the Chinese came in and they were buying up swaths of area there because they were just giving them away.
And now, wow, my Lord! I just told you that Trump was up 20,000 votes. He's now down 63,000 votes in Detroit. There's that blue spike. Let's see where those votes came from. Oakland County it can't be that because that's 53-49. Macomb, it can't be that. It's got to be Detroit. They only have 40. Where the hell did they get these votes from? Somebody just dumped, Wayne County, she only has 44,000. Somebody just dumped 80,000 votes into Michigan.
CNN is reporting in their exit poll that Trump is getting 60% of the Latino vote in Michigan.
So that's an incredible number. So 24% reporting, and the shape is up at 51.5%. Okay, Maggie, go back to Maggie's Queen. Now let's go to Wisconsin. Let's go look at the map in Wisconsin. And again, that you can see there on your screen. Your numbers are different than mine, and I can't see that. It's too small. So I can't read those numbers. I don't know why. There you go. Thank you. Well, no, your numbers are the same as mine. I have 53% reporting. Trump up 49.7 to 48.7 over the shape. Milwaukee is in with 54%. That's a 66-31 split. Don, I don't know what the percentage was they were aiming for. You were talking about the early voting in Dane County. Well, you got 82% reporting in now, so not a lot of votes left there for the shape to mill out of Dane County. That's where the University of Wisconsin is. That's where the Badgers play out of. She's got a 73.6 to 25% edge. Is that good?
Yeah, he's hitting his mark. He needed to be right around there in Dane County, and she needed to be doing a lot better.
Okay, and then again in Milwaukee with 54% in, she is at 66.9 to 31.1. Not sure what the...
That's where he wants to be.
That's where he wants...
30%.
Okay.
Yep, he wants to be at around 30%.
Okay, so then Wisconsin then with a 1-point lead is trending in the, you could say, in the right direction. We don't... Is Arizona closed now? It's 9:39. I think they close at 9, or they close at 8 Mountain Time. Of course, they have so much crap going on in Maricopa County.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to keep up with it.
Is just they really have to clean up Maricopa County, and I know that there's an effort there to do that. And that's the only. But right now, the New York Times has Trump winning Arizona by 4 points, and that's what we've been expecting here throughout this process. Turning Point Action, that's where their headquarters are. They had thousands of people on the ground all over Arizona getting out the vote, registering voters, ballot chasing, doing all the things that the left has been doing for decades. And so I know that there's a lot of work that was put into the state of Arizona to make it too big to rig, and to overcome the Maricopa County shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out in Virginia, it's got to be Arlington. It has to be. Arlington did it to him in 2020, and because she's up 79,858 to 21,700, so that is a gap of, and that's 95% in now. So that is a gap 57,000 roughly, 57,500 or so, and it looks like that's the margin. So it looks like, again. If you're in Virginia, what do you do about this? And I've been to Arlington. You ever been to Arlington? Arlington is where the NRA broadcasts. This is where the NRA studios are. It's right across the Potomac. If you're on the D.C. side of the Potomac, if you could throw a baseball far enough, you could throw it on the other side and you would hit Arlington. Now, of course, it's where the cemetery is. So, there's a mixture. There is a very bougie, ritzy area in Arlington. But I guess it is decidedly 77%, so 79,858 to 21,000.
It's also one of the wealthiest counties in the country now, thanks to what has happened in Washington, D.C. over the past 25, 30 years.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This is McMansion County. I mean, I think the locals there, they mock it. The people that don't live in Arlington, they can't live there because they can't get through the gates. It's a running joke there.
They've gotten wealthy on the backs of taxpayers all around the country.
Yeah. And I have a friend that lives near Arlington County, and you go to make King, dude, you just nailed it. That's exactly what happened. They withheld the Arlington vote until like the very end, and then they just dumped it all. So Arlington is reporting 5%. It's looking like, Trump can win Virginia. And then it's Lucy with the football and pulls it out from underneath Charlie Brown. But I don't understand how the number is still going up. There's no votes out there where she is that dominant. She's up 54,000 votes now in Virginia. You have one county that's not reporting anything, and that's Lee County, and that's very rural. The rest of the area there, I'm just scanning around. Well, it looks like the shape is going to, and again, how does Youngkin win Virginia and Trump can't win it? How does Hung Cao get clobbered by a blockhead like Tim Kaine? That guy has an IQ of like 85, literally. I'm not joking. What puts you on the spectrum? 90? He's like at 92. This is not a smart man. He's not charming. He's not friendly. I don't know how he was ever elected governor. It must just be like name ran, because he's been in Virginia politics forever. It must just be perfunctory habit. You just go in the voting booth, Kaine again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess he's done an okay job.
I mean, I'll never understand the split ticket thing. Like, if you're going to vote for a president that you really want to win, you want to see win and succeed, why would you vote for a senator that is then going to hamstring said president? It just doesn't make any sense. I blame it all on government schools. I mean, nobody knows how to critically think or reason or use logic. And, this is why we're in the shape we're in. This is why we're even having to sweat this thing out, because, we're dealing with half the country that has an inability to think, reason, work through problems, and see and plan things out. And It's always going to be a frustrating part of living in a republic.
Well, Mike Parrott, aren't you at least bit? I mean, where's the conspiracy theory guy? Come on, where are you at, bro? Harris has manufactured 85,000 votes in the last 30 minutes in Virginia. 80? She's got an 80. She has a 60,000 vote lead now. No, it's 70. A 74,000 vote lead. When you came on, Trump was up 20,000 votes in Virginia with 93% reporting. Are there no conspiracy here? Is there no conspiracy theory left in you? I mean, you're my go-to guy. If you can't manufacture and spin a conspiracy out of this, I don't know who can.
Was that addressed to me? Sorry, I took my headphones off for a second. I heard the word conspiracy and I came back. It was like a bat phone.
I said in the last 30 minutes, Harris is now up 74,000 votes. It looks like a landslide in Virginia now.
Yeah. I think there was a lot of votes still not counted. And look, when they give you a percent, this is I'll give you conspiracy here, but let me just do the numerator and denominator math for a second. They expect a certain amount of votes to come in, but that's just a projection. So when they say it's 95% reporting, well, that's 95% of projected number of ballots that they're expecting. If more ballots come in than they're expecting or whatever, then, the 95%, you toss that out the window. I think there were a lot of blue Virginia that had not reported when things were looking good. I know I agree with the Bronx here. I don't know why you would vote for a senator who's going to hamstring the president that you're voting for. But, having lived in Northern Virginia for a couple years, Prince William County, I understand Northern Virginia very well. It's the swamp. It's the swamp. Loudoun, Fairfax, Prince William, these are places where, even if you're a conservative, so-called, even if you're like a neocon or whatever, a John Bolton or a George Bush conservative, you hate Trump because Trump's going to shrink the federal government. He's going to take your contracts away. You're working for the federal government, and there's a chance that your livelihood is at stake. So I'm going to continue thinking that Virginia is and was and will be a mirage for us tonight. I hope I'm proven wrong. But even if it gets very, very close, that still bodes well for the Trump campaign.
Okay, I want to switch for a second here, and let's go back to Maggie. Go back to the Senate map. Let's look at Ohio again. Don, you got an update on Ohio? I'm just curious if Sherrod Brown is actually going to lose, if that seat is going to flip.
It looks like that's going to flip. We don't have a call on it yet, but it looks like it will. It's going to flip towards Moreno, but no call yet on Ohio. Although, it's looking more and more in that direction as Trump's lead expands. Obviously, Moreno is on those coattails there. So
he's got he's up 50.9 to 45.8. But I'm mortified now of making any pronouncements because there may be Arlington, Virginia, hiding there with 200,000 votes in it.
Ohio usually the Republican votes come in later. He's got a pretty sizable. Looks like the Libertarian peeled off about 3 points.
I see that
in that race, but he's still up close to at 51%. So it's a good sign. And again, I don't know. He's gonna win Ohio. President Trump is by 13 points, and Moreno is just gonna squeak one out.
That is by the way, Don. That's an incredible win.
Oh, it's
13 points.
Ohio, Iowa, Florida used to be the bellwether states and are now deep, deep red.
Okay, let's talk about what's also happening in Pennsylvania. You got 58% in. David McCormick is leading Bob Casey Jr. Now, if there ever was a coattail race, this to me would be the one. Because Casey is the son. You talk about a dynasty. I don't know for how many decades Bob Casey Sr., who was the last really living pro-life Democrat, and they savaged the man for it. They basically ran him out of the party. Some of you that are Sharpies may remember this. Casey versus Planned Parenthood. That's Bob Casey Jr.'s dad. To his credit, he's a Catholic, right, John? Bob Casey Sr. was the most pro-life Democrat in the United States Senate, and when he was governor of Virginia, he had signed that bill that basically limited abortion. I can't remember the exact details. Planned Parenthood sued him when he was governor. Then he advanced to the United States Senate, right? So he was in the Senate when the case went to trial, and ultimately it was another one of these knucklehead 5-4 that Satan-worshiping goat horned bastard Anthony Kennedy cast the deciding vote. And remember, if Ted Kennedy doesn't Robert Bork, it's Bork in the court and not Kennedy. And Planned Parenthood versus Casey is a 5-4 pro-life win. The Supreme Court doesn't have to do Dobbs because Casey basically does it. So how many millions? This is on, I wouldn't want to have been standing anywhere near Ted Kennedy when he went to judgment, when he died, because that was all on him and Biden. Biden and Kennedy killed Judge Bork. They killed. It was
and Ted Kennedy used to be ardently pro-life. He gave actually one of the most. If you listen to, he gave a speech in the early '70s, I think, before Roe v. Wade. That was one of the most beautiful defenses of the pro-life position I'd ever heard. And then, as soon as that became a part of the Democrat Party, and he had visions of higher office, he's completely switched.
Big night, guys. I just want to say, Decision Desk has now called Bernie Moreno will beat Sherrod Brown. I am so freaking happy. I can't stand that freaking guy. And he is now out of the United States Senate. Glory, glory. I know it's a Yankee song, so I'm not going to sing Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. But we'll sing Salve Regina to it. Fantastic night for Ohio, Don.
Yep. Yeah, fantastic. And that's, again, more of what we've seen since 2016. The MAGA movement has shifted 3 massive states that used to be battleground states, Ohio, Iowa, Florida, that are now deep, deep red. So that's a big win. Now we're fighting in other areas of the country, but that's a really big win, as he's mentioned earlier. Not too far from there in Wisconsin, I want to just mention here, Dane County is almost 90% in, and Trump's at a quarter of the vote in Dane County. And somebody made this point on X. I really think that's young, college-aged men at the University of Wisconsin that are shifting that 2 points, those critical 2 points, in the right direction. I truly believe this is going to be the story. If he wins, if President Trump manages to win here and pulls a Grover Cleveland, I think the story is going to be young men around the country that woke up and shifted to the right in a really significant way.
Well, big news, guys. Decision Desk has 78.5% Trump as your next president of the United States. And again, he's up in Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk now, 56% estimated reporting. He's up 49.6 to 48.9. Of course, I have been chastised now, and I'm sure lurking out there in Milwaukee, there's 80,000 shaped votes because only 55% of the precincts are in. And so I'm not, until we get a firm grip on Milwaukee and we get the actual numbers there, I'm not going to say anything because anything is possible. It is trending red. The Decision Desk still has it as trending red. Interestingly enough, though, that's not what's happening. Well, no, Decision Desk actually has it trending blue. Wait a minute. Let me go back to president because I was on the wrong map. It's late. I'm tired. Michigan, we only have 29% in. The shape is up at 52.3 to 46. But, Don, you have been talking all night long how the New York Times has Trump at +2 in Michigan and basically is projecting that he will win Michigan.
Hasn't been winning Michigan, hasn't winning the popular vote. I mean, this is that is a significant change. And, yeah, he's on track to sweep the blue wall, which, those three states always seem to vote in unison and have done so, I think, since 1988. They go together with each other, and obviously at different margins, but we were seeing early on here that the vote was going to be down in Milwaukee. Kamala was underperforming in Milwaukee County, underperforming in the inner city of Milwaukee, and Trump was overperforming what he needed to do in those wow counties outside of Milwaukee, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington, which is where I was, and many of my colleagues, hundreds of my colleagues, and lots of volunteers on the ground that were pushing votes and ballot chasing throughout Wisconsin, key counties in Wisconsin. So this stuff, it works. The left has been ballot chasing and ballot harvesting. We weren't doing any ballot harvesting, but the left has been ballot chasing for a long time. And conservatives finally figured out the playbook, and so far, so good.
Well, that's what Trump said 2 years ago when he said he was going to run. Remember, he had that press conference and he was asked about it. I can't remember what the question was, but he said, "We don't want to say that we have to do it, but they know how to get out the vote. They know how to ballot harvest. Do the stuff. We have to get in there and do it. So then we'll fix it. Once we're in there, we'll fix it." By the way, just checking back now on circle back. Maggie, can you go back to your map? Back to Pennsylvania. And then show our viewers, go back to Pennsylvania and go back to Bucks County. Okay, now Don, now we're up to 40% reporting in, and he continues to narrow the gap. It's now 51.4% to 47.7%. Every time there are ballots added and counted, he narrows the gap there. It's now a 4,000, just a little over 5,000 votes. It was down about 12 earlier, and 60% of the vote is out there. I think if that trend continues, I think you're right. Bucks County looks good. If Bucks County is squarely in the Trump camp, then I believe that your statistician guys say that he will win Pennsylvania, and I believe that the percentage chances that he wins Pennsylvania are already looking very good. Let's just look at Philadelphia real quick, Maggie. Stay on the map. And you could see that in Philadelphia, 62% of the ballots are in. He had to hold that line at 20%. He's holding it at 20.5%. So you can see that is within the margin. That means, okay, so 62%. So that means that they have 1/3 of the biggest city in Pennsylvania's vote left to count. So there are a lot of votes out there. That's where they will be. Maggie, now if you mouse over Pittsburgh,
that's what I'm worried about. You look at Philly, you look at Pittsburgh. I think Pennsylvania goes blue, guys.
Don, you think it goes blue? 86% in Pittsburgh. Then at least 14% for them to manufacture something, if that's what the projected vote turnout is. So not a lot of room to wiggle there. Harrisburg, that's a 59-39 or 59-40 split. They got 57% left there. And Philadelphia County, or in Montgomery County, that is 46% in. So you're at 46% in Montgomery and 62% in Philadelphia. So that leaves basically, Don, 1/3 of the vote. She is down 110,000 there. And
she's still well behind the pace in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania overall.
And plus, we saw that the numbers they were throwing around earlier on Fox that she needed about 700,000 votes from Philly, and the most that Joe got in 2022 was around 600, and Clinton got 560 in 2016. So, I mean,
none of us are going to feel good about this until it's over. I mean, Pennsylvania. I personally believe Wisconsin will be called first. That's been my gut feeling all along, that Wisconsin is going to be the clincher. But again, we're all going to be uneasy about Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, because of the past of what we went through.
Yes, our PTSD is catching up to us. But stick with us here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. We'll be right back with our live coverage. Please subscribe to our channel on the YouTube if you're watching, especially if you're watching for free. That's a little bit of a tip and a thank you. You can leave an actual cash tip in the tip jar, CRUSADEchannel.com/donate. CRUSADE Radio Network, live talking campaign radio the way it should be.
Broadcasting 50,000 kilowatts from atop the tallest radio tower on the planet. We are KRSD, the CRUSADE Channel. Madisonville.
Well, it's what our call letters would be if we were on FM.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary, stickers, lapel pins, stuff on bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude. Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now I use Learny and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's learny.com/KingDude. Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer.
Silver and gold.
In these turbulent times, buying silver and gold is such a no-brainer that even snowmen know they should do it. Now, all precious metal dealers claim to be the best, but only one can claim they are endorsed by the King Dude, and that's Miles Franklin. My friend Andy Scheckman's a regular guest on my show and a regular genius when it comes to silver and gold, and I trust him with my silver and gold purchases, and so should you. So email Miles Franklin today for your exclusive Mike Church Show discount price list. info@milesfranklin.com.
In the beginning, there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said,
"Wouldn't 6 of these packaged together be even better?"
Then man created the six-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said,
"Let's pack them up in boxes of 25.
Then man...
25? What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot, so one more time, shopmikechurch.com. Take a break from the outrage porn on most social media and join the laid-back live talk and chat room radio that is the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Weekdays, 11 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
And welcome back, my friends. Mike Church here, the King Dude, with you, founder and host of the morning show here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, inviting all of you to tune in every weekday morning as we're going to build up an audience of 1 million people, 1 million subscribers strong. Is that you? Because if it is, then you need to go to crusadechannel.com/offer and sign up today. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. You can make a one-time donation tonight. Thanks to all of you who contributed in the chat room. But I got to say, for as many thousands of people have been through there tonight, a $106.84 haul. Guys, that doesn't even pay for the pizza that we ordered tonight. So click the cash button in the bottom of the chat and the YouTube chat and on the CRUSADE Radio Network. And thank you very much in advance. All of you watching on crusadechannel.com/chat and our Founders Pass members-only chat room. Great to have all of you. The percentage now of Trump winning the presidency now, according to Decision Desk, has now increased to 81.8%. The Shape's margin of error is now down to 18.2%. Let us recap you on what has gone on tonight. It has been a huge, definitely huge. Let's go back. Maggie, can we go back to the national map? Justin, can you grab the national map from Maggie? We'll show all of our viewers.
She's not at the desk.
Oh, you can grab mine. Okay, no, she's, that's what you get for leaving your post during a broadcast segment here. Rookie mistake, but it's okay.
Oh, you know what?
Go have a Jaeger bomb, dear. I think that would say. Okay, I want the national presidential results map. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what has happened tonight. Look at that sea of red in the center of the United States. Starting at the top, Northwest, we'll start there. Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, all Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, all Trump. Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, all Trump. Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida, all Trump. Still up in the air is Pennsylvania. So let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania. Maggie, if you'll zoom in on Pennsylvania for us. Again, Don, let's look at Don Arico, our Don from the Bronx, our stats guy. Don, it looks even better. 47%. Trump has now narrowed the gap in Bucks County from where he was down 12 points. It's now 50.4 to 48.7. If this ballot ratio continues, he will handily win Bucks County. What does that say about the rest of Pennsylvania?
Sign, especially when Kamala is underperforming where she needs to be strong, which is Allegheny County and Philadelphia. Some of the other counties I'm watching in Pennsylvania, Center County, obviously right in the center of the state. Trump is leading there with 71% in. Erie County, that's obviously in the northwest corner of the state.
Yep.
Kamala is leading there with 34% in. That's probably a lot of early votes. That was a key county for President Trump. And Northampton County was the other county that we're watching. And President Trump, let's see where he's at on that. He's leading in Northampton County with 68% in. And that Northampton County is just north of Philadelphia, a couple of counties north of Philadelphia, just above Bucks County.
Yep,
and
I see it.
He's at 52% and closing in Bucks County. So, yeah, positive movements. Pennsylvania, of the three Rust Belt states, I know the most work was put into Pennsylvania on the ground, but it still makes me, I feel I'm like Mr. Parrott. I really, I don't get, easy feelings about Philadelphia, and we're still recovering from 2020. So
yeah, we are.
I'm also keeping an eye on Wisconsin. And in Wisconsin, a county he needed to win there was Sauk County. He lost Sauk County to Biden by about 2 points, and he is on pace to win Sauk County by 8 to 9 points. So that's a pretty seismic shift in Wisconsin.
Let's go to Don quickly. Let's go to Bernie Moreno in Ohio, who is winning.
Great.
Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy.
By the way, there's already 50 Republican Senate seats with a dozen or so races left to call.
With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the...
Okay, so again, the Republicans have 50 seats in the Senate. It's at worst a tie. So that is to be reported here. Now, of all the states here, Maggie, if you go back to your map, click back on Wisconsin, and let's click on, let's mouse over Milwaukee. Again, this is where you get nervous. Okay, 55% of the precincts in. The shape has a basically 2/3, 1/3 margin over President Trump. I believe that is where he needed to be in Wisconsin.
Yep.
But as somebody points out in the chat room, that still leaves approximately 100,000 votes out there. So I'm just doing rough math now. Let's just say it's 100,000. At a 66-33 split, that would mean that he would gain up to 1,072,000, and she would gain 66, which would put her at 1,040,000 some odd. He still would come out of Milwaukee, if that's the number, and that percent holds, Don. That would still give him a 40,000 vote or 35,000, approximately 35,000 vote edge in Wisconsin. Where do you make up the rest of those votes?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's where I think a lot of people thought that was going to be. It was going to be a 40,000 to 60,000 gap race, either way. So it's going to be tight, and she is running out of runway. But again, while these big cities still have at least a third of their votes out, we're all going to be pensive about feeling good about anything. Now, right now, New York Times continues to expand their estimate for the gap that they think President Trump is going to win by in these states. So they're seeing something and know that
exit polling. It's got to be exit polling.
I think it's exit polling, but I think it's also of what's come in, the early voting that has come in, and the ballots that have been requested and what it's been counted. And so there's estimates as to what's left, just like was being done in Virginia. So we're all uneasy about this blue wall, but right now, it's trending in the right direction. Listen, you'd rather be President Trump right now than Kamala. That's the
absolutely.
We don't know how this ends, but he's in the driver's seat, Apparently the mood according to CNN, the mood at Kamala headquarters is very somber.
Well, they're not accepting, they're not granting any more media requests. So they just, what they used to call it, Justin, on Biden, they put a lid on him. They put a lid on her, basically, apparently. Maggie, let's take our audience and our beloved viewers to Arizona, Maggie. You can see now on your screen there. Hold on. Okay, you can see there now on your screen. Mouse over the big Phoenix one, Maricopa County. Don, this is the source of all the angst in the world. 4 years worth of lawsuits, hearings, documentaries, conspiracy theories, they call them, exposés, lawsuits. Many people don't know this. Maricopa County has lost several major lawsuits. They have lost them. The guy that started Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton, has done his country a service. He got like 1.2 million people purged off the rolls in California. I can't remember how many that he successfully sued Arizona, and he got dead people basically taken off of those rolls. It is a razor. Literally. Now, this really is a razor-thin margin. You have 54% estimated reporting in. Trump is up 49.7 to 49.5. This is literally a 2,400 vote margin here. Maggie, if you mouse over Maricopa, you see that that's a 51, basically 49 split between Trump and the shape, 56% in. As long as that percentage remains that way, then he'll give up ground, but it won't be the great blue blip that you saw in 2020. And Don, he has going for him in Maricopa that this was a big early voting and balloting state. That's probably what was counted first. So now you're counting day of. Charlie Kirk and Turning Point Action had a huge get out the vote, especially among young people. What can you tell us about Arizona?
Absolutely. Massive get out the vote, massive ballot chasing happening there, massive voter registration drive happening there. The Republicans really gained significantly from 2020 to 2024. I believe over 100,000 votes to the red, towards Republicans there in Maricopa. All the data adds up to a Trump win here, and we're just kind of, again, Arizona is that Maricopa County, which is it's a bizarre county because this is the home of a major city, but is also a red county, but is giving President Trump fits. Because of the corruption there, and who knows, could be California influence.
Could be
moved in, so a lot of independents that are in that area now. The independent vote was massive in Maricopa County, almost equaling the Republican vote, and the Democrats were almost Republicans were almost 2-1 in turnout here. So, yeah, independents may be tilting blue, which keeps this close. But the Times still has this estimated as a 4-point win for President Trump. And, we're just waiting.
Now, Don, this is the county, and some of you will remember this. Mike Parrott, you're old enough to remember this, too. This is where Sheriff Joe Arpaio was sheriff of Maricopa County, wasn't he?
Barrett's not there.
Oh.
Yes, he was.
Barrett's gone. Okay. Is Barrett there?
I'm here.
Yeah, Richard, wasn't Sheriff Joe Arpaio was the sheriff of Maricopa County, wasn't he?
For a while, yeah.
So
he was.
Now, if you remember Sheriff Joe, and then I want to say that wasn't Wayne Mack the sheriff of Pima, or was he it Yuma or Pima? I'm trying to remember now. They had two great sheriffs, really, really strong sheriffs. So how and Sheriff Joe Arpaio would win. He would win, like Don. He would win 87-13 As a matter of fact,
I remember those.
his victories were so stunning that there were people that actually thought that that he should he can replace Senator John McCain. He was one of the names that was mentioned that he could be maybe a United States senator or maybe a governor. Now, what does you know what, Maggie? Can we go to the Senate race in Arizona? Big Senate race. Poor Carrie Lake. She's been invited to the prom twice now, and she didn't win either time. It looks like right now she is again. How can this is the second time now? How can Trump be winning Arizona and Ruben Gallego be beating Carrie Lake? Is she just a terrible candidate?
Well, it's those McCain voters. They just don't like her attitude.
Yep.
That's really
there's a lot of those McCain voters that are still hanging around there.
And that's we have Don's 100% correct. The migration into Arizona. I mean, people talk about Texas being overrun by Californians. Arizona got absolutely obliterated by Californians in the last 4 years, 5 years, and it was hyped up with COVID. Secondly, Mike, you and I talked about it after she lost her race for governor. She's too much, and sorry, folks, if you don't like this, she acts too much like a man. She's too masculine, and she's too bombastic. And the things we don't like Kamala for, the things we don't like Hillary for, being bombastic, not being feminine, Carrie Lake has those exact same traits. And no majority vote is going to elect a woman who is too bombastic and not feminine. It's just that simple. It may work in Germany with that lady they elected over there. But the American population is not going to elect a woman who is acting essentially like a dude. And that's, Carrie Lake based her entire personality on being like a female Trump, even with the haircut. And you've seen twice now. Great for Twitter, great for sound bites, horrible for an actual political campaign.
Justin, what are we watching on this screen? What are they showing there with these locks in Milwaukee? Do you know what that is?
Looks like a vote counting machine there in Milwaukee.
Why don't you flip that up real quick? Because I'm just curious as to what they're...
misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
It had been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do. And they didn't do it very well.
Yeah, one job
now,
to do.
Here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Okay.
That's the 30,000 votes that had to be recounted because the doors weren't properly closed.
You mean the doors on the ballot counting box weren't properly closed?
Yeah, the way that when they keep focusing on those locks, those weren't properly closed.
Okay, makes sense. So, okay, so that's 30,000 ballots out of 110, so 30,000 left to be counted there, and that's in Milwaukee?
Yes, that was in Milwaukee.
Okay, so that's in Milwaukee. So, again, keeping an eye on all of these. Okay, Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. A busy, busy, busy night. I don't even want to look at the the Virginia total now. It looks like the Shape will actually win Virginia by 79,000 votes. I've been to Arlington, Virginia. There's not 79,000 people there. Well, apparently there's 100,000. Where? It is perplexing to me. Okay, let's go back to Pennsylvania now. And let's, again, Don from the Bronx, 51% reporting in Bucks County. The trend now is obvious. Trump is going to win Bucks County. He's going to win Pennsylvania. He's at 49.4 to 49.7 to the Shape. He is down, 177, 677, and 23. He is down exactly 700 votes with 51% in. He's going to easily win, if that trend continues, he's going to easily win Bucks County. He's winning Pennsylvania right now. Let's see how much is left in Philadelphia, Don. They are down now.
I could tell you, this is straight off of one of our my favorite data follows, fellow Catholic Christian Hines. 75% of Philadelphia is already in. There's an estimated 172,000 votes remaining in Philly. Even if Harris won 100% of these votes, she would only have an 8,000 vote lead without counting red Cambria County, York County, and other large red counties like Luzerne and Carbon County. So the math is just not adding up for her. She's running the runway is running short for her with Philly. There's only so much they can squeeze out of that, and she might be running out of runway. So we'll see. But again, all of us are just we're so nervous because of what we saw in 2020. We're all just waiting, and but they're running out of time.
Well, Don,
we're just going to continue to see.
So the New York Times is just their needle. Their needle is moved to 90% Trump.
Okay, York County, Trump is winning York County 53 to 46, basically, Don and Richard, and that's only with 43% counted in. So you can make a 7,000 vote up margin right there. There's a decision coming here very soon on Pennsylvania. Mahgdalen Rose, our political affairs and campaign affairs correspondent. Mahgdalen, shaping up to be a very exciting night. We're all super bummed about Virginia, but it's obvious that the Virginians, this is a game that they play. They hold the stinking votes of Alexandria all the way to the end to gaslight people like us and make us think that there is a chance in Virginia. And it always comes down, and then they just dump 70. They jump like 78,000 increase or over what President Trump got from Alexandria right into Virginia. So the shape is actually going to win Virginia. And again, to me, Youngkin can win the state, but Trump can't. Hung Kao can't. It still remains a mystery to me how Tim Kaine keeps getting elected here. And it must be maddening to people that live in Virginia to know your fate is controlled by this one stinking leftard Seattle on the frickin' I almost said it. Yeah. Seattle on the frickin' Potomac River here. That's called Arlington, Virginia. That would just I probably would just pack up and move.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. And I will say about Virginia, there is a real feeling of how do we fix this because everyone's tired of it. And I just want to mention Iowa for a second. A real thought amongst people, especially on X, is that what happened in Iowa with this poll that shall not be named really was like a corporate espionage attempt.
Absolutely.
Because once this came out, Harris suddenly stopped investing resources in Iowa and reallocated them to different states where she's also losing. So it really does seem like the Trump campaign, maybe them, maybe somebody else, maybe they just took a shot, these journalists and these pollsters, because it really was a big point of sabotage for her. And looking at the returns now, I think that one of the things is that Democrats forgot that Trump was on his way to a massive election victory prior to COVID. And it was because of COVID that bad things went on. Them winning Georgia and Arizona is not the norm, and they'd forgotten that.
Let me ask you, Mahgdalen, we're looking at Arizona now. Trump's going to win Arizona. The New York Times is projecting he's going to win it. But Kari Lake is going to get trounced by this Ruben Gallego guy. So Kari Lake, I guess after two shots now, you can just determine that Kari Lake is just not a good candidate.
She's not. In full disclosure, I am blocked by her on X. And I think that's because I have commented multiple times that she's, in fact, not a good candidate. She's terrible at this. She has always been terrible at this. Kari Lake is not a viable political figure in America. And I'm very sorry that she's not, and I get that she's, like, cool, and you like her taglines and things. She can't win anything. It's time to pack up the Kari Lake story and just move forward. And that's something that I think that Arizona Republicans will finally accept. And make no mistake, Arizona Republicans and the Republican Party there do not like her. They want her out. She is being held in by this like strange little subset of MAGA people who are obsessed with trying to get her elected. But the thing they care more about than her getting elected is Donald Trump. If he gets elected in Arizona, but by Arizona, which I think he's on track to do, then Kari Lake's political future is over. She's not viable, she's rude, and she blocks people who just disagree with her, which I think is uncalled for.
55% in Arizona now, 49.7 to 49.5 for Trump here. And this is a 4,300 vote lead, so he's widened it by from 2,500 a couple of moments ago here. And again, we look at Maricopa County, you've got 56% in. This is a 50.7 to 48.5%. At that kind of a margin, it's hard to gain ground.
The AP is reporting that Trump has won North Carolina now.
Okay. Well, Trump, we'd already, North Carolina had already been called. Well, we had called it anyway, or a decision desk had called it. We're still looking at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania looks very good. Very good. I'm going to give you guys an update on Philadelphia because we're all on pins and needles here. We are all orphans at the orphanage, and the new parents are coming by to pick us up. And we're all going, no, pick me, pick me. But we all have PTSD from 2020. So the parents are going like, I don't know if I want to pick you. So we're all we're waiting for this last shoe to drop. Let's look at Philadelphia, Don from the Bronx. 71% in now. Okay, the window's getting smaller and smaller now. The number hasn't changed. It's still 77 to 21, 77 to 22, basically. There's a 71% in now. The lead is, okay, they just updated it. The lead is 195,000. Call it 195,000. You're running out of time now.
Well, the other big county that's out there, Allegheny County, Trump needed to hold steady at 40%, and he's holding at 39.8% in Allegheny County. So that's Pittsburgh, and he's doing what he needs to do, and to win on the margins, and he's progressing in the right direction in Bucks County. He looks like he's going to flip Northampton County, which is just north of Bucks County. He's going to win Center County. Erie, he's starting to catch up a little bit, starting to close that gap with 52%.
I see that.
But Allegheny also is another positive, not quite as big as Philadelphia, but still impactful.
By the way, Decision Desk has now updated the chances of the presidency. 87.2% President Trump, to 12.8% for the shape. Let's go now to Michigan, and we look at Michigan, which is now trending slightly red here. You have Maggie, there's Maggie's map, 39% estimated reporting. Trump in the lead at 49.4% over 48.7%. And if you mouse over Detroit, you can see that Detroit, okay, I guess we blew through a break here. We'll take the break in a minute. Detroit, 24% reporting. Again, that's a huge, that's a minuscule number. It is a 70-25 split, 70.4 to 25.9. That's probably about where they thought they would be, but you still have 3/4 of that vote. So no margin of error is comfortable there until that number goes up.
2/3 of the vote is in Wisconsin, and President Trump is holding a 2.5-point lead in Wisconsin with 2/3 of the vote in.
And so, yeah, I see that 71% actually see a Decision Desk at 15.9% to 47.7%. So Wisconsin is looking good. We're going to take a brief time out. Mahgdalen, is there any chatter? Not a lot of talk out there on the social medias yet. People are kind of just sitting back and waiting, but we are hearing that the people that are at Kamala rallies are basically going like, yeah. we're going to lose. Anything to report on that?
Yes, actually, and I just saw the live feed from the Kamala Harris rally, and it looks just like those perfect images from 2016 of the sad, like, we lost, the glass ceiling has not been shattered. Not only are Democrats very much silent, but Kamala Harris's campaign has stopped giving comments. They are not officially commenting on anything anymore. Everyone is having to work sources within the campaign. The Trump campaign is giving comments every 5 minutes to everybody who asks. So it's not as if both campaigns are being silent. And the word from the Kamala Harris campaign is, we're not commenting on anything. There's also a real question over where exactly Kamala Harris is right now, because she has this massive rally, but she's not there. They're saying she's in D.C. They said originally she was with Biden. Then we learned that wasn't true. Also, the White House is saying that Biden went to bed at 9:30. So if that's like, I don't care energy, I don't know what is. That man, in some ways, is a real political gangster.
He is an absolute mobster. Troy Dash, me and Corin Palmer headed, me and Jezebel Jill headed to, we're going to bed.
You know, he had the biggest banana split before he went to bed.
Totally.
Just
Absolutely.
like the one you get on your birthday. You know, he got extra scoops for being a good boy.
That's so funny. You know, the funny thing about this is, and we're going to take a time out and we'll come back in 3 minutes. Magdalene and Richard and Don, the funny thing about this is, what a role for the old man to have played, because he did not help his party's candidate. And it is almost as though, if you're watching this, Magdalene, Don, Richard, and audience out there, what do you think? It is almost as though the old man did what he had to do to still be invited to Depends surprise parties and what have you. And still be invited to sample this hospice suite for free. And we're having a open house hospice party. He's still got to get invited to those. But he didn't do anything to advance that campaign.
No, he didn't. And what I think is even funnier as well is that, I don't know if you saw, but Jill Biden wore like bright red head to toe to go vote today. And as a political wife for her, she knows what she's doing. She knows she's signaling that she's not in line with Kamala Harris. They never liked her, so why would they help her win? Biden did his job. He got on the list of presidents. It's all he's ever cared about.
And he did his job. He got rid of Trump. His only job was to beat Trump in 2020. After that, it doesn't matter what he did.
The percentage just went down 1.1%. It's down to 86.8%. She's holding on to a slim 13.2%. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. Thank you, Magdalene. When this thing is called, I'm going to need you to call back in, because we're waiting on Pennsylvania. Decision Desk now has Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan trending red.
Will do.
You only need 2 of those. You call 2 of those, it's over. We can all go to bed. We can all start popping champagne corks. And, you know, I have a lot to say about President Trump and this election here. We're going to save it, though, until it actually is confirmed. For Don from the Bronx and Richard Barrett, I'm Mike Church. We're not going anywhere, folks. Just taking a little time out. Stretch your legs. Go take a walk around, because the celebration hasn't happened yet here on the CRUSADE Radio Network.
And adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Roo Guru have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
By the way, folks, greatest video of the night. Greatest video of the night. LeBron James, that jerk, looking all depressed, hanging his head in shame and looking down at his phone and shaking his head. Shake your head, you American traitor. If I don't see anything else the rest of the night, I got to see LeBron, the great, depressed. Not looking good at Shape Central, folks. Mike Church here with you on the CRUSADE Radio Network. You know, you have been with us. Before this gets we get any deeper into this, let me just say a couple of words to our listening and viewing audience out there. And the CRUSADE Radio Network on the YouTube channel, and on the CRUSADE Radio Network on the radio, and on the Roku, and on X.com, wherever you may be listening or watching. You know, we started this year with a goal. And the goal was follow the campaign. Go where the campaign facts lead you, follow the campaign, and cover it like no radio network has ever covered it. And thanks to Don and Richard and Maggie and Justin and Mahgdalen and Mike Parrott and others, we have done exactly that. And I feel like now there's almost like a sense of relief. Like we're just waiting. We all just fucking call. You just want to go like, just come on, get rid of Philadelphia, get rid of Milwaukee, call it. You just now, it's almost that you can see the goal, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But let me tell you about the light at the end of the tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel, as Don, you have been talking about, and I think you have been one of the strongest advocates for this. The light at the end of the tunnel is we're not screwed, folks. There's still enough good Americans out there. And then we as Christians, especially we as Catholics, need to put on the face of Christians. No dour saints. We're literally Bob the Builder. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Can we build it? Yes, we can. As Chris Ferrara said on the Mike Church Show on the morning after Hillary was defeated in 2016, Mike, we have been grabbed by the belt. We were falling over the cliff, and we have been pulled back from the precipice. Well, Don from the Bronx, I mean, especially want to go to you. We're not being pulled back from the precipice. We're being lifted up and spun around and told, no, see, it's shining over there. Walk that way. And pick a couple of friends up on the way. We can do this. And I think that, look, I think people are tired of just being conspiracy theorists. They're tired of having their government hate us. It's very, isn't it? It's exhausting. It's hard enough to survive and to make a living and to support your family and to do all those things, Don and Richard and Maggie and all of our friends listening out there. That's hard enough. But to know that you've got another player, you've got the government conspiring against you and it's trying to kill you too, nobody wants to go. I don't want to go through this anymore. I felt like in 1981 we got relief. We got a little bit of relief in 2016, but we've had very little relief in between here. So I'm actually looking forward to some freaking relief. I don't mind working hard. I do it every day anyway. All of you guys and gals do it every day. So nothing's going to change for us precipitously, except maybe the enemy that really wants to tax us and kill us and starve us and poison us into a miserable existence, at least doesn't have as much authority tomorrow as it had today. Guys, what do you think about that?
Hope, right? And I've been saying it. We live in missionary territory here in the United States, and it has to be treated as such. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity. We need to look at this as a tremendous opportunity. And I think too many faithful Catholics almost look at this country as what it should, look at it from a negative perspective of what it should be, rather than from the opportunity to turn it into what it could be. And that's where I differ. I go slightly away from, some prominent Catholics that are on social media, prominent Catholics within traditional Catholic circles. I truly believe you have to look at this as a positive opportunity that God has given you a chance to change the lives of people around you and save souls in a place where you have the freedoms still to do it. And where there's people that actually do take whatever faith, however erroneous it might be, seriously. Because I'll tell you what, you look around the rest of the world, there's not many opportunities around the rest of the world to save souls. Europe is failing. It's
totally
collapsing. They have no birth rates. They have no people. And yes, there are opportunities in Africa and places like that, but there's still a lot of problems there. We have at our fingertips the ability, the resources, the prosperity to change the world as faithful Catholics. And if you just look at this country as some evil Freemasonic Protestant entity and just continue to look down on it because you want a monarchy here, and I want that. I would love that too one day. But if you just continue to look down on it and be sarcastic and cynical about it, you're going to miss out on the opportunities to convert people. Because I will tell you, cynicism and sarcasm don't convert people. Joy and love for what you have converts people. And that has been what has been driving me through all this. Because I tell you, I wanted to walk away from all this, from even commenting on any of this stuff, 4 years ago. But I see people out there that do have joy, and I want to embrace that. I want to push that along because I think there's opportunities for conversion in this country that nowhere else would you have the opportunity to do that.
What?
Would they have counted DC for
Arlington? Maybe DC should count for Arlington. Quickly, an update. Michigan, 49.7% Trump. Harris at 48.5%. That is now down to a lead of 27,000. And just looking at what's been reported in Wayne County. And again, we're all terrified of this. We all know if the cheat is going to happen, we all know where it's going to happen. But I got to tell you, there are people on Twitter, that place is freaking surrounded. The vote counting center in Wayne County at Cobo Center is basically surrounded by X.com citizen journalists who are all sitting there going like, I dare you. Try and drive in here with a van that looks like it's loaded down with ballots. We're going to get your picture, your face. We're going to get your license plate number. Because remember, is Magdalen still there? She's gone. She's gone. Okay. Richard, I'm sure you remember this. Lara Trump has been going around with Eric Trump, and they have been reminding people at every one of their rallies, it is illegal to tamper with the vote. Election interference is illegal. It's a felony. If you aid and assist in any way, shape, or form, in aiding and abetting or giving aid and comfort to people that are trying to steal this election or to cheat in it in any way, shape, or form, we're going to win. And after we win, we're going to find out who you are. We're going to prosecute you, and you're going to go to jail. So, I've been asking a question. How many people out there that are $15 an hour paid hired cheaters want to go to prison for Kamala Harris? Or for the Democrat Party of Wayne County, Michigan here. I'm sure maybe there's some that think, well, I get 3 hots and a cot. I don't think that is a very winning proposition here. Now, the fact that we know that they're coming to do this, and that, for example, I just got this tweet from Maggie O'Connell just sent me this. Project Veritas is out there reporting this just moments ago. It's 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates? We're here and we're watching. And sure enough, they are wheeling boxes of what looks like ballots in. And they got guys standing there with clipboards that are checking them in. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Maybe that's just a legitimate transfer of paper ballots from one location to another. I don't know, but I have to still go with the thought that who is going to go to jail for the Wayne County or the Michigan Republican Party run by Gretchen Whitmer? And is going to go spend 5, 8, 10 years in prison for a person you never met and you probably don't like.
So what we may see from here on to the election being called is the power of an Elon Musk owned X versus a establishment controlled Twitter. And the ability to get in front of stories, to be able to debunk narratives, because even with all this, Michigan is still, according to the New York Times, they have it +5 with the margin right now.
Wow.
And so they have it lean R. They estimate it to lean R. So they may try the shenanigans that are out there, and until it doesn't work or until they get caught, why wouldn't they try it? But like James O'Keefe and others that are standing by to document this, you will actually have correct documentation of shenanigans that are taking place right now, and not, suppose it, because that was a problem in 2020. Everybody said, well, I saw these things and it was grainy video and people didn't really have an understanding of it. Now you're getting people wise to what the playbook is. And so we'll see that the true power of X as a platform will reveal itself within the next couple hours as far as pushing back against what the left is trying to do.
That's a great point.
Fantastic points.
There's a live video, a stream. I'm watching it. There's at least a half a dozen people standing outside the Cobo Center just making sure that they say, hey, you see this? I'm filming you. You're being filmed. This is going out live. There's not going to be any of this. Well, we didn't do that. Oh, no, not this time. Big news, Don from the Bronx. As you and I have been tracking it all night long, we can finally now report Bucks County is in the Trump column. 53% in. He now leads the shape 49.6 to 49.4. If that is our barometer and our measure, or our bellwether, if you will, performance in Pennsylvania, then Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. And look, you only have half of that vote counted. That number is going to go up 5, 6 points. That's going to be the margin there. Here's what's left in Philadelphia, guys. Still 72% in, meaning they have 28% out. It's a 77-22 split. Again, I can't do the math there, but is there enough with 28% remaining? The window is closing. Pennsylvania is going to be called soon. You need to count about 10% more, get up into the 80%, and see that that number has not moved. Plus, you have those other counties out there that are turning in red, and Bucks County is obviously trending red. The presidency is going to go to President Trump, and it's going to happen soon. Interesting, though, that Decision Desk has downgraded now the percentage. It's now down. Kamala now has a 15. She's making a comeback. I hear the Rocky music, Don. Oh, we lost the StreamYard. Okay. 8-4. We'll come right back. Mike Church here on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Thanking all of you hanging out with us. It's a late night. Look, I've been at it since 3 o'clock. I got up at 3 o'clock this morning. I had no nap. Pretty much been broadcasting all day long. Did a 3-hour-long show, and not. I waited 4 years for this. I'm not going to bed now. I waited 4 years to get over my PTSD. And, hey, Don, Eric Hovda is beating Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin.
Where are they?
Do we not have our guys?
We're back. They're all on stage. Oh, there you go. Now try it.
Now try it.
Now ask the question again.
Tammy Baldwin is being, Eric Hovda is beating Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin.
We got you. We got you on StreamYard.
Okay, so
I'm back in.
Okay, so I just said that Tammy Baldwin is losing to Eric Hovda in Wisconsin.
Wow.
So I'm looking at, by the way, John Tester is getting slaughtered in Montana.
Yeah, that was expected.
Yeah, that guy was that dude was a special ops jarhead. I saw that guy at the RNC. I'm like, man, dude, I want to have to meet this guy in an alley. Here,
Mike, while we went down there for a moment, I saw a really great tweet on X from someone who I don't think is a Trump supporter and is as a data person for the Harris people. He said, at this point, while there's still some suburban and Philly vote left to count, things don't look good for Harris. Would expect to call it pretty soon unless she gets Assad margins on what's left.
What does that mean, Assad margins?
As in Assad, the president of Syria. So she would need Assad-type margins to win.
Okay. Eric Hovda, this is a big story here. Eric Hovda is a never-before. He's a Trump, basically. He's a multi-millionaire. I don't know if he's a billionaire, multi-millionaire, self-made man, big businessman in Wisconsin, owns I think a chain of somethings, but he's a small business guy, very successful. And you know what? He has that Midwest look to him. He has that really tall, thick mustache, not the menacing one like John Bolton. Like Trump said, and they're standing there with that stupid white mustache, and they just couldn't stand it. Eric Hovda has run a good campaign. I've got a lot of his fundraising appeals. I actually donated a little bit to Eric Hovda. I donated to Sam Brown. I don't know what's going to happen to Sam Brown. I really like Sam Brown. I liked his speech at the RNC. Eric Hovda is beating Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Baldwin is an absolute nothing burger. She, again, if you took the guy from Weekend at Bernie's, put a wig on it, and wheeled it out across Wisconsin, it would get 48 to 49% of the vote, Democrat vote. There's something really wrong in our politics. People are. We don't have issues that are that decidedly different that you should be voting on to begin with. And you know what? We're going to take a time out here. We're coming up in about a minute. We're going to take a time out. So, God willing, in 4.5 minutes, one of these states, somebody's going to call it. But if Tester goes down and Baldwin goes down, that then, what is that? That gives the Republicans, what, a 52 right now, 48 edge. And there's still 6 races out there left to be decided. So it is possible that the majority grows. I'm interested, though, Don, and Richard won't be come back. Who are they going to elect as majority leader? It can't be John Thune. It can't be. It's got to be Rand Paul or someone like that. Or Mike Lee. We'll talk about it, folks. Election night 2024. Wow. So close to calling Trump Mr. President 47. We'll be right back. Crusade Radio Network, live talking campaign radio the way it should be.
CRUSADE Channel, Madisonville. Well, it's what our call letters would be if we were on FM.
Where do you find gourmet coffee, great barbecue seasonings, and the best must-read books? Answer, the Founders Trading Post store.
Yeah, but how do we get folks to remember we sell so much more?
I got it. Remember the McDonald's jingle?
To all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and a sesame seed bun.
All right, Lou and I will buy.
Well, here goes. Rosary, stickers, lapel pins, stuff from bees, t-shirts, ball caps, download CDs, and reading fun.
Thanks. Now Lou and I want a Big Mac.
The Founders Trading Post store really is stocked like a trading post at shop.mychurch.com. Big Mac sold separately.
Come on, Lou. You can finish your order in the car. Let's get a Big Mac.
We all have concerns about the future of America, and those concerns include your family's survival in an emergency. Hi, folks, it's Mike Church, and my friends at Legacy Food Storage take your concerns seriously and will help you prepare for almost any disruptions. Now, most prepper companies just want to sell you products, but not Legacy Food Storage. They can provide for all your emergency needs, from survival gear, power and lighting, to emergency food, and they specialize in educating their clients before and after the sale. And to make sure your food storage pack is the best the survival industry has to offer, try the sample before you buy option for less than $50. Make your family's plan for disruptions, whatever they may be, with Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Use the coupon code KingDude for 10% off any order, and every order is shipped for free. Secure your family's emergency plans with the trusted leader, Legacy Food Storage at LegacyFoodStorage.com. Coupon code KingDude.
Did you know that the rosary began as a tool to give laity a form of common prayer, like what was being prayed in monasteries? And monasteries were praying all 150 psalms from the Bible. But most laity couldn't afford a Bible, and most couldn't read, so they began praying the Our Father 150 times a day. Today the rosary is prayed by millions, and each one is a work of art. There is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell and the Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mychurch.com.
Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/KingDude. That's mypillow.com/KingDude. If you want to drastically improve your company's training with bite-sized content that's engaging and customized for the skills your people actually need, well then Learny is for you. You see, Learny's mobile app gives you the flexibility to train your workforce anytime, anywhere. Now I use Learny and so should you. Book your free demo today at learny.com/KingDude. That's
Fire and Ice Middays are here. Get animated by the fire of Parrott Talk and the ice-cold chill-out of Turley's Believe It or Else and Fiorella Middays show. The Fire and Ice Midday block begins at 10 Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Welcome back. Mike Church here with you on the Crusade Radio Network on our live historic election 2024 coverage. I do not see, to answer someone's question in the chat room, I see that there is a chance that the Democrats take the House of Representatives. Folks, this must not happen. I don't know how this is possible that Trump is going to win the presidency in just a few moments here. And they're going to take the Senate, and they're going to lose the House. Right now, it's 36.9% for Republicans. Democrats are 63.1%. If you want chaos and you want Civil War 2.0, then have the Democrats take the House of Representatives. Because let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to get sworn in per the 20th Amendment on January the 3rd, and they're going to pull a 01-0621. Richard Barrett. They're going to tell the United States, they're going to tell the SHAPE to not certify the vote, and then to disqualify both Trump and Vance, and then to send it to the House for a vote. Now, they're going to lose in the House by a vote because you vote by state. So they're still going to lose. So I don't know what the end game here is, but this must not happen. The Democrat Party must not retake control of the House of Representatives. There will be nothing that will get done on the Trump agenda. Richard, you can almost guarantee an impeachment within the first 6 months.
Yeah, that's 100% on the playbook. And the glorious, all the fun and all the potential and hope that people have with Trump winning will be completely gone, because the fact that Trump will have to be doing the exact same thing he did at the end of his last term, which is battling it out in the House, in the Senate, is going to be because for some reason or another people were not able to vote for their House candidate. It's been a weird night, Mike. I mean, I think it just really goes to the fact that all people cared about was Trump. All people cared about was Trump. They didn't care about their House races. They didn't care about their governor races. They didn't care about the Senate races. All they gave a crap about was Trump. And if you're the Republican Party, you do have to take this as a moment and extrapolate out. Do we actually have a future post-Trump if Trump can't carry, like, your president, your top of the ticket guy is supposed to carry all these people across the finish line like Trump did with somebody like DeSantis. And if he can't drag these people across the line right now for one reason or another, does that give them any hope down the line? And so that's something that it looks like Trump's going to get back in, although we just saw this report coming from MSNBC that trucks of ballots are on their way into Pennsylvania right now. But where's the Republican Party losing their base there? Because Trump is getting his message across. How come the rest of the party is not generating the same type of enthusiasm? I think that's something that in the postmortem and the after action report, the Republicans have to do. What happened? How could they lose all of these seats to the Democratic Party?
Well, it wasn't that many seats to begin with. It was only 6 that you would have to lose. By the way, the mood at Harris campaign, they're dancing, eating fried chicken, waving the American flag. It looks to me like they think that there's a comeback in the cards and they're going to win here. Well, let me throw some ice on this MSNBC report that the salvation is coming through ballots being trucked into Philadelphia. 80% of Philadelphia is already reported. That only leaves 20%. She is down 167,000 votes. Down 167,000 votes. In Philadelphia, at a 21 to 78% margin. I'm not a mathematician. With 80% of the votes in, I do not believe. I think that the number Don gave earlier, Don, what was that? That if all of those fake those votes that are being trucked in to Philadelphia, if every single one of them, and they are actually in the number that's legit for registered voters, is a Harris vote, then the 7,000 votes Trump would have to make up. Uh-oh. I think we lost one of our guys. And I'm looking at in Bucks County right now, 56% in, and now Trump is pulling away in Bucks County. He was down 12,000. He is now up about 400. So that's with 56% of the county, and so that number will continue to increase. So there are votes out there. So I think the number was 7,000. So if every one of those left to be counted, 80% votes in Philadelphia have not were counted all for Harris. It would put her over this was earlier tonight. It would put her over the number by 7,000, right?
Could be.
Is that the number, 7,000? I think we're having some technical difficulties here.
Yeah, there's basically she would need 100% of what you're talking about to get about an 8,000 margin. So yeah, she's just running, as we've been saying, running out of runway here, and the more votes come in.
What's 83% in Pennsylvania right now? 83% in the entire state. And now, when we put it to bed in 2020, I'm trying to remember what the percent that was in, because it's about this, which is why we all have PTSD. And why we were saying, well, I don't think there's enough votes out there, but I think that the numbers were smaller.
Yeah, and there were a lot more votes cast. There was a lot more mail-in ballots that were cast in 2020 for obvious reasons.
So just to update the map, the shape has 213 electoral votes. You know, if I'm a Democrat right now, dude, I'm spiking the ball, and I'm going to spike ahead in the end zone. The fact that you were able to drag Weekend with Bernie's worst candidate in the history of worst candidates, and you were able to con enough people into giving you their votes to get up to 213 electoral votes. America, we got some serious freaking work to do. Serious work. It can't ever be this close again. The idea here, and again, we're not even talking about, and I don't say this with any joy, we're talking about a candidate. This is something else. Lindsey Graham has a bill in front of the U.S. Senate. I hope now it's going to get heard, because now they'll have a majority, and it is to put an end to birthright citizenship. And he also has in there the clarification of the natural-born citizen clause. And in Graham's bill, the clarification of the clause says that Harris is not even eligible to run for the presidency. So I don't even know why we're having this conversation. Okay, let's do some updates here. Supposedly Trump has 247, the shape has 213. Right now we're waiting for the results to come in, and now we're at 79% in Wisconsin. Just clicking on Wisconsin and Milwaukee, they're 61% in, so that number is higher than when it was when we checked it earlier. Dane County, you're not getting any more votes out of the University of Wisconsin in Dane County. That's over. Iowa County, 95% in, 91% in there. You're not getting any votes there. The only place where you're going to maybe be able to pick some votes up if you're Harris is in Milwaukee. She is down 95,000 votes in Wisconsin. I don't see how you picked that up in Milwaukee with the population that's there. So it looks to me like they haven't called Milwaukee or they haven't called Wisconsin because they must not have a high enough percentage of Milwaukee in yet, Don. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Then we'll go over to Michigan, and it's the same thing in Michigan. He's winning 50.1 to 48%. He has a 35 and 22. He has a 57,000 vote edge right now. You have Wayne County, and this is where we're all PTSD, shocked, and terrified, because in Wayne County, only 28% of the vote has been counted. Now, totally in the state is 53%. So there's still a lot of Trump votes out there, and in a sea of red. Why 28%? You know, I've been to downtown Detroit. There's no traffic in that city anymore. You can literally swing a dead cat by the tail and not hit a moving vehicle. I don't understand what is the difficulty of collecting these votes here. We know these people are criminals, and we know they're sneaky. And as I said earlier, there are people that are camped out around and outside the Cobo Center where they count the votes in Detroit and are filming everything that goes in and out. Right now, Decision Desk has updated its percentage. 91.9% Trump wins the presidency. The shape is now down, clinging to an 8.1%. I guess that would be a Hail Mary of some sort. Why would they be keeping 100,000 ballots back for 12 a.m.? Doc in the chat room. Don, can either of you imagine a scenario? Why would you be holding ballots back? What, do you want people to go to sleep so they're not going to be awake when you feed them in and all 100,000 go for the shape? After 2020, do they think people are stupid? So I don't know what they're waiting for here. We're having technical difficulties. Well, it's late. We've been up a long time. Again, and then we'll go back to Arizona. Maybe we can show Maggie's map there. Arizona is now a 10,000 vote margin. Trump at 49.9. You have 55% of that reporting in, and the shape at 49.3. That margin just keeps ticking up slightly for Trump at every bump here. It's not going down. So we're keeping an eye. But it looks like New York Times is predicting that Trump will win Arizona. But I cannot fathom why someone in Wisconsin thinks that. Why would you even do this to your population? I don't understand this. I guess we're all on mute again.
No, I mean, honestly, I mean, you're looking at the ineptitude of these cities, right? I mean, there's a reason why these cities are all collapsing. I mean, they're run by really, really bad people. Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, they're all run by really, really corrupt, incompetent people. And so some of this has to just be chalked up to incompetence. Yes, of course, there are scams that are run, but there's also a lot of incompetence in these cities. So, we're still waiting. The math is running out on her, but we're all still waiting to see. I mean, I don't ever remember elections like this growing up. Where we were waiting.
No, I don't either.
Well, it just was never like this.
Okay, well, what's happening in Pennsylvania now, and if you're wondering what's going on. Philadelphia has been stuck at 80% for an hour. All the other counties are moving. For example, if you look at Bucks County, it's at 56% now. And Trump has a slight lead, but he's going to win it because it goes up at every tick. If you go a little further north, he's going to flip Northampton County. It's in at 88%. If you go over to Allegheny County, that's 95% in. She's not picking up any votes there. So obviously, if there is a move for nefarious activity, it's going to happen in Philadelphia at that counting center. I just don't know. Right now, there's 74,000 and 93,000. That's 167,000 votes That's an awful lot of little, and I'm seeing them wheel in like luggage carriers that fit in the overhead compartment on an airplane. I don't know how many of those it takes to have 170,000 one-way ballots in them to throw this over here. But that's really all we're waiting for, is for the mathematics in Philadelphia to be eliminated. And I'm sure that's all the bean counters are going like, well, you can't say it's over yet, because because there are still enough votes out there. You know, it's Mike Parrott mentioned this earlier. Okay, so they must have an estimate on how many votes are cast.
Mm-hmm.
At the end when you go, that's a game. That's a wrap. You know then in any county how many votes, or any city or whatever, how many votes were cast. So if you know that number, then how Mike Parrott, I see Mike Parrott is back. If you know that number and it's reported, well, then how can you sneak in an additional 170,000 ballots and not upset the math?
Yeah, I mean, that's where the idea of corruption comes in. Look, by this point in the night, if you're on the East Coast time zone, you know how many votes you've got. You know, or at least you're very close to the number of votes that you've got. There may be postmarked votes that haven't come in yet, but that's an immaterial number. You know how many people showed up to the polls. We have electronic voting. You know, you guys were talking about, I don't remember it being this way. It's never been this way. You go back to the beginning of the Republic in 1900, in 1904, in 1908, or 1708, 1704. Same day voting, same day results.
Yes.
Okay, and hand counting of votes. And I saw a next post, and it showed every presidential election since the beginning of these United States, and it wasn't until 2020 that we had a 2-week delay in who's going to be president. Okay, now I guess 2000 is an outlier there as well. But for Maricopa and for Wayne and for and for Philly to come out and say we're just not going to count for it may take us 2 weeks. How do you know that? What who do we need to fire? Who do we need to hire? Who do we need to replace to count some votes? I mean, this is not hard. I'm pretty sure I could take my 7 children right now and send them out to 7 precincts, and we could do a better job.
I mean, I honestly, I think there needs to be some sort of and obviously it's not going to affect tonight's results, but there needs to be some sort of a federal rule that your results have to be delivered by a certain time on election day, and anything that is not in by that time does not count. And you've disenfranchised your own voters by your own incompetence and corruption. So, I mean, I really, we can't go on as a republic where we're dragging these things out and continuing to fester the animosity between both sides.
Well, didn't the Fifth Circuit Court essentially do that in a recent ruling? The Fifth Circuit said, and I know there's only Texas, Louisiana, this states, that you can't take ballots after midnight.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and so you could make a case citing precedent that at the Fifth Circuit for any of these states, Wisconsin, the blue wall states, once midnight hits, we have Fifth Circuit saying you can't take it anymore. So anything that's delivered after midnight's gone. So whatever these counts are at midnight, that's it.
So what is this ass clown in Wisconsin talking about? We're not going to take more ballots in Milwaukee until 12 a.m.
That's going to be completely tossed. They should not be able to dictate how many they need based on the amount of time, based on an entire day's worth of voting. And then they say, oh yeah, we'll just take another half hour's worth. Oh, okay, that's very convenient for you, isn't it?
Well, first of all, 61% of Milwaukee County is in. The shape has a 2/3, 1/3, as we reported earlier. It hasn't changed. Yeah. The gap in Milwaukee and Wisconsin now, 81% of the rest of the state. So basically, the rest of the state's going like, "What the hell are you doing, dude? Turn your damn ballots in." 81% of Wisconsin is in. Trump has a 122,000 vote lead. Now, they said 100,000 votes remain to be counted, supposedly, and that was earlier tonight in Milwaukee. That's not enough to make the gap up here. Madison-Dane County is 95%.
Not at those percentages. Yeah, not at those percentages.
No. So I don't know what the holdup here is in calling Wisconsin. There aren't enough ballots remaining unless we're all counting wrong, or unless my math is wrong. 1,344,000 minus 1,242,000. That's 102,000, right? So you would have to have all 100,000, if there's 100,000, all 100,000 votes, and they would all have to be for the shape. None for Trump. And let's see, there's counties out there that have 88% reporting that he's winning, 89% reporting. I'm just scrolling. 60% in Richland County that he is winning. He's winning by double digits there, by 18 points. So I mean, I understand that you want to be accurate here. His percentage, by the way, at Decision Desk is 92.2%. Elon is out now on Twitter. If you're following Elon on Twitter, you would be seeing this. It's going to be amazing.
He has the numbers. We know, we've seen that he's seen the internal numbers, so he has good data, that the campaign is feeding him.
Well, he says the future is going to be so fire to American flags. That's Elon posted 23 minutes ago. And I'm just looking at Trump is in a green room there. It's funny, Don, if you go to let me see if how can I send it? I'm going to send this to you in a signal. A little bit of inside baseball. I'm going to send this to Don Rico. Okay, you're going to recognize this guy. Okay, open that. You see the screenshot of the Secret Service agent that's standing right there in the doorway?
Yeah.
Remember him? People's Convention.
Yes,
he was standing right there in front of us. Where we were. That's him.
Right.
That's
right.
the dude.
That's right. Yeah, that's him.
That's the dude. That's a Secret Service agent
Detroit.
right there. And dude, he was eagle eyes on the spot. He kept looking at me and going like, I'm like, hey, bro. I'm just media, man. That is so. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy. That's a Secret Service agent right there. Justin, can you grab my screen real quick and I'll show everybody who I'm talking about.
By the way, there was a great photo that came out of Mar-a-Lago earlier tonight of
that guy right there.
President Trump huddled with Elon and Dana White.
I saw
having
that.
Having a pretty looked like a pretty interesting conversation. So who knows what was being said there, but a lot of testosterone in that one picture there.
Folks, we are at 92.2%. President Trump is going to be elected POTUS for number 47. The gravity of this election, especially for those of us that have been suffering PTSD for 4 years, Mike Parrott, Richard Barrett, Don from the Bronx, Justin, you were here, Candace, we were all here. We all went to bed shell-shocked, couldn't believe that after COVID, that they would do what they did. But then again, as I said, although, you guys are listeners, and I was listeners to yours.
Mike, if I could.
Yes.
Mike, if I could break it, it's from Cliff Maloney with Pennsylvania Chase. 88% of the Philly votes are in, and Trump's still holding a 165,000 vote lead over Harris.
Okay, so this is going to be called very soon, and the shape can be put out of her misery. We can sing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, and then we can all have a real...
And Erie County, which we mentioned earlier in the night in Pennsylvania, that's the northwest corner of Pennsylvania, has it looks like just flipped to Trump.
I see that.
And he was down most of the night in Erie County, and that's just flipped.
So he's going to win Erie County. He's going to flip it. He is going to win Bucks County, which now has 56% in. And he is up 49.6 to 49.4, as we have been reporting. That is the Bellwether County. Just north of that, Northampton County. That's a Biden County from 2020. He's flipped it. He's going to win it. 88% of the precincts are in, 52-46. He is up right now in Pennsylvania, if you're counting, at 86%. He is up 50.9 to 48.2. That is 111,000 plus 455. That's 166,000 votes. The only thing that is outstanding now, we're waiting. 81%. Confirmation now from Decision Desk. 81% of Philadelphia is in. It's over. He's going to win Pennsylvania.
It's up to 88. Yeah, it's up to 88 in overall.
Look, they're
almost done counting the mail-in votes. They're
starting to roar at Mar-a-Lago because it's coming any moment now. And guys, we're going to be here. Magdalen?
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
We're also starting to see MSNBC. They're all starting to bang the drums of, well, how did we lose this election? The Democrats have to. So they're starting to paint this narrative as well.
You lost the election because you're sucking your communists.
Oh yeah, no, obviously that's an easy after-action report for anyone.
I heard Maggie laugh in the other room.
That's an easy one for any of us to write, but for them, it's going to take 25 pages and a lot of words to actually write. So.
Okay, guys, let's regroup. We're going to come back in 3 minutes. I hope we have some major news. Folks, what a historic night. Golly. Getting goosebumps here. It was worth everything that we went through. And I'm going to talk to our panel when we come back. I think that the 4-year interim actually made Trump a better candidate, and it's going to make him a better president. In 2020, he wouldn't have had the Elon Musk, RFK Jr. coalition that he's going to bring to Mordor and the Potomac now. This is the CRUSADE Radio Network.
Punch in all of talk radio, KV Turley's Believe It or Else, and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria, taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
What does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at crusadechannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Just when you thought it was safe to turn the radio on, Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Okay, so who's a mathematician out there? Give me the formula for this. Somebody Google this. If 300 and... Hold on, let me get a number. If 300... Wait, that's not right. I'm trying to give you the number for Fulton County here because Fox News refuses to call Georgia because Atlanta is not in, supposedly. So, 528,000 votes have been cast. That's 95% of Fulton County. So, how many votes is 5% that remain? It must be at least 119,000. Now, if 5% is 119,000, then 10% is 238,000. Then that means that the voting population of Fulton County is 2.38 million. I'm doing my math right here. That's not possible. So, where is Shuffle 13 when I need him? This is why. So, supposedly there are enough votes out there in Fulton County, reporting it now at 95%, that Fox News thinks that Harris is going to win Georgia because she's going to get a, let me give you the total here. She's going to get a 119,000 vote, well, she needs 120,000 vote surge, and Trump gets none from Atlanta.
I think this is just Fox News being Fox News.
But Fulton County, Atlanta is in Fulton County.
Mm-hmm.
Decision Desk, AP, they all say Fulton County is 95 or 94% in. Is 6% of the of the voting population equal to 119,000? Again, that means that there's 2.38 million voters in Fulton. No, there's not. I've been there. I don't think there's 2.38 million people there. But are there? That would be in addition. So that would mean that's only 5%. So then what would the population be, like 40 million? Something ain't adding up here. Just for all of your information, AP has called it, CBS has called it, CNN has called it, every media entity on earth, OMSNBC has called Georgia for Trump, but too early to call. Georgia, claims Fox News, that claimed Arizona at 8:03 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. You all remember this. On November the 3rd, 2020. Y'all remember that? Wasn't too early to call Arizona, but it's too early to call Georgia when every other entity on earth has. So I can't give you an answer. We still don't have answers or decisions, but let's go back to the question I asked at the end of the last segment. Anybody want to take a stab at that question?
Go ahead.
I want to jump in. I think that was a great segue that you left there, King Dude. You talked about whether or not Trump is a better candidate now after waiting out 4 years, if his cabinet is going to be better. First of all, look, we're looking at probably 52 to 54 GOP senators. That means that Trump is going to get the cabinet that he wants. That means that RFK and Elon Musk are going to sail through it. Look, if we were at 51 GOP senators or 50-50, he's not going to get the cabinet that he wants. He's not going to get the cabinet that he ran on. We're not going to get Tulsi Gabbard. We're not going to get RFK Jr. So I think, first of all, I think we're going to get that. Second of all, a lot of the people that were involved in the 2016 administration, especially Kush Daddy Kushner and Ivanka Trump, they're sidelined. Ivanka Trump today was tweeting on X about her birthday and about other irrelevant, stupid stuff that nobody cares about. They have been sidelined, and instead of them, you've got Donald Trump Jr., who is coming into the White House, and he's very concerned. He's one of the guys who strong-armed his dad into taking J.D. Vance.
That's right.
So I think this is a net gain for all of us. Unfortunately, we had to suffer through fake Catholic usurper-in-chief Joe Biden for 4 years, but we're getting a way better Trump administration for having waited 4 years. And I think that this is we might get Ron freaking Paul, guys. Ron freaking Paul. Okay, so
no, we're gonna get Ron Paul. No, I agree. So what he's talking about is Elon Musk sent a tweet out and asked Ron Paul, would this be you? Would you be interested in being on the government, what is the commission called? Or government?
Department of Government, it's DOGE. It's Department of Government Regulation.
It's DOGE.
Like that. No, it is.
Of course it is.
It's actually DOGE.
Of course it is.
Yeah, the E is something, but yeah, it's on that efficiency. Department of Government
Efficiency. That's right. And then, of course, the number that was bandied about. You know, Mike Parrott, if you work in Mordor, and you know a lot of people that do, and I know a lot of people that work in these nonprofits and these think tanks and what have you, a haircut, well, first of all, a haircut of $2 trillion just puts you back to 2020.
Yeah.
It sounds like a lot. It basically just puts you back to 2020. The smart money is, and if Elon is the genius that we think he is, and if I'm Elon, Mike, you've run businesses. You're a small business guy. I think, Don, you have some business experience. Richard, you run a business. I've run many. The old guys that I used to seek advice would tell me, you tell them what's going on with your business. What's the first piece of advice the seasoned citizens give you? Stop the bleeding. Wherever it is that you're bleeding, stop it. You got to fire people. You got to cut them. You got to whatever you got to do. Stop the bleeding. So the low-hanging fruit is complete moratorium on all government hiring. Freeze right now. Nobody. Now, of course, Trump's going to say, we got to rebuild the military. You know what? Screw the freaking military. Fix the damn country, then you can rebuild the military. So you go for the low-hanging fruit. You freeze the hiring. And then the second thing is, then you go like, okay, what smart people like Elon know what causes inflation. If he doesn't, Ron Paul will tell him, stop printing money. Stop it today. You can't print any more money. Tell Johnson he has to get to balance. He cannot run a deficit again. If you do those two things, first of all, you're going to have a year, maybe a year and a half you're going to have repatriation of resources, reallocation. There are going to be a lot of people that are useless, worthless human beings and that are parasites, guys. They have no knowledge, no skill, no talent. They never created anything. They work for Mordor or government entities like Mordor their entire lives. They have to be put back into the workforce. But you know what? We put 1.9 million men from the United States Armed Forces at the end after the armistice with Germany, Mike Parrott, and the armistice with Japan. We returned 1.9 million American soldiers that survived World War II. We sent them back into the private sector. It can be done. They had been removed. The economy had to adjust, right? You had Rosie the Riveter. They had been removed from the productive private sector. 1.9 million of them in a span of 18 months were repatriated and were sent right back into the private sector. So it can be done. You just have to have the will to do it. Guys?
Yeah.
Gals?
I think I wanted to chime in on this, and that I think the electorate is slightly better. I'm not gonna be bullish all of a sudden on the American public, but I think the electorate is slightly better 4 years later. I think, and I was thinking about this earlier in the night. Something I've heard said by others. If I had a choice between President Trump winning in 2020 or Elon Musk buying X, I'm choosing Elon Musk buying X every single time.
I'm going to take Elon Musk buying X. Who is this guy speaking at Harris HQ?
That's Cedric Richmond.
Not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice
We're
has
not
spoken.
fighting overnight. Screw you.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Oh, go to hell.
She's pulling a Podesta. Tomorrow, she will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you.
We don't believe in
May
you.
God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
So there's not even going to be...
Joy is gone.
The joy is gone, yeah.
Yeah, if I were Trump right now, I would come out and declare victory. I would just start giving a victory speech while people are still awake. This is something that he should have done the last time. Look, we've got the momentum right now. The math is there almost, or it seems like it is. This is a Podesta moment.
By the way, NBC has just called Georgia for Trump, so they've come around a few hours later.
So Fox News is the only entity out there that remains that hasn't called it for Trump, and they're still holding out their faint glimmer of hope with her at her 216 ill-begotten electoral votes. She's already got California, the entire West Coast. Folks, this is over. That red wall, that blue wall is going to fall. Georgia has, you can
Mike,
just, yes.
I'm just going to jump in. Those two counties north of Madison, and you have Sauk County and Columbia County.
Yep.
Trump is on pace to win Columbia County by 10 points. He barely won it in 2016 and 2020. He's going to win it by 10 points. There's about, I think, 30,000 votes total, between both candidates in that county. And he's going to win Sauk County, which I believe is a flip from 2020. Those are the two counties just north of one of the most leftist college cities in the United States. So again, impressive stuff. What's happening in Wisconsin, and getting closer and closer to hopefully a call there.
Yeah, well, you have Milwaukee with 63% in now. It's a shape 60. It hasn't changed. The number's not changed. It's 66-32. Every time they go to it, it's 66-32. So what is 275,000 votes is 63% of what? What is that? You divide 63 by 275,000 times 100. Is that how you get?
1,000.
How much is it?
436.
Okay, so 436. So then you do 436. I suck at math. 436 minus. So there's 161,000 votes out there.
I mean, she would have to probably sweep that, or get that at a rate that is just not happening right now.
161,000 times 0.66. That's 106,000. That would put her, if that number would hold and he got no votes anywhere else, he would still be beating her by 5,000.
Yeah. Again, we've been saying it. I've been saying it all night. There's a very short runway left for her mathematically, and it's not the same level of fraud as 2020 because we don't have the same level of mail-in ballots, nor the same level of ballot harvesting. It doesn't mean that there isn't fraud out there, but it's just not at the levels we had in 2020 because of the cover of COVID, and nobody was looking for it. So, but we will see. I mean, we're not there yet. We're on the goal line, and we got to punch it in.
It's Bart Starr. It's the Green Bay Packers. It's the Ice Bowl. It's second and second and 1 from the goal. It's minus 13, and
Hand it to Marshawn Lynch. Don't try to pass it, on the goal line. Hand it to Marshawn Lynch and punch it in. Don't pull a Pete Carroll.
What's that?
Fox News finally called Georgia for Trump.
Okay, so now it's 248 for the 216. And if you're wondering, those that are still out there that are listening and are watching, let's go back to Pennsylvania. 88% reporting now. Here's the number. Trump, 3.187 million. Shape, 3.029. That is a difference of 156,000? 158,000 votes. The only thing that is outstanding that could possibly dent that number is that there is 81% of the vote in Philadelphia. So, again, do the math, Mike Parrott. 620,000 votes is 81% of what? So if you can get the what number?
It's 766,000.
Okay, 766. So that means that there is a potential for 146,000 all Kamala votes. Add that 146,000. She still loses by 30,000.
And that's why they can't call it. If you're within 10 or 20 or 30,000, you just can't call it.
Okay, so then that would make sense, or make a little bit of sense. Again, okay, let's go to Michigan now. The same thing is happening in Michigan. This is a 49.9 to 48.2 with 64% reporting. And again, the Democrats are up to their old tricks. You only have 42% of the vote counted in Detroit. The rest of the state, you're getting 95% in. Everywhere else, Grand Rapids is 86%. So they are holding out. But you know what? It's coming up on
Mike, the Times actually has Trump winning Michigan by a larger margin than Pennsylvania right now.
So these are, and again, let's go out west. Maggie, let's go to your map. Let's go to Maggie's map. Let's go back to Arizona. This number has pretty much not changed. It just increases with every tick. 55% of Arizona reporting now. Trump's margin is 50 to 49.2. That may not seem like a lot. That number has increased steadily. He has a 13,662 vote advantage. That may not seem like a lot. That's more. That's a lot more than Biden supposedly won Arizona by the time they were done with all their cheating in 2020. 55% of precincts reporting, and then if you go to Maricopa County, the number is about 56%. The number has been holding steady, so he has either been gaining just a little bit on her or holding the line here. And again, there's nothing in the data here that would suggest that Trump is going to lose Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, as we can see it here. But because it's so close within the margin of error, they don't want to call it. So if we were to take the 248 now, and then you take Pennsylvania, which is, 17? How many EVs in Pennsylvania?
That's 19.
19. So take the 200 and so take the current 248 at 19. That's 267. Let's add Michigan. How many EVs in Michigan?
That would win it.
That's 15.
Okay,
if he wins two Midwest states, he doesn't even need Arizona.
That's 390. That's 390. 294, and then add Wisconsin, and that's what, 13?
I think 10.
Is it
if he
10?
wins two of the blue wall
That's
states
304.
and loses the West Coast, he still gets 285.
Okay, so that's 304 with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Win Arizona, that's 6, right?
Arizona was 11.
It's 11. 304, that's 315. And then add 6 in Nevada. Nevada is 6. Add the 6 in Nevada, that's 321. That's a landslide. That is a double-digit percentage. That's a landslide. And we have a new president. and the enemy has been served notice. Now, again, pay very close attention to the House races. If the Democrat Party were somehow able to take back the House, then we all know what's going to happen when they're sworn in on January the 3rd. They'll probably file impeachment proceedings immediately. Probably won't even. Well, I think they have to actually wait for him to be sworn in to impeach him. But they could probably figure out, Raskin can figure out some kind of way to try him under the Article 3 of the 14th Amendment as just a straight up traitor. You need 2 witnesses. That's what Article 3, Section 3 says. They will have 2 witnesses, and they will convict him of treason. It will then, I'm not clear on what happens after they convict him of treason, but the penalty for treason is death. So, are MAGA patriots going to sit there and watch a new Democrat Congress in their first act convict the duly elected, democratically elected president, convicted of treason, sentenced to hang at noon the next day, or are we going to sit here and watch this happen? Mike Parrott? Is that going to happen?
I'm still doing the math here. I'm looking at it. Okay, so he's at 246, including Georgia. He's going to pick up Alaska for 3, so that's 249, which means that he needs 11. If he wins Arizona, that's it. That's 270.
So
he needs Arizona. He would need Arizona and 1 blue wall state.
One of the 3 blue walls.
2 or 2 blue walls. So of Arizona and the 3 blue wall states, he needs 2 of those.
Okay.
Okay, the state of Pennsylvania is reporting 90% of all precincts are reporting, and it is a 214,000 vote lead currently, and the only precinct that remains out is stinking Philadelphia.
And I'm just being overly cautious here, gentlemen, because at this point in the night 4 years ago, I felt pretty good, and I went to bed, and then I woke up, and all was lost. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, all kinds of shenanigans, and he's got to win those states. He's got to have some wins in those states. Right now, he hasn't actually won any of those states. Nevada is coming online right now, 56% of the vote in. He's ahead a little bit by like 2 points. That's 4 electoral college votes. So I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch here. Listen, they could still pull a fast one on us if we pull the plug on this thing tonight.
Well, let me just say, Wisconsin is in now at 87%. The margin, he's now 51.3% to 47.3%. The margin is now 114,000 votes. That's about 4,000 more than we had it last time when we looked at it. The math is not improving here. And again, I guess it's outside of the so-called margin of error here, and maybe that's why these are not going to be called. They keep doing a picture-in-picture of the Trump HQ, and nobody's leaving. They're not leaving.
Yeah, I mean, but to actually answer your question, though, I mean, I think that the Democrat Party needs to do some soul searching tonight, because even if they end up cheating and stuff, look, they have underperformed where they needed to be, and this is a man that they have insulted, that they have impeached, that they lied about, that they indicted, that they tried to kill.
They convicted
2.5 times. I mean, look, the lawfare is not a winning strategy. I think that ultimately, I think that they decided that they wanted to run against Trump. That's why they ran the lawfare thing. That's why they indicted him in 17 different, places in the United States. They wanted him. They wanted Republicans to coalesce around him. They wanted us to be galvanized to support him. They wanted him to be the candidate because they thought they could beat him. Now, what we are witnessing is I think this hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland.
First time.
This is not a once-in-a-generation thing. This is a once-in-100 years thing, okay? He is a once-in-a-century figure. We're not witnessing a political a political rehabilitation. We're witnessing a resurrection of a man who was supposed to be dead on the 13th day of July.
True.
And I think that the lawfare thing, to your point, King Dude, of them going after him and treason and all this stuff and trying to put him to death, and are we going to stand by? They really need to take stock, because this man is Teflon, and everything that they have thrown against him has made him stronger, not weaker, stronger. And so I don't know. They may just have to find a way to work with him. They may have to treat him like a Bush.
Well, guys, guess what? He's winning the popular vote.
Yes.
It's not even close. So, Hillary, here's your answer, bitch. He wins the popular vote and the EV. We're going to take a timeout. We just got an update, and one of our guys in the chat room said there's only 140,000 votes left in Philadelphia. It's over.
And Mike, he's flipped Center County in Pennsylvania, and he's up 3 points in Bucks County in Pennsylvania.
Well, we'll update you all. Hopefully, we will have a call on one of these states here, and then we can begin the celebration here on the Crusade Radio Network. Thanks for being with us. Live talking campaign radio, the way it should be. Don't go away.
Credit card number to buy tickets to the Miley Cyrus Twerkers Ball. I came in like a Are you ready? Let's get it on the Veritas Radio Network's Crusade. The best 1-2 punch in all of talk radio. KV Turley's Believe It or Else and the Midday Show with Fiorella De Maria. Taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the Crusade Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SBW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy. And he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, Remember, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Just when you thought it was safe to turn the radio on, Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Well, folks, we're getting giddy around here. It's getting late, but we're not leaving until they call it. Somebody's going to call it. Right now, Van Jones is on CNN crying. It's a great day for America when Van Jones cries on an election night. As a matter of fact, it may be the greatest day for an American when Van Jones is crying. I want to see Rachel Maddow punch a concrete wall and break her hand. If she actually is a human being and has bones. I want to see Joy Reid shave more hair off the top of her head. I want to see her wax the top of her head with the Trump logo and just or cry Kamala. The news is out. The gig is up. We finally found them. The renegades that thought they had it made are retrieved for a bounty. America's about to get payback on what these bastards did and have done. You know, guys, this is not just what Biden did and pulling the trigger on the Corona doom, sealing the election, and all the other things. Mike Parrott, how many of your brothers in arms do you know that had their lives ruined because they refused the Pfizer goo? How many of your brothers in arms do you know that were forced into early retirement? How many of them do you know that maybe even just gave in and were like, you know what, I ain't giving 20 years up. I'll take your stupid vaccine. Took it and then maybe suffered the ill consequences of it. How many people's lives have been ruined by these people? How many people's lives were ruined by Obamacare? How many people's lives were ruined by The Big Short? How many people, Mike Parrott, you worked in the finance industry, you know what I'm talking about. How many people's lives have been ruined by the actions of these pricks and the crap that they have pulled since 9/11? Wars that never end, body bags coming home, our brave young men being told that, oh, you know what, you can enlist in our army and go get killed in Iraq or Afghanistan. And you know what, as a reward, we'll let you play girls' sports. Really? So many things that have occurred and have happened, so many offenses against God, against natural law, against God's law. You're damn right we're going to freaking celebrate tonight. And we're going to celebrate tomorrow. And then we're going to, actually, it is tomorrow. We're going to celebrate. Hell, I might, Mike Parrott, you know anybody? Donna Rico, you know somebody? I might want a ticket to the freaking inaugural.
To this thing, and Democrats are going to be taking stock as to how they could have lost this thing when they had drank their own Kool-Aid and listened to their own fake news media saying that she was going to cruise to a 300-point electoral college victory. But one of the things that they're not going to do, I don't think, is be self-reflective enough to realize exactly what you're talking about, King Dude. Real human beings' lives were destroyed over the last 4 years.
That's right.
And we don't even talk about the July 13th assassination attempt against Trump. That's like ancient news in our 24-hour news cycle. we don't even talk about it anymore, let alone going back to 2020, 2021, 2022, forced masking, forced vaxxing. If you don't take the experimental serum, then you're not going to have a job. And how many federal employees, not just military, but first responders and nurses and doctors and whatever else, whose lives were destroyed over this thing. They were put into a moral conundrum. Do I take the abortion vaccine or do I hold strong and starve my family? And that's a difficult question, and different theologians have arrived at different answers. We know that Catholics broke for Trump tonight, way more so than they did in 2020. 2020, white Catholics voting for Trump with a margin of like 8. Tonight, 24-point margin on white Catholics in the United States. That doesn't even include Latino Catholics.
Wow.
So there's something going on here, ladies and gentlemen, that I think is definitely worth noting.
Don from the Bronx. You know, today on the CRUSADE Radio Network, and Richard Barrett, you joined me. Either one of you comment on this. We prayed the rosary for America. We didn't have that big of a turnout. It was okay. I really don't care. The people that showed up did turn out, but there were people that were praying novenas that began 9 days ago for this. They were a men's group, Don, yours in Tampa, T-Board. Are you listening out there, Thomas Bordelon? T-Board at St. Francis de Sales and Sulphur. The Catholics really were a factor here. I think Trump was a factor with Catholics. St. Michael, the Immaculate
Our Lady of Guadalupe.
Our Lady of Guadalupe, the Our Lady's birthday, the Nativity of Our Lady. Mike Parrott, your boy, Fester Gooey showing up and giving him that painting. That's your man, dude. That's your guy. You know that guy. There wasn't just that. There was a decided actual Catholic, almost kind of patina to the last 2 months or 3 months of the Trump campaign. It's undeniable. You know, Don, you and I talked about it, and the thing that I most want to take away from that, and the so many Catholic groups that came together and said, let's pray for President Trump. Let's hope he's on the path to conversion, because if he is, you're looking at Constantine too. You're looking at a new Edict of Milan. You're looking at the Jones doctrine just being completely eviscerated, and he won't take no for an answer. We're going to end it. This is, you know, for those of us that have been here for these the entirety, isn't it great, guys? All four of us have been here for the whole 4 years. Justin, you've been here for the whole 4 years. We've all seen what they tried to do to us. It wasn't. We don't just want to beat the guy, like Rodney Dangerfield said in his acceptance speech in Back to School. When I was a kid, you know, we'd suck the quarterback till we go on the stands to take out the grandparents. That's pretty much what they tried to do with Trump. We want to sack him. We're going to make all of you out to be MAGA extremist Nazis, and we're going to rid the earth of you. You know what's going to happen now? Massive deportations. You're going to immediately start to see a siphoning off of a parasitical drain on the American economy and a threat to all of us physically and in our homes and our persons. Can you put a price tag on that? Is there something that's worth it? And it's all going to happen because one guy, Don Orico, one guy refused to give in. You know, I don't know if it was you or Barrett or somebody sent me that little 12-second video that was shot from a camera above, looking down on a dock that kind of jutted out into a lake, and there was a net that a fish that had been caught, and the one fish was like, okay, in the net were almost all Catholics. Traditional Catholics, we're screwed! Masons are everywhere! Hey man, they're gonna kill us all! Internment camps over there! No man, just stay put, they're gonna kill us anyway! And the one fish went, you guys are freaking assholes, watch this. Dot, flopping, and bam, he's back in the water, he's a free man. The one fish was us. The one fish was going like, no, you can't stay home. Don, you were out there preaching this message. I was out there preaching this message.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, Richard, we all were out there. Guys, you cannot sit on the sidelines. It's not that big of an effort. It's not that big of a deal. St. Peter and God are not going to look at you in judgment and go, you sided with the Masons. You voted in the Masonic system. I damn you to hell. I don't think that's the way that works. And I think that at the end of the day, that maybe out of this, there's a sense of maybe that, you know what, the Catholic faith does matter. It may be the ultimate difference in total votes. He's going to win the popular vote. You were giving numbers out a moment ago.
Integral.
What's that?
The Catholic vote is still integral to. I mean, Biden
and it
won
should
the Catholic
be.
Vote.
It should grow.
Yeah, it's yes, yeah, and this is where my hope lies with the next generation. You know, it's cliche to say, but Gen Z men being attracted to the traditional Latin Mass and acting as true leaders in their communities, in their parishes, and their households, and leading their wives and their future children on the right path. And I think that's going to be that's the hope if this goes well. Even if this doesn't go well tonight and we're in for another 4 years of psychosis, there's still there's a whole demographic of young Gen Z men who have shifted and have said, I am not going to listen to what they're telling me in these schools, and I'm actually going to explore the truth for myself. There are truth seekers out there. And as I said, this generation of Gen Z men is more conservative than their boomer grandparents or parents, their boomer grandparents were 50 years ago.
Indeed.
So we're in good shape going forward if we all handle it the right way. And that's right. That's where the hope lies.
And let me throw out something quickly, Mike. Hold on just a second. To all of our beloved listeners and Founders Pass members and donors, yeah, man, we love you guys. You stuck it out too, dudes. You guys that started, especially at the beginning of this year and are still here today, hells yeah. All right, Mike, please.
No, I was going to jump on Don's comment there, and I was going to say there is a lot to be encouraged about in the younger generation. Typically, you need to get married, buy a house, start a family in order to, graduate from the socialist Democrat sort of indoctrination that happens at university or in your early 20s. These young folks, especially men, and we're seeing a larger gender gap. You got Juan Williams on Fox News right now decrying the grievances of white males. But there's a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the work needs to happen at the state levels.
Mm-hmm.
Abortion has passed in Arizona. It passed in Colorado. It failed in Florida, but it passed in Maryland. It's going to pass in Missouri. It may pass in Montana. It's probably going to pass in Nevada. It passed in Nebraska. It passed in New York. So we can celebrate the fact that Trump is going to have 54 maybe senators, 55 senators. He's going to probably get another Supreme Court justice or two. He's going to get the cabinet that he wants. He destroyed Roe v. Wade. But when it gets sent back to the states, now it's a state-level fight, and we need to think about our states. All of us here on this broadcast live in different states. We need to think about our own states, because my state tonight is unfortunately on the board that voted for Trump, but also is voting for abortion.
You know, it's an incredible thing, Richard Barrett. X is setting a record tonight. We've also seen, Richard, and you and I have been on X for a long time, we've also seen the evolution of a platform here. There's going to be 6 billion visits in the last 24 hours on X. Richard Barrett, want to hear what you have to say about this, brother?
So, as we were talking about before, the establishment of Twitter as much of a neutral platform as can be in our current setup here in these United States was so powerful in people like Scott Pressler able to read and react to things that were happening on the ground and get to these places with his team for the 500 lawyers and the teams that the Trump organization and the Republican Party were able to put together as well. And so this just one outlet that was able to give real-time data was able to level the playing field a lot more than anybody could even imagine. Even now, when everybody's worried about the supposed steal that's going to be coming in this in the wee hours of the morning that we're all in right now, is really just another look back to, all right, well, without something like X out here, you would have to rely on Fox. You would have to rely on any of these other outlets. And the fact that they're really stringing us along for views. They're stringing us along for views and ratings when this thing should have been called probably 2 hours ago.
Yes.
And so now we're seeing the pushback in real time that the average American can use. And that's why when Elon Musk decided to buy Twitter and turn it into X, you're seeing the public square in full force tonight. And it's a great thing. And I agree with Don that if I had a choice between Trump on his second term or Elon buying X, we're seeing right now that Elon buying X is probably one of the most consequential things in political history, or at least in the 21st century, for all of that. And it's a pretty crazy thing to just keep refreshing and to see, who's counting what's going on, the coordination that's happening between people, and it's actually kind of crazy to watch it in real time. But once again, just not ramble on. Elon buying X.
Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump. It is over. It's going to be amazing.
That's it.
Wow.
It's over.
That's it.
Our long national
full
nightmare.
Circle. Full circle.
Yep. They did.
They sure as hell did, and we were waiting for someone to go like, come on, dude, just get it over with. There's not enough votes out there. Oh, my heavens. Oh, my Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, hell has frozen over. Pigs have flown. Trump is going back to the White House. Thank you, Jim Henderson, for that great line. I just stole the line from the great Saints broadcaster when the Saints went to the Super Bowl the one time that hell has frozen over, pigs have flown. The Saints are going to the Super Bowl. Hell has frozen over, pigs have flown. MAGA extremist Americans are going back to the freaking White House with Elon Musk and Ron Paul and RFK Jr. and a popular vote mandate. Now, this is just... God, we waited 4 years for this. 4 years. Stay thirsty, my friends. I'm not staying thirsty. I'm going to drink.
I don't even. I'm so. I guess the last 4 years have me so reticent. I don't even want to react yet to it because it honestly it doesn't seem real because of all the negativity the past 4 years. But, I mean, to have it come from Fox, who has been so anti-Trump and so hesitant to call these things, is just absolutely incredible.
It has been. It is incredible here. I want to go back and just say something about the rosary that we said earlier today. Don, you have been bringing this up, and you really hit me and made me think about the way that I say certain things on air when you said this. And I want to thank you for it because it really changed my point of view. And that was this. When you said about, look, you can't look at things, you can't look at it that way. You can't. You have to look at it from the point of view that you're the last man standing, and if you fold the tent, then everyone behind you freaking loses. You have to look at this from the point of view that there is more in the glass than meets the eye, and that there is a bright future ahead if you're only willing to grasp at it and to work towards it. And the most important thing that you said, Don, was these people are enemies. The enemy, yes, they are our enemies. They play ball with Satanists. Don, you said this. They operate outside of grace.
Yep.
we try to operate
clinging to.
with grace. We beg God and Our Lady and our Lord and our patron saints, help us, please. We're inferior, stupid, dumbass humans. Help us. We beg and we plead for grace. We seek indulgences. Richard Barrett, Mike Parrott, we're all Catholics here. They operate outside of grace. Why do we give them the advantage? They should never have the advantage. The people who are seeking God's guidance, to seek me first, the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added to me, and his justice. Just one, a big one. Does that mean that Christ is going to rule as Christ the King in the White House? No, it doesn't. But you know what? He has a better shot of it today than he did yesterday, boys!
Yep.
Yep, that's a great point.
If
And
you
by the
look
way,
on Decision Desk, Pennsylvania's officially red. They called it. They actually are looking at Trump with 296. They think that's what he's going to end the campaign with, 296 electoral votes. So
and that's about what I I thought that was the kind of my safe bet. Thought the ceiling was 312, the floor was obviously 270, but the middle safe bet was 296.
Yep.
We'll be able to witness Trump giving a victory speech. It sounds like he and JD are already planning on taking the stage here soon. All I can say, King Dude, in response to your reaction is, as a Catholic, Trump is the leader that we don't deserve. And the Republic has been given a new lease on life. If Trump had lost tonight, it would be the end of the Republic as we know it.
True.
Now, we know that the gates of hell will not prevail against the church. We were never told that the gates of hell would not prevail against the United States of America. We could disappear in a moment's notice, and that would be fine. But for tonight, for whatever reason, and nothing that we have done have merited this, we now have Donald J. Trump putting us back on life support, and potentially with the whole Marvel cast of characters, including Elon Musk, who's going to shrink the government, Ron Paul, who's going to destroy the industrial surveillance complex, with Bobby coming in to destroy the FDA and seed oil and the poison.
Towel oil, baby. Here we go.
Here we go.
It's going to be great again.
If all of these things, if Trump
make Lord great again,
if he delivers 25% of his promises, there's a good chance that we can endure for another decade or two. This is consequential to my children, your children, your grandchildren, anybody who's listening. And again, we do not deserve this. Our first and foremost duty, I think, in prayer ought to be for Thanksgiving.
Before we do that, ladies are here again. Grace has the chance to operate now in these United States, right? That's important. That's not, as they say, that's not nothing. We're going to have a Dominican confirmed. My ex-mother-in-law used to tell me converts are the best verts. A Dominican confirmed convert Catholic as vice president of the United States, the heir probably to the Make America Great Again movement. We know that Ron DeSantis is also one of us. Catholics in America right now have men, guys, in leadership positions poised to make a difference. As Catholics, you know what? As Catholic men, we all have to pray for JD. You got to pray for Governor DeSantis. You got to pray for Governor Landry here in Louisiana and all those other ones that we know. Hey, man, don't be afraid to show that Catholic faith. Wear your St. Benedict medal wear your miraculous medal on the outside. Don't just put the American pin on. Put the miraculous medal pin on every now and then. Show people that you have a devotion to your patron saint. These are things that are important here, but they're all possible now. They were impossible yesterday. They're possible now. And it's possible, like I said the other day, Mike Parrott, when J.D. Vance went on with Joe Rogan, and yeah, he's got a potty mouth. Okay, so what? He said the first 3 lines of the Apostles' Creed to 13 million young, snivering, masturbating boys that never heard it before. And we're like, hey, what's that? No, he did.
I agree with you. J.D. Vance is the most consequential decision that Donald Trump has ever made. And even though we have yet to see Trump take the stage, we have yet to live through the 47th administration. You're exactly right. 4 years from now, the man holding the world in his hands is J.D. Vance, a Catholic convert who seems like he gets it, and he may even be more conservative and stronger and more articulate than his boss, Donald J. Trump. This is the greatest legacy that Trump could leave us right now as it appears tonight.
Let me send a shout out to all of our friends in the chat room. I'm going to read all of you all 54 of you guys. We want to thank all of you, and those of you that aren't listening, you're with us. We know you are. You'll hear this on the broadcast tomorrow. 73.5 K5 Blazer, A. Dolan, Isaac Onis, Ashley, Ave Maria 472, BK in Michigan, Bob Nieder, Capswin, Clark, CRM 114, David, Doc, Dahlberger, Don from the Bronx. What am I thinking you, Don? You're already here. Foghorn, Fran, Glenn Willie, Gunga Din, Hard Luck Johnny 13, Heart Maria, oh, Maria Hart, we love you. JT, we love you, Janie. Jeff, oh, Jeff, we love you, Jeff. Oh, always look forward to seeing you in Georgia. James Williams, been around for so long, James. Thank you, brother. J-Boy 77. Jess Hawkins, I need you to cut new commercials for us. We'll get them to you. Jesse Putnam, Joe from London in the UK. Joe Clovis, of course. Love you, Joe. Kurt Wallace in the house. Hey, Kurt. Good to see you, buddy. KY Postman 93. Letty Bellarmine, Lord Sidious, Iron Gongo, Maris Yera. I hope I'm saying it right. Markitex. Markitex is a big one. Hangs out all the time. Thank you, Markitex. Martin M. Aron. Mary's Dowry. Maddie P85. Always good to see you, Maddie. Thank you. MK Ultra Pangolin 23. PDDCO. A convert to the faith. Peter, love you. I hope your wife is in full recovery. So great to see you. Great photographer. Robin Weiss. Robin Weiss and I go back to 2008, guys. Robin and Weiss and I have been doing chat room election coverage. Robin, you remember this since 2008. Love you, Robin. Rob's brother, Ross DHU, 1962. Shuffle 13, who's not in there because if he would, he'd be typing away. But anyway, Scott Keller, Scott in Indiana, Scott Resnick. Of course, we love you, our brother, and your wife, Wendy, and your family. T-Board. Where's my boy, T-Board? Viewer 18, Vince in Pittsburgh, Wedge Donovan, Win 95, and Zeke. You guys were all freaking here. You were here for the moment. You saw it. You heard it. God, wow. Wow. What an event. What a day. What a 4 years. Guys, is this not the greatest Cinderella boy about to become president champion? It looks like he's taken up to the podium. Looks like he has a MAGA broom in his hand. Oh, we got out of that one. That was Kamala's head. Oh, there it goes. Is this not the greatest Cinderella boy story? The guy was supposed to be destroyed by the deep state and its judicial system. You know, I'm just going to, I'll pass this on to.
Jump in here real quick on an irony point.
Yes.
While you're saying that, where did he get shot?
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
What's the state that just clinched it for him?
Pennsylvania.
That's great.
There you go.
By the way, Tesla is up 12% overnight in Asian markets.
I'm going to get my Doge stock ready because it's going to go to the moon now.
Let's talk about the markets. The dollar is surging right now. Bitcoin is hitting an all-time high. Everybody in Wall Street is expecting a strong American economy. Trump winning is the best thing for the U.S. dollar. By the way, folks, I'm working on a deal right now, a film production that's overseas, and our dollar has been weak, and we've been losing on the foreign exchange. I can't wait to call him tomorrow and say, hey, guess what, guys? We got a strong dollar again. The next time we buy Moroccan, MAD currency or Maltese currency, we were using a stronger dollar. This is the entire world is in shock right now. The financial markets are exploding. It's not just Tesla stock, but I'm glad you brought that up, Rich. Look, this is an amazing moment in our history, and I'm glad that the finance portion came in real quick.
It's there's so many incredible things that are going to come out of this, and so many incredible things that went into it. I think,
Micah, you know what? You know who I'm actually grateful for is for all the and we'll call them doomsayers, naysayers, and I get it. I understand why people have felt this way. But I hope this gives them some relief and an excuse to actually have hope again. I think a lot of people lost a lot of hope about the future of their country, the future of their community, the future for their family in 2020. And I really do, because there's a lot of really good people that have struggled the past 4 years due to a lack of hope in this.
Did we lose you? Okay, it went to mute. One of the things also that I wanted to talk about, and there's so much here that we want to talk about and that we want to say. What about all the people that are now going to be pardoned? The people that were illegally accused, who have been defamed, whose lives have been ruined, who are now going to be pardoned by the new incoming president, who is now going to bring to the White House an attitude of, you know what, not only did I win a mandate in an electoral college, I won the popular vote, Hillary. So I don't want to hear any bitching and carpeting and complaining here. Richard Barrett, you brought this up. A Supreme Court appointment. But let's drill down a little deeper on that. The reason why some of those decisions that were going for the Republicans were waging war against the Big Fix 2.0 was because of Trump-appointed justices. He appointed 100, and he got appointed and confirmed, I think the number is 193 federal judges. 193 federal judges. Imagine that he gets to do 193 more federal judges, and maybe he has an even more a very strict metric by which to measure them. There's so many good stories that can be written out of this. Also, just think for just a moment here. All of those people, like me, that supported Ron Paul and thought that we were right and knew that we were right, weren't dishonest, we're actually, examining our own conscience and looking at our facts here. Well, think about the people that lost tonight. They believed in the MSM, guys. They believed in their polls. They believed in their pundits. They believed in their oracles. They believed in their satanic spells and necromancy and what have you here. It's all going to go down in flames now. Don, you were talking about those young men that came over to the good side and are on the way to embracing tradition. Well, what about their friends that didn't? Do they take the advice of Jory Reid, say, it was rigged against us, they cheated, or they go like, you freaking lied to us. You're liars. You people are not good people. Maybe one thing that comes out of this is that the remaining media that's not on X and is not seeking to defend the good, the true, and beautiful, and doesn't have and trying to practice actual Christian, Catholic, even Aristotelian, Nicomachean ethics here. Maybe one of the lessons comes out of you shouldn't have believed your buddies. They led you down a road to destruction. And even if they had one, you'd be so worse off than you were, but you didn't. And they lied to you. She lied to you every step of the way. Now you're going to get to see no one's going to be arrested. There's not going to be any camps. No military is going to be turned on people unless the shape comes out tomorrow and calls for unholy hell high war. Richard Barrett, what are the chances that Kamala Harris, that the shape comes out tomorrow and says, I will not accept the result of this election. I call for all people that voted for me to stand against this, and we're going to get to the bottom of this fix.
I don't think it's that high. And the reason is your reasoning behind their motives is 100% correct. They have the wrong figurehead to stand behind. Would they have done it for somebody like Hillary? Probably. Would they do it for somebody they actually believe in? Probably. For Kamala Harris? Are you going to burn that? Are you going to light that match for Kamala Harris?
Maggie, what are you saying? Mark Cuban is... Oh, look at this in the chat room. Mark Cuban can... Look, dude, he's already going like, hey, Hammer, don't hold me, bro. Hammer, don't hurt him. This is going back to the 1910s. Hammer time. Hammer, don't hurt him. Mark Cuban just tweeted out. Congrats at Real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats at Elon Musk as well. Godspeed. You don't mean it, Mark. You don't want to get your ass kicked. You don't want Elon Musk to come after you. You don't want Trump to go, you know what? You're a criminal. You always have been a shady, shyster frickin' dealer. You know, and I'm going to have the SEC, the Security and Exchange Commission. You called me a Nazi, Mark. You called Elon Musk a Nazi fascist follower. Screw you. But you know what?
Yeah, but you see him doing that. That actually lends credence that there will not be.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Tomorrow, if people they're banking on the house. You went square, everything's fine. You know, blah 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 blah. Like I'm saying, you don't fire that kind of mantra, Mike, and that kind of rhetoric for somebody like Kamala. Like I was telling you, her whole point in being this campaign was to lose, was to be in this position. So I think.
Mike, I sent you that piece that was from Last Refuge on X earlier this week, how this would ultimately be an indictment of the whole Obama era.
That's right.
And for me, this is particularly sweet because I remember so many people who I thought had their heads screwed on straight back in 2008 that were voting for Obama and fell, head over heels for his garbage. And this is, to me, true justice to see him defeated because this was his machine that was behind it. This was his regime, the Biden regime. To see him go down in flames like this, to me, is the sweet part. This is who I really am enjoying defeating is in this race is the Obama regime. I think this puts an end to them.
I got to add, just tongue in cheek here. All right, if this offends you, I'm sorry. But there's only one man who has saved us from a woman president, not once, but twice. Back-to-back defending champion Donald Trump defeats 2 women for the White House.
And now in the red...
The ultimate woman beater.
Yeah, and now in the red corner, weighing in at 247 Big Mac pounds, the twice undefeated beating of the libtard woman of the world, champion of the MAGA people, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump!
Donald Big Mac Trump.
I forgot. You're going to make me do it again now. Donald J. Trump! Big Mac Trump.
Oh, I'm getting McDonald's tomorrow, baby. I mean, later today.
I don't even like McDonald's anymore, but I'm going to have it. Just to... Watch this, Kamala. Mahgdalen Rose, our political affairs correspondent on the Dude Maker Hotline, here with us. Joining a gaggle of very happy and excited, very young men who feel like we're all at a high school retreat camp, I think, somewhere. And there's a camp next door of girls that we can't wait to meet. But in this instance, there's a camp next door of. Well, we're just excited to get out of the camp here. And you know what, guys? We also don't have to have gulag numbers now. Now we have MAGA numbers. Yeah. Mahgdalen, how are you?
I'm good. And I think that one of the things that's going to be really interesting is I don't want to hear from Trump about unity. I don't want to hear about how we got to come together. I want to hear, I understand that life has been hell for 4 years. I'm here to fix it, and I will give no sense that I'm going to make it okay for Democrats. I've been watching the Fox News coverage, and Democrats on there trying to spin this, like, unity tale with America. No,
screw
no
that.
unity. No. You tried to kill him. You shot him. You yelled at him. You tried to imprison him. He's still got a sentencing date that he has to face. I don't want to hear about unity. I want to hear about revenge. And that might be small of me. That might be an issue. But for almost 10 years, I, as a young conservative, have had to deal with liberal teachers and nonsense and career issues because you're a conservative. It's enough. He should enact revenge, and he should start tonight.
Amen. I agree.
These people wanted us all locked up for not taking the vaccine.
Oh, they did.
They wanted us all thrown in camps. And
remember, pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Yeah.
No, offer absolutely no quarter, none of this unity BS, and absolutely stick to the platform. No, we're coming for you, and we're going to do everything that we said that we're going to do. We achieved a victory because this is the thing, Mahgdalen. The message should be, you voted for me, but I represent you. This is a movement unlike any other. We're going to do all the things I said we were going to do. If you're an illegal alien, you're squatting in the United States, you are right now getting a map out and trying to figure out, okay, what's the fastest route I can get to freaking Tijuana? Get me the hell.
They all got to go, baby. They all got to go.
You got to go. You got to get out of here. If you're one of these, what about the people that have been profiteering off of all this? But yeah, you're right. All of the media that wanted him killed, the ones like Jory Reid that said he faked the assassination attempt and all that, you know what? You can be, as Catholics, you know, because you have to forgive. That doesn't mean you have to be stupid. And then set yourself up for the enemy to freaking go get his nose under your tent and kill you. Keep that inner circle. Keep it close, exactly as it is. Don't let any of them in. None of this unity message. No one wants to hear that. You know what we want to hear? We beat you. You lost.
It's important to have a little bit of Salazar and Franco in you. It's very important because we're dealing with unhumans, as Shaq Sobiek wrote about. That's what these people are. You know.
All we got to say is elections have consequences.
Yeah, that's what Obama said. I won. You need
elections have consequences.
Somebody needs to tell Kamala, America has finally unburdened itself from what has been.
Right. And look, guess what? We all have ambitions and aspirations. You know, my ambition and my aspiration is to watch you leave. You know what? You're going to get deposed back to California. Go back and stay there forever and don't ever show your head again. And I can't wait for her to get her gig on MSNBC. I also can't wait for Trump to unleash he's going to fire the 2 FCC commissioners, the 3 that Biden appointed. He's going to put 3 good commissioners on the FCC. And the first thing they should do is bring ethics charges. There it is. Fox News has projected Trump as the elected 47th president of the United States. We have done it! It's going to be amazing! How do you like that, folks?
It's going to be great again.
The memes are going to be fantastic for at least the next, I don't know,
4
8
years?
to 12 weeks.
The next 4 years.
Yeah. And guys, not only is Trump going to win Wisconsin, but Mahgdalen, Eric Hovda is going to clobber Tammy freaking Baldwin in Wisconsin. You got young, very unpolitical guys, Moreno and Hovda now. There's 2 of them. And the guy from Pennsylvania, Montgomery, right? Going to the McCormick. That's at least.
And Captain Sam Brown has a shot, Mike.
And I hope Sam Brown goes. Going to the United States Senate as political newbies who have only worked in the real world and accomplished things. Folks, it is a new day. We have been given a new lease on life. This is so huge. And you know what? I'll probably cry a lot tomorrow just thinking about this. I don't freaking like Trump. I love Trump. I don't think I'm alone. There has not been an American like this guy since George frickin' Washington. This is truly, imagine, God, I mean, double your prayers. Imagine if when he comes into the church, he's going to be singing JD. JD, what is it with you every day on the knees with the beats? What is that? You got to explain it to me because I don't understand it. Who is this lady that I... Imagine him as a Catholic. And I fully believe with what we've seen, Mike and Donna, Richard and Mahgdalen, why shouldn't we believe that when he said, God didn't let me die for a reason, maybe he didn't. Maybe that's like if the Holy Ghost speaking through him. Maybe that is the moment. I was around when Reagan won in 81 or in 80. I didn't have a bunch of friends like you guys, so I was severely deprived. My friends were all degenerate 18-year-olds, but I think we were still happy. I was around when Bush won in 2000. Don't remember anything like this. In 2016, there was a feeling of, wow, it was just that Hillary had been defeated, right? You were so happy that we had all been spared Hillary. But this one, this is not being spared something. This is for something. Don't you guys agree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Trump's going to come out in a minute and speak.
Well, you said it earlier, Mike. Has he changed as a candidate? I think he definitely has. I think he's changed as a person. I think he's on a better path. Obviously, a lot of Catholic consternation about his comments on IVF and abortion throughout the campaign, but he pivoted away from those things. And listen, somebody in the Catholic world needs to find a really great traditional priest in the DC area and have that priest just start hanging around with the White House. Somebody needs to get that priest with JD Vance and have that priest showing up at the White House every single day, getting in Trump's ear.
Well, they're going to have the White House exorcised. They have literally had Satan, Moloch worshiping, panda bear, ceremony worshiping demons in the White House. So they got to have an everyone. Well, I think Father Paul, what's Father Justice Scalia's son's name? Is Paul Scalia, right? Mm-hmm. Father Paul Scalia. They're going to have Father Paul Scalia, because Trump already knows him, come in and do a new blessing on the House. Folks, it's impossible.
Process called Wisconsin for President Trump.
There we go. Another one.
Blowout has begun.
Let's talk about, just for a second, if I can jump in, the Trump transition. He's privately paying for it. It's not government taxpayer funded. There's no oversight of it. They don't know what he's doing. They're really upset about it. Tulsi Gabbard is trolling everybody about the transition team. It's already started on Trump's dime. We are about to see. I think the first 100 days is going to be
amazing.
I don't know if we can cover it. I don't know that we're going to have enough time in 24 hours on the CRUSADE Radio Network to cover the first 100 days of the 47th administration.
Whoever would have.
By the way, Harris is going to win New York and New Jersey by one of the smallest margins that we've seen in decades.
Yep.
Even New York and New Jersey have swung significantly to the right with this elect. That MSG event, there was no coincidence with that, and that was intentional to send a message. I hope there's enough of my paisans still left in Staten Island, Long Island, and North Jersey to save those places. I don't know, but it was good to see.
Jersey is less than 200,000 votes, and it's it's a populous state. The fact that she only carried New Jersey by 180,000 votes is significant.
And by the way, if you've ever been to
reflecting the polls that cut into the popular vote, people thought that was a pipe dream. But when Trump had as many people at his New Jersey rally back when he was,
John Voight is there in the crowd. By the way, just let me interject here. To all our audience out there listening, we are all celebrating together. this is, and he's going to get up and he's going to say that because I've heard him. You know, I don't think anyone outside of maybe whoever runs the techno stuff for Right Side Broadcasting has watched more Trump events in the last 18 months than I have, because I pretty much watch almost all of them. And I noticed in the last couple of weeks here, or last couple of months here, one of the things that he began to say, especially after he got shot, the shooting really humiliated him. And I don't mean humiliated and embarrassed him. It knocked him down a peg. It really made him think like, God, I'm so insignificant. That bullet could have ended me, and everything I ever worked for and this and that is over here. He started to use the phrase, and you and I, you are going to make America great again. It wasn't, I'm going to do it. It was a wholesale switch that we are going to do it. For someone that is somewhat of an egotist and a narcissist, there has been a very subtle pitch, guys. The psalmist, in honor, in deference to Biden, the psalmist tell us. The psalmist or the palmist. The psalm, King Holy David tells us that what is the beginning of humility? Fear of God. Timeo Deo. The fear of God is the beginning of humility. The fact that you almost lost your life now puts literally the fear of God in you. And he started saying it differently. And there was literally a change. There was a connection there that Trump was making with his speaking audience that I'm not going to do it. You're going to do it. We're going to do it together. Nothing like this has happened in American politics since George Washington was elected president. There's simply, I challenge you. I'm a historian. I challenge you. Show me an event in American history. Maybe you could say a celebratory event. Okay, I'll give you VE Day, right? The Victory Over Europe Day. Maybe VJ Day, Victory Over Japan Day. Nothing compares to it. Alan Shepard getting a ticker tape parade down Madison Avenue after he flew the Friendship 7 over the Atlas I rocket as the first American man in space. John Glenn is the first American to orbit the Earth. Got a ticker tape parade. Baseball teams, Super Bowl teams, etc., etc. No one remembers that. It's a short-lived thing. People are going to remember and are going to say, I was there, and so were all of you. We were all here in the year that was Anno Domini 2024, and the year that the evil in the United States was opposed, not just by one man, but by an army of men behind the one man, was opposed, was challenged to a duel, engaged in the duel, and was defeated. That's not nothing, gentlemen. Beaten. Defeated. It should be so resounding of a defeat. Here are our terms of surrender. Right? Go to them. Here, you ride your little, here, Kamala, ride your ass out to the field. Trump will ride out in a giant white steed, 21 hands tall in shining armor. These are our terms of surrender, Kamala. Bring them back to Joe and your bosses. Check all the boxes or don't come back. As Mahgdalen was saying, no one wants to hear this unity crap. We won. Elections have consequences. Let's let the consequences begin. And now, Decision Desk has 99% Trump, 1% the shape. How you like that, guys?
It's good. It's surreal, honestly. I mean, I remember this feeling 8 years ago, and I don't think any of us knew what was coming, down the pike 4 years later and where we are today. So it's pretty tremendous to see what that room looked like in Mar-a-Lago 8 years ago, and now that's at the West Palm Beach Convention Center. where I've been for many events in the past few years that featured President Trump, and it's it's just it's a surreal moment. And I've been on the ground here in Wisconsin and in Georgia, working really hard on my way with my organization to get this thing done. And the shift that has happened with men, to me, is, I'll just keep going back to it. That's going to be what saves this country, is strong fathers, strong men, taking back control of this country from the feminists that have wrecked it and the beta males that have wrecked it for years. And it's time. The time has come.
Indeed. Enough.
So let me just real quick, you're asking about that. Honestly, the mood is, at least for me, I won't speak for anybody else, it's more relief than it's obviously joyful. I'm ecstatic that Trump was able to get this, but also there's this huge sense of relief because we've been waiting for it, this cathartic moment for 4 years, and the ups and the downs, and seeing, Biden fall off bicycles, and then seeing all this other kind of stuff, and seeing people struggle to find, be able to afford food or housing, and watching a migrant crisis rush over the border, and just waiting for this time, please, to have somebody come back in who actually just gives a crap about
Richard, hold that thought for just a second.
So yeah, that's really what it is, relief.
We'll come right back, folks. Don't go away. Trump's about to speak. POTUS 47, baby.
De Maria, taking your chat room questions and shouting out your comments. 10 noon Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
Did you know it took centuries to develop the Hail Mary prayer? First, the monastics began adding, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you, to the end of their psalm readings. Later, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus, was added. And by the 15th century, the Hail Mary was complete and took the place of the 150 Our Fathers many prayed daily. Today, the work of art that is the Rosary is cherished by millions, and there is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell's Little Bayou Rosary. Find her rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's Mike Church, and I'm here to tell you how you can enjoy this whole show in crystal clear stereo and without annoying messages like this one. Sign up for a Founders Pass membership with a grand total of 0.0. All we ask is your name and email address. No credit card needed. To sign up, go to CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Once you're a premium member, you can pull a Braveheart and shout, "Let my ears be brave!" Treat your ears today at CrusadeChannel.com/offer. Hey, my Pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Just when you thought it was safe to turn the radio on, Turley's Believe It or Else has escaped back to the radio. You have been warned. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Central on the CRUSADE Radio Network. Live talk radio the way it should be.
I now have my Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap on, because it really, really means something now. To recap the huge news of the night, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like this is Walter Cronkite. CBS News can now project that Donald John Trump will be elected 47th president of these United States. Trump is set to address his followers and supporters at the West Palm Beach Arena in West Palm Beach, Florida. For CBS News, this is Walter Cronkite. Seriously, if you folks pop the champagne, shoot the fireworks, our long national nightmare is over. The Obama regime is toast. Biden was an extension of the Obama regime. Obama was an extension of the Davos World Economic Forum und all the stakeholders. They have now been beaten. They have met an American titan. His name is MAGA. MAGA just kicked his ever-loving ass. Words are hard to, it's hard to describe. For people that have been through so much, we have been through so much. Imagine the Trump family, though. I was talking about this earlier today, guys. Mahgdalen Rose, Mike Parrott, Don from the Bronx to Florida, and Richard Barrett here on the CRUSADE Radio Network, and all our beloved friends and the YouTube chat and in our Crusader Stadium chat room. Still 51 strong now. That's right. Wedge Donovan and Bush's New World Order. And we're going to have a new world order. This isn't just a defeat of Biden. This is the defeat of Obama. This is the defeat of the people that killed Kennedy. This is the defeat of the entirety of the deep state and all of those that have been conspiring. I said this in my monologue to open the show up this morning. I read the preamble to the Constitution. Here's the operative line, gentlemen. To secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. To ordain and establish this Constitution for the people of the United States of America. We don't have a government that secures the blessings of liberty. We have a government that assaults the blessings of liberty, assaults liberty itself. It's what it does. It charged itself with the task of usurping and attacking and trying to remove and trying to constrict and constrain our liberty here. That's not why we have a government. The Constitution says it right there in the preamble. We want to return to the preamble. All we want you to do is defend our liberties. Get the F out of the way for everything else. We'll take care of it. We don't need you.
Yep.
The election now for the second time. I think Trump gets this. I don't think it's Richard Barrett. I heard you say this earlier today. He can't run for re-election now. What does he have to lose, dude? Drain that damn swamp.
Yeah.
You
Turn those
got a
freaking
Trump that's got experience from the first go around and really nothing to hold him back. Because there's some schools of thought that if they just left him alone in 2016 and he was able to get the things that he wanted to get done, he probably would have left. Because there would have been anything left for him to accomplish. If he got the wall up and he got some of these things he put in a set, he probably would have left. But once he gets his things done, once he gets his mission, the goals once they kicked him out and once they unleashed lawfare on him, now he's got the biggest axe to grind. And he's got a mandate through the popular vote and the Electoral College to do it.
And it is a mandate. Remember when Bill Clinton came into office? He came in, I won the popular vote. I was popular elected. And won the Electoral College by a considerable margin. I believe the American people sent me here with a mandate and a plan to act upon it. Now, of course, in the first 2 years of Clinton's administration, the mandate was crap. It was Hillary Care and the secret healthcare task force with Ira Magaziner and all that crap. But you know what? Ultimately, you know what Clinton's signature accomplishment was? He actually did bring an end to welfare as we knew it at the time. And he did it with Speaker Gingrich and a Republican Congress. And I've talked about this in the last 6 months of the show, much as to the chagrin of the doomsday crowd that everything is screwed and we're all going to get hosed and we're all going to die anyway before we should. That, well, you know, when Gingrich was elected, it looked dire. That Democrat Congress, they had been in control for 44 years. It was out of control. Graham Rudman's howling had failed to rein it in. The Grace Commission, you know, nothing had been a force to stop it. But within 4 years, 2 elections, Gingrich had managed to tame the end welfare as we knew it, got Clinton to sign it, and had balanced the federal budget. And by 1999, was actually running up a surplus here. So as I have been saying, guys, it can be done. Just because it hasn't happened in your lifetime doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means really no one's attempted to do it. I think that it's actually going to get an actual attempt now. By the way, the chance of the Democrats taking control of the House is down to 9%. So thank the Lord. Those earlier...
Sam Brown continues to look like he's in good position, and Trump is now out to a 100,000 vote lead in Nevada.
That is incredible. So this is going to be a landslide victory here. And just as all of you as guests have been, and you and I have been talking about this, they pick someone. This is how arrogant they are. They pick someone, weekend at Bernie's, that had never won a vote in a presidential election, was detested by everyone that ever worked with her, was an absolutely miserable human being, did not inspire anyone to do anything other than want to go hang themselves. And they installed her as their cause célèbre to go up against the most accomplished modern story in all of world history. Think about this. Tell me who in the world has a better story. There are going to be motion pictures, books, you name it, written about this guy for 50 years. Who has a better story than Trump? Nobody. Nobody. Jesus would have to compete with him if he came back from the dead. That's how strong the story is. And I don't mean that out of disrespect. He's got a story, an amazing story here. You know what? Wait until the opposition media comes to terms with the fact, and I hope he makes a big deal. I wish he would pick me. Pick me to be an FCC commissioner, Mr. President, please. I want to serve. I want to be on the FCC because I will go in there and I will set that son of a bitch straight. Pick someone like me to be, and 3 of me, to be on the FCC. Joy Reid, Rick Madcow, and the rest of those lying, slanderous goons at MSNBC are done. The license of MSNBC is going to be revoked. I'm going to say it's in the interest of the American people and in the service of justice. We're going to revoke your license, and we're going to give you we'll give you 120 days to get things straight or do whatever you have to do. Things like this need to happen. Like Mahgdalen said, do not go out there on that stage tonight and give some pansy-ass faggot unity speech. No one wants to hear that. We want to hear, we won, you lost, you called us Nazis, you said we were threats. Now we're going to prove to you that we weren't. And we're just going to do what good old-fashioned Americans do. We're going to reform this. We're going to fix things. And if you get in the way, yeah, we're going to throw you. Yeah, if we have to, if you protest and get violent and get in our way, yeah, we're going to get your ass locked up and throw you in jail.
So real quick, Mike, just for anybody that's worried about like some midnight steal or something that the Democrats are going to do or this, that, CNN has officially put there on the board that Trump has Pennsylvania. Politico has come out and said that Trump has Pennsylvania. The narrative's dead. There will be no pushback from the left. This thing is going to go forward without a problem. The media's already conceded it. and anybody that
The
they'll have
enemy, not the media, the enemy.
The enemy, yeah, the enemy has conceded it, and they'll cry and moan on social media and things like that. But as far as the official proceedings, no, the legacy media, the enemy media has done it. They've bent the knee to Trump, for lack of a better phrase.
Imagine this in our adult lifetimes, Don, Mike, Richard. We've actually seen the broadcast media, our sworn enemy that hates our freaking guts, wants our children dead, wants all babies aborted, and every other heinous, satanic thing has been so resoundingly defeated tonight. Embarrassed and shamed. Don't give them a chance to rebuild. Crush them. This is the mistake the Cristeros made. This is the mistake the Vendée made. We have them now. Crush. Get in. Shut up. Either fall in line or get crushed. That's the message.
Well, I think X is doing it. I think X is crushing them. They're making them complete. X is making the media completely irrelevant. It's completely, to use one of their favorite words, democracy. It's democratizing the entire communication world by allowing all of these lay data crunchers to tell you like what polls are garbage and what polls are real, to allow for millions of people to watch Tucker and Joe Rogan and all these other interviews that many men have and women have consumed over the past 4 years.
Yep.
That this is the shift, is that X has really done it. It's we keep going back to it, but it was such a critical thing to happen for Musk to buy X. I do not believe we'd be here right now talking about a Trump victory, but for X being in the hands of Elon Musk. It would not have happened.
And by the way, guys, the CRUSADE Radio Network is freaking relevant.
Yes.
We called it all along. We never wavered. We never let our listeners down for 1 nanosecond, did we? Never. We never, ever gave in, never even entertained their platform. Always, regardless of the financial or social consequences of it, never ever wavered for 1 nanosecond. And then here we are. Again, as your leader, take me to your leader, as your leader has been telling you and predicting to you and assuring you, no, a better day is coming, stay the course, don't bail. And look, here we are here. Now, I was asking my darling bride earlier today. So I asked Our Lady for a sign, and she had previously given me really 2 physically good signs of what was going to happen on Election Day. And I was telling her, I said, I don't think she gave me a sign. But then at about 3:15 this afternoon, I realized, of course, she had given me the sign. I didn't have any idea yesterday afternoon, because I would have prepped you guys and would have asked you to help. I didn't know we were going to pray the rosary for America. That thought came to me, and the idea came to me in a dream last night. So I'm thinking about it, like, well, wait a minute, where'd the idea for the Rosary for America came from? Well, it came in a dream last night. So yeah, pray my Psalter.
Mike, for the traditional Catholics out there that are listening or may hear this and will poo-poo that because that is not happening in this Freemasonic founded country. God uses these opportunities for us to do great things. We can do great things in imperfect circumstances. I think that's kind of the story of Christendom.
It is.
And yes, this is an imperfect circumstance, but it's up to us now to make the best of it. We've been given an opportunity here with all of these resources at our fingertips to make the best of it. So let's do it. Let's show up and do it and push back against, all of the crap that's been thrown at us for the last 4, if not 60 years, and start winning. Learn how to win from this man. If that's the takeaway for me, for a lot of Catholics out there, learn how to win.
I'm learning.
Has shown us how to win. And as traditional Roman Catholics, there's a lot of learning we need to do on how to win battles. That's the bigger fight. We all know that deep down. and we got to start winning. And I think we need to learn from this man and how he did it, and then apply it to our Catholic circles.
In our Crusader Stadium chat room, agreed, brother. Eric Trump just tweeted out his dad going over his lines for the upcoming speech that we're going to get. Ave Maria 472. Alyssa, I am so overjoyed that you liked the 3-language rosary that we prayed today, because we have prayed in English, in Latin, and then every third decade on the Latin Rosary, or in the Latin decades, I prayed in French. Not even Mike Parrott can do that, can you? Oh, Parrott's gone. Oh, I said
he
Parrott's
can't because he's not even here. So there's definitely, that's definitely that.
Richard, can you do it in Spanish? I don't know it in Spanish yet. It's the only language I don't know it in.
No, but Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu Mariae, benedictus fructus ventris tu, Jesus, Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. Nomine Patri, Filii, et Spiritui Sancto.
Sicut erat in principio, nunc et semper, seculorum, amen. And for those of you that missed it earlier, I'll give it to you in French one time. Je vous salue, Marie, pleine de grâce. Le Seigneur est avec vous. Vous êtes bénie entre toutes les femmes, et Jésus, le fruit de vos entrailles, est béni. Sainte Marie, Mère de Dieu, priez pour nous pauvres pécheurs, maintenant et l'heure de notre mort. Amen. When you can say it, to me, it's so appealing and so beautiful. It doesn't matter what language you're saying. I just love learning it in different languages. So if I meet someone that's French, I said, oh, we can pray the Ave together. Of course, I'm not going to meet anyone that's Latin, I don't think, here. A great opportunity and a great honor. We're seeing the results come in now. It looks like John Tester is going to lose. So that's a Senate flip. Eric Hovda is going to crush Tammy Baldwin. Marino has beaten Sherrod Brown. McCormick in Pennsylvania has beaten Bob Casey Jr., bringing a 3-decade dynasty in the Pennsylvania Senate to an end. Trump has won Pennsylvania. He has won Wisconsin. He's going to win Michigan ultimately.
Mike, this is for Mayor Barrett. He may win Texas by a larger margin than he wins Florida. So for anybody
right now,
that keeps,
I think Texas and Florida are almost identical. If you look at decision deaths, they're both 56-42.
And we've heard a lot about how the left has been trying desperately to turn Texas blue. It's not happening. And Texas is only getting deeper red with actually what they're importing. I know it may seem like that sometimes, like the opposite, but the reality is they continue to bring in conservatives, and it's obviously reflecting in the votes.
Even you could argue that Ted Cruz is probably one of the most least popular senators in the U.S. People just don't like him, and even he still won his pretty comfortably. He won it by 4 or 5 points. He even made fun of the fact that they spent money in Texas because the fact, that they're going to reelect him.
I was seeing those ads all throughout college football Saturday for like the last 2 months.
Colin Allred ads. The worst. They were the worst. Hey, I played football at Baylor. Yeah, Baylor sucks, so nobody cares. So, it's like being the tallest guy in the midget basketball league. Nobody cares that you played at Baylor. Although I will say Baylor has a beautiful Latin mass, so credit to them.
Dude, Baylor has, we have a friend, Maggie and I have a friend who sent their daughter to Baylor, and they were like, oh, sweetie, we're so sorry. We're leaving you there without the mass and all that. First 2 weeks she was there, she calls him, she goes, Mom, they have the most amazing Latin mass community here. They have a better Latin mass here than we have in in Mandeville.
So I was able this Saturday, All Souls Day, real quick. I was able to take my wife to her first All Souls Day.
Look at that, guys. Richard, excuse me. Sam Brown is beating Rosen now. He has pulled ahead. I want to say thank the Lord. I prayed for Sam. I made a donation to Sam's campaign. Oh, Donorico, if that Senate seat will fall to that man after what he has been through, wow. Sorry, Richard. I just had to saw that pop
I
up
was
on my
just saying
screen.
that the Latin mass community in at Baylor is amazing, and to actually have my wife be able to see the All Souls Mass, it was just stunning. Love it. So that's all.
You know what's going. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, Richard. Back to the map. You know, when you said Sam Brown, I took a look at what's going on in Arizona. They still only have 55% of the vote counted in the Senate race in Arizona. I mean, that Maricopa County is an absolute disaster.
Yes.
I mean, this is how do you have 55% of your vote counted at 2:30 in the morning on the East Coast? It's unfathomable what's happening in that state.
And by the way, Eric Hovda is crushing Tammy Ball. When I know I said it before, but I just saw the graphic again. He's 50.1% to her 47.8%. So apparently there was a libertarian or some other third party in that race. By my count, that's 4 Senate seats flipped tonight. Marsha Blackburn, by the way, was reelected. Ted Cruz was reelected. There were a couple of other that were re-elections. The Republicans are going to retake the Senate. Could be 54, could be 56. This means that the Kamala, Schumer pipe dream of killing the filibuster is dead. Trump is on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Donald J. Trump.
They're playing the song, the Lee Greenwood song. This is a moment that we have all waited for. We've all been PTSD'd for 4 years. Over the course of the last 3 years, we have been called Nazis, fascists. Many of us have been arrested, have been hounded, have lost jobs. Some of us have committed suicide. For all of you, God bless you and your families. This man, one man, refused to go away. President Donald John Trump, POTUS number 47. Give credit to the family, too. This family never left this guy. And I kept saying, Richard, you and I talked about this so many times, about, you know what, I can give a pretty good judge on a man by his children. How do his children behave? How do they comport themselves? They love their father. They love the fact that they have a family, and they are a family. And they stuck together as a family, and they never wavered one iota. My father, you could just see Don Jr. and Eric. My father is innocent. This is a witch hunt. And all of it turns out to be true. Ultimately, when Trump is vindicated, so are all of us. We're not bad people. We just want to be left alone. Just leave us the freak alone. Defend our liberties like the Constitution says, make free trade deals, make commerce regular among the states, and get the hell out of the way. So to recap the big news, President Trump has been reelected. What a great night. This is so awesome. This is so amazing.
Barrett, President Trump gave his son Barron a ton of credit for all of the podcasts he was going on, which I think had a really big impact. He was on the Undertaker podcast. He was on with Theo Vaughn, I think it was. He was on with Logan Paul. I mean, all the stuff that a lot of the Gen Z men watch.
Rogan.
He was on. Yeah, Rogan, obviously, the big one. And that comes from Barron.
Here we go, folks. POTUS 47 on the CRUSADE Radio Network. We've been here with you the whole way. Praise God.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban, And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States.
And there you heard President Trump's acceptance speech. Folks, it's been a long day. We are going to wrap it up and pack it in and live to broadcast another day. I want to thank all of you that watched and listened tonight. Thank our awesome, amazing panel. Mahgdalen, Richard, Mike, Don, all of you, Justin and Maggie, who stayed up beyond hours to bring all this to you and to work the hardware. We're going to pack it in tonight. We will be back tomorrow. Mike Church Show will not be live tomorrow morning, hours 1 and 2. However, we will start live tomorrow, probably at 8 a.m. Central. And if you're listening to KV, it means you're probably going to be bumped. That's right. You're going to be bumped. You're going to be bumped for bigger, better things that are happening in the world. So we'll be live as much as we can tomorrow to cover this historic, amazing election. Folks, those of you that have been here with us for so many years, thank you. God bless you. Justin needs to go. I need to go. This has been a 22-hour day for me. But I'm happy to do it. For President Trump, and for all of you MAGA faithful out there, God bless you. Merry keep you. We'll see you tomorrow.